Jack Morgan.
Woo! 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 Hey, everybody! Welcome. How you doing?
1, 2, 3.
What has the Orange Menace been up to, Kirk? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Get on up and get down. Like I hit that like button, baby. Hit that like button, baby.
1, 2, 3.
Hit that like button, baby. Come on now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Get on up and get down with Sky Jack Morgan.
so good.
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Oh, why you angry, bro? Oh, Lord have mercy. We're doing it. It's Feral Friday. Things are a little bit different on Feral Friday. Bright and early new dawn. Good morning, headlines. Good morning, Skyjack Morgan. That's me. For you, darling. Yeah. Ow! Hey, hoo, ha, ha. All right, baby, here we go. Am I ready? I don't know if I'm ready. Oh, no, I'm not ready yet. Hold on a second. I'm almost ready. We got to put a poll in the chat. What's the poll today? What up, everybody? My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and boy, am I addicted to coffee. Thank you so much for all of your contributions supporting independent media and my coffee addiction. And I will buy Melania coin if you Cash App or Venmo me or PayPal me. PayPal's a little bit more complicated, but PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo is Skyjack Morgan, or you can super chat me right here and help with the algorithm. The algorithm loves money. The thing is, people like, how do you? I was on the phone with my realtor in New Mexico, and he's like, "What about the algorithm?" We're talking about because he's a creator too. You know, he's on YouTube. I'm like, "Don't worry about the algorithm. You know what the algorithm? You know what the secret is to the algorithm? Money. It likes money. That's what it likes. It just wants money. It only wants money. That's the only thing it wants. Thank you so much. To the moon, baby. To the moon. Coke Day. Think about the algorithm. The algorithm is like Donald Trump. It wants money or attention. That's all it requires. I'm seeing you guys in 3D right now. I'm in 3D. These are my. Do you remember when movie glasses, 3D glasses looked like this? I think these are so much cooler than now. They look like wraparound. These are so much cooler. They're polarized. Hey everybody. Like your ex, she likes money. Think about the algorithm like your ex. She likes money or attention. Either one. You got to have both of them. It's a beautiful day here. It's only 70 degrees out in the middle of summer. It's June and it is gray, which is great for I'm happy with it, even though this is about to be my last month in California. My offer was accepted. My offer was I counter offered. I countered, they countered, then I countered, and they accepted my offer. And that little conversation I had at the end of my stream yesterday, it made me kept me $5,000. So I mean, if it was a $5,000 conversation, I was glad I was a little bit of an asshole. $5,000. You know, if I wasn't, I would have been $5,000 lighter right now. You know what I mean? So I think that's a big deal. Anyway, I'm gonna leave California and I'll be gone. I'm sad about that, but I figure at least. I mean, I am very sad. I look out the window and I'm like, this is the last time. I went to Ralph's yesterday to buy just some beer and some fruit. I don't know what else I bought. Nothing really. I just went in and bought like some very small amounts of food. And I went in and I'm like, this is the last time I'll ever be at this Ralph's. And then the old lady, which is a supermarket, and the old lady who checked me out, beep, beep, beep. Her name is Vera. And I remember her was when I was a little kid. She's been there so long. She's like a really, like one of these little old ladies, like, beep, beep, like one of those really, really old ladies. And I said, oh man, this is the last time I'm going to see Vera. And I keep on doing that. Like everything I'm looking at, I'm last time I'm gonna see. I feel like I'm at the end of Grover's Corners, where it's like goodbye, bum on the corner, goodbye park, goodbye moon. I feel like I'm goodbying everybody. Right on, man. Good luck. Thank you, Kirk Wilson. I got a lot. Far from an. You didn't think I was a little bit of an asshole? I felt kind of bad after that conversation at the end of the last stream. I felt a little bit bad about that one. I don't know. I felt like I was being a little tough. I thought I was being a little hard. And I don't like doing that. I don't like seeing that side of myself, because like even when I was a manager, sometimes you got to bring out that kind of like firm but fair. You know what they say? That was always the thing. You're supposed to be firm but fair. You got to be firm but fair. You can't let them push you around, man. But I felt a little bit bad at the end of it. You were so nice. You guys are very nice. I don't think I was that nice, but you wanted to grab the phone. I was fair but firm. I was firm and fair. That was what I was trying to be. Yeah. Okay. I mean, and there's a little bit of that's like you got to mix a little asshole in there. You know what I mean? You get the asshole right over. You got to get the asshole right. Hey, yeah. I saw Chris Hartnett once. His stand up. And he's kind of like a nerds comic, but he said this joke once. He's like, man, it's like that women must look at men like a TV repairman, like like a TV repairman where the guy is working on your TV. He's like, they put the button back here. They put your button back here. They put your button back here. I thought that was so funny. Thanks for watching, everybody. My name is Scott Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And boy, I am happy to be alive, and I'm happy that you're alive. Okay, so a lot of people keep on commenting. Randos, not channel members, just randos are like, you play the dialogue on your videos too fast. It's like it's at 1.5 speed. We got to get going, man. I got to get going. This is the Dromosphere. We're trying to get shit done, Who like if I wanted to watch it like all slow, it's so boring. So I want to get going. Anyway, we'll try it on. You guys put no. Most of 60%, 7% said no. So I don't know. Maybe and I don't play all of them at 1.5. I slow them down if it's really fast. But man, people are such babies about this shit. Learn to listen faster. Sheesh, what are you hard of hearing? What are you hard of hearing? The only alcohol I drink is framboise. Little sour, a little sour. The framboise. You like framboise, huh? A little lambic. That's nice. The framboise is good. You clicked the wrong one. It's in the back. Maggots are slow at comprehension. Maybe it's maggots. I don't know. People are always like doing it. It was bullshit on your behalf. Yeah, I know. I like 1.5. Some people watch 2. I watch 2x all day. I watch 1.5 when I'm live. I watch 2.2x all the time. Yeah. So good, mate. It's so good. Framboise is the delicious drink. I wholeheartedly endorse that decision. As a beverage professional, as a former professional, I wholeheartedly support your decision to drink framboise. I kind of want to show you guys, if you guys stick around for the guitar section, I want to show you the house that I'm looking at in New Mexico. Get this. get this. Okay, I found this house in New Mexico. It's a little on the pricey side, but I feel like I could talk them down a little bit. But it has a recording studio in there already built in. It's got a recording studio, sound dampeners. It's already there, built in. It already has solar panels. It already has raised garden beds so I can grow vegetables. I was like, did they know I was coming in the neighborhood I want? Did they know that I was looking? What in the holy heck? Adobe style. And plus, the one thing I hated about the Adobe style too is that they're all one story, and this one is all one story, but the bedroom is the second story, and I love that. I'm like, what? Can it all work out for Skyjack just one time? Can it please? I feel like I've had nothing but bad luck for the last 5 years. Since COVID, I've had fucking, actually, you know what? Since I came back to California, I've had some bad luck, man. I feel like I've always been a pretty lucky guy. And then I came back to California. Check this shit out. So I come back to California. I get this job at this very fancy resort, right? This is some origin story stuff before we get into the news. I hope you don't mind. It's a little personal. I'm feeling personal on Feral Friday. It's Feral Friday. I'm not wearing a tie, you know. So on I got a job at this fancy place, a fancy resort. It's a Waldorf Astoria, and it was formerly a St. Regis, a very ritzy place. Although the Ritz is up the street from there. The Ritz is literally just up the road. Anyway, I did pretty well there. Everything was going great, and then they were like selling. So it was actually called Monarch Beach Resort, and they were selling it to Waldorf Astoria. And then my boss quit. He got fired. And then my other boss was caught stealing and he got fired. And so then they hired this other boss and then they hired another guy. It was just like, fuck this, man. And then they were going to sell and they were going to fire all the bosses. I was like, you know what? I'm out. You know, this is bullshit. I was so upset. And so finally we parted ways. And then I ended up at a place called Las Brisas, which is a very, very famous restaurant. It's very resort style restaurant, but it doesn't have hotel rooms, but it's like a fancy place, like right on the beach, like looking over Laguna Beach. And it was great. I was like feeling pretty good. Kind of had me and my boss got along. We were like, I was GM and AGM. We were feeling great. And the chef, the executive chef was an asshole, but he wasn't there all the time. You know, everything was pretty okay. And then COVID, man. Oh, come on. It's just bad luck. COVID. And I had to work through that shit. Man, and it just kept on, the hits kept coming. Then in COVID, I reopened that restaurant. I closed the restaurant. I reopened that restaurant. And finally, we're getting to the point where restaurants are, and this other place we were building a brewery, a fancy, like, it was going to be like a high-end brewery experience, like a gastropub. And so I opened that place. I got that job and I opened that place and it was going pretty well. And we were like famous in the news and the radio. It was great. And then my mom dies at the end and right when COVID was like almost over, like right after the election in 2021. And damn, what the fuck? And so like I really couldn't keep that job because I was the boss. When you're the boss and you're like going through that, you really can't be a boss. You're just not there for, and I had a good team and everything, but just in an opening, maybe if it wasn't during an opening. Anyway, so I stopped. And man, then Veggie Grill wanted me. And I was like, oh, Veggie Grill is going to be great. Veggie Grill, of course. That's great. It's fast food, but it's like, it's vegan. And I was going to be regional director. And they had all these big talk. You know, I'm going to be regional director of multiple places and all this. And then they fired all of their CEOs and everything was falling apart. And the restaurant that I was at, and like I was only there for like 3 months and the restaurants didn't have hot water. And I was like, we're going to kill somebody. You can't fucking do this. You out of your mind? You got to have standards. So I quit. I walked off. Man. I just feel like I got to get some good luck, Bubby boy. I just got to get good luck. So wish me luck on this new thing. Maybe now's my time. Maybe I just got to get some good luck. That's all. COVID, my dad died in Feb 19. It's destroyed my mind and COVID burned the rest. I'm telling you, man, COVID. Yeah, I got it coming. I got some good times coming. Jack, that's so fucking awful. I'm so sorry. My heart goes out to you. I hope you're processing and taking care of yourself since that time and coping well. Man, it's like I'm telling you, then my mom died, and then like 6 months later, her my one of my father figures, he died, and then his son, who is like one of my was my oldest friend, he killed himself, all in that same year. Like people just die. And I'm not even talking about all the people I knew who were dying during COVID that I was like colleagues, colleagues and colleagues' parents, everyone's dying, man. Ugh. Yeah, that's it, man. Exactly. Yeah, now is the time. And now everything's coming up Skyjack, I think. I think everything's coming up Skyjack. I went to Australia and even the kangaroos say I'm gay. Rad. That's cool. That's great. I'm famous in Australia. People do know me there. And I like it. I like it that way. Thank you all for joining. I'm so happy that you're alive. I think it's Feral Friday. We should give away a membership, right? It's almost the end of June. Do I have another membership? I think I could still give away 5 more memberships. Did I give them all? Oh no, I've already sent them all. Dang it. All right, no free memberships today. All right, cool. 53% say I should not play it. We're still.
It's ironic that we control the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court.
This is Tom Massey. He found his balls after Donald Trump smashed them.
And the White House, and we're yelling election fraud. I mean, we won all the damn elections. And
we won all the damn elections. He's from Kentucky. We won all the damn elections. Don't you know that we won all the damn elections? We're saying election fraud. Is that what you're saying? Election fraud.
Charge, and what are we doing with it? We're bankrupting the country. We're starting new wars. We're violating the Constitution. We're not.
Sounds like every time the Republicans are in charge, to think about, if you think about it, every time the Republicans in charge, we bankrupt the country, we start new wars, we tear up the Constitution. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Since George W. Bush, that's what he did. He started new wars. He bankrupted the country. He tore up the Constitution. And then you had Biden. No, sorry. Then you had Obama for 8 years. And that was not a fan, okay. Let's wasn't great. But he didn't start any new wars. He didn't tear up the Constitution. He just kept doing the same shit, Bush did. And then you have Trump back to be Republican. Oh, yeah, back to be Republican. What did he do? Started new wars. Oh, he didn't start any new wars. That's not true. Donald Trump did not start any new wars, but he did bankrupt the country and tear up the Constitution. And then Biden, what that would look like. And now we're back to Republicans starting new wars, bankrupting the country, and tearing up the Constitution. AI took my job, but there's a couple bucks for you guys. Look, turning around. Thank you, Parallelish. I appreciate you. You're amazing. Where's my fucking stylophone? Thank you so much, Parallelish. You're incredible. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Parallelish. I truly appreciate that. One of these days, I'll get it back to you. One of these days, I'll get it right back to you, baby doll. You got the Adobe Suite. Why don't we work together? Why don't you get it? You want to edit? You want to edit videos? You want to edit videos? It's not that hard. If you can use Premiere, I know you could do it. You want to edit? I'm as soon as I get a little money together, I'm gonna hire an editor. That's happening.
Not cracking down on the fraud. The problem is not the elections. We won the damn elections. The problem is we're wasting our opportunity that the voters gave us. And the Republicans are going to pay for that in November. It'll be an absolute shellacking if they don't wake up.
Funny fun fact, shellac is not it's made out of bugs' butts. It's shellac. It's the shellac beetle. It's made out of like the ooze out of their butts. It's the ooze out of the shellac beetle's butt. So if you see shellac or confectioner's glaze on your candies, that is bug butt juice. And it adds no taste whatsoever. It is only the the cosmetic appearance of candy. Shellac or confectioner's glaze. Check your candies. See if they have any of that in there. And just remember, your boy Skyjack Morgan informed you that it is the bug juice from the bug butts of the shellac beetle, the female shellac beetle, of course. Yeah. Thomas Massey, do you agree? Do you think that they're going to shellac? Do you think they're going to shellac? Oh my God, 51% say no. Man. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and end that. All right, and I'm gonna put it in the what's fun is that we're gonna do another poll right now, and it's gonna be, will there be a shellacking? Will the Republicans get a shellacking in November? I mean, shellacking. That's the new thing. Everyone knows that's the new thing. And this is a call-in show, homie. Oh my God, 50%. Oh, you guys are saying they're going to get shellacked. Yeah, I think they're going to get shellacked myself. I think that there's no way that the Republicans make it out easy. I'm with Thomas Massey on there. But Thomas Massey might just be bitter because he just lost his primary to Donald Trump. We're going to get a shellacking.
So the NATO Secretary General brought visual aids when he met with President Trump in the Oval Office.
That's what you have to do. You have to bring cute little aids in order for Donald Trump to understand what you're talking about. So the Trump 47 effect, and you have to put it in terms that make him really like it, because you got to put the letters in gold. You got to use his font. Red and gold. Look, it's all his colors, red and gold. He's like a Chinese gambler. He's like a Chinese person visiting Las Vegas during Chinese New Year, and the Lunar New Year. They all have that's the fifth holiday. That's the fifth season in Las Vegas, and when you're there, everything's red and gold. It looks just like Donald Trump. Donald Trump's just. He's like a Chinese person playing Baccarat during the Lunar New Year in Las Vegas.
As the two leaders were going back and forth and speaking, at one point, Mark Rutte got up, went to the other side of the Oval Office, and started presenting about European defense spending.
He's like, check this shit out. Check this shit out over here. Hold on, let me navigate around this gold shit.
With these massive charts that said the Trump trillion and large font at the top.
Is about the Trump trillion.
He was making the argument that European allies have not only boosted their defense spending.
I'm sure the graphic designer on that were like, dude, this is fucking hideous. Are you serious? Is this what you want? Boss, come on. Boss, this is hideous. And they're like, Donald Trump likes this font and this font only. It's got to be gold and red. What color red? It's got to be the color of his red tie. It can't be any other red, whatever red that is. They probably picked up a photograph and sampled that color red so that Donald Trump would like it.
Because of Russia's war in Ukraine, but also because of President Trump's constant complaints that they're not spending enough. Now, those complaints have only gone up after the president was not pleased with what NATO allies did or did not do, in his view, when it came to his war in Iran that he did not coordinate with them on beforehand.
I know there have been debates about whether your allies in Europe were with you enough. I just want to say one thing.
He can't let that go. No, they weren't. They weren't on my side. He didn't tell anybody. Do you remember? Everyone was like, do you remember when Japan was going, why didn't you tell us you were going to bomb Iran? We wanted to keep it a secret. You didn't tell anybody. You didn't tell anybody that you were going to do this stupid shit. And he's like, nobody helped me. You didn't tell anybody. How the fuck is someone going to help you? It'd be like me. Nobody helped me. Nobody helped me move. Nobody wished me a happy birthday. Well, you got to tell people it's your birthday or else they won't wish you a happy birthday. You got to be going like, it's my birthday. You know those people. It's my birthday, but it's my birthday. It's my birthday.
Afterward, we saw the Secretary General come out and gaggle with reporters. And when I asked if he agrees with President Trump's argument, now that Iran should be able to have ballistic missiles, he didn't answer.
I just noticed her jacket with the little buttons, the little Caitlin Collins. She's got her little Easter suit on, I think.
Said he can't
Her little summer suit.
comment on everything.
Iran having its hands on the nuclear capability, this country exporting chaos, exporting terrorism, would be a danger to the whole world, particularly the region, Israel, and to Europe,
So
but
what
also
about
the rest of the world.
missiles?
Yeah, but
I love her. What about ballistic missiles then? What the fuck?
please don't require from me to comment on everything.
Don't ask. Don't mention the ballistic missiles. Shut up about the honey, don't talk about the ballistic missiles, okay? Shh, don't talk about the ballistic missiles. Yeah, Donald Trump's like, how come she's such a beautiful woman and she never smiles? She never smiles. She never does. Never does. I understand not telling anyone because you want to blow up all the top Iranian homies, but yeah, he should not be pissed. Yeah, okay, look. If that's your goal, you want to be like, hey, I want to assassinate all these people. I know that America's foreign policy previously never included straight up assassination, that just basically turns us into murderers and makes us no better than, well, terrorists. And I get that you want to do that. That's, hey, you know what? You're the president. Apparently you're allowed to, I guess. Now that's what we do. But you're not allowed to be pissed off if you operated in secret. Hey, everybody, I'm moving. You want to help me move? Once you do that, you can hold your friends. You can be like, then you're not my friend anymore. You didn't help me move. But if you are moving and you move all alone in the dead of night and nobody knows, you can't call your friends assholes because they didn't help you move. Get it? Papa Sky always smile. Man, I'm always smiling. I'm a happy fool. Are you crazy? I'm happy. I'm high on life. I got something to say, but don't ask me questions. This guy, don't ask me that question.
Because I really want to focus.
Look at her. She's like, I like the split screen because you could finally see. You could see her reaction. She's like,
focus on the nuclear capability.
Now, as Rana was speaking in that presentation, it didn't seem to go over totally well with the president, who at times seemed kind of bored or not impressed with the charts.
Look at this lonely, dumb piece of shit surrounded in his... He looks like a... If you've ever been... There's this ride at Disneyland called the Pirates of the Caribbean. Have you ever heard of it? There's this... It's a ride. It's like a boat ride. And they have these animatronic pirates. But there's... In the beginning, you go and you see the pirates and they're like skeletons and they're on their gold. Like the one's got a sword and there's gold there, and one's like looking at the gold, but they're all dead. All the pirates are dead. They got all the gold, but they're all dead. And then you go and you find out why they died, kind of, I guess is how the story goes. Anyway, Pirates of the Caribbean, he kind of reminds me of that, or of Smaug. He kind of reminds me of Smaug, voiced by Benedict Cumberbatch in the Hobbits movies. He looks like the big fat dragon sitting on a pile of gold. It's disgusting. Toddler. He looks like a toddler. He's got poop. I mean, look at this guy. Come on. Kirk Wilson, come on, right? Kirk, you with me on this? Come on. He can't even pay attention. This guy says that this woman beat the shit out of him. This guy's called Tom Sultan or something. What's this guy's name? Tom Sandoval. And he's on a show called Vanderpump Rules, and a show that I've never seen. But apparently it's about a hotel or a restaurant or something where everybody's fucking each other. It's a reality show. For some reason, people still go there, even though it's run by drama queens, I guess, is who works there. Everyone who works there is a drama queen.
Tom Sandoval is distancing himself from Victoria Lee Robinson. The Vanderpump Rules alum was granted a temporary restraining order against the model.
You know, some guys have to get restraining orders against models. It just makes you think, take stock, be grateful for what you have in life. You could be taking out a restraining order against a model. Do you want to do that? I don't think so. I mean, look how ugly this woman is. This hideous woman. And you've got to take a restraining order against her too, because she's crazy as well as ugly.
On June 25th, after he alleged that she attacked him earlier this month during an argument that led to her arrest, according to court documents.
Sometimes you got to get these girls arrested, guys. You got to get them arrested. You got to call the cops and get your model girlfriend arrested.
Obtained by E! News. Tom said in his filing that he and Victoria broke up around June 2026.
Okay.
E! News has reached out to
That was really recent. You guys just broke up.
Victoria for comment, but hasn't heard back. According to Tom's filing, the alleged attack took place on June 3rd after he and Victoria returned.
God, so ugly. Those piercing eyes and beautiful hair. What an ugly piece. Hideous. Hideous. Yeah. I have unfortunately put my hands on my husband 20 years. You put your hands on your husband? Did you beat him up? He says he's dizzy. He's so fucked up. He's dizzy. He's got to get like he can't see. He says the stress is affecting his vision. That's the thing. Always remember that no matter how beautiful she is, there's some dude somewhere who's sick of her shit. There's some dude somewhere who's like, I can't even fucking see straight because of this bitch. Fuck. No matter how beautiful she is, there's some guy out there that's like, block, don't fucking contact me. You tore out my heart. Like, just remember that every time. You know, it's funny. Like, men are so afraid of rejection and being laughed at by women and stuff. But really, you could just remember, you're probably dodging a bullet all the time. And it doesn't mean that women are bad or anything like that. Women out there too, go out there and shoot your shot, because if they say fuck off or they laugh in your face, it's probably for the best, no matter what. Every relationship ends in heartbreak. The best case scenario is that they die before you. Actually, I guess the best case scenario might be that you die before them. I don't know. I think maybe that's on a case by case basis. But the best case scenario is that one of you dies. So seriously, shoot your shot. Go meet a model, or whatever, the person that you fancy. Maybe not a model. Models are overrated. Trust me. Models are overrated. They're not all they're cracked up to be. Models and dancers, they're not all they're cracked up to be. They look great, though. They look great, but just take my word for it.
Returned to their Los Angeles home, where they also live with her dad, J. Will Robinson, from a night out at a local bar. Tom said in the docs he was verbally arguing with Victoria when he noticed that she was filming him on her phone.
She was filming him on her phone? Fuck that. I love women, but I do worry they now have more testosterone than men. Well, that's not because women have more. It's that men have so little, Kirk. You know, I was just thinking about yesterday, you know how much I love women. I was thinking about... I love their silly little ankles and their silly little knees and their silly little elbows and their silly little wrists. They're so silly. Women, they're so silly. They're so silly. I've dated a few dancers, neurotic. Well, they only think about one thing. It's like, it's kind of like, I bet you dating Tiger Woods. Like, I've heard that Tiger Woods is fucked up in the head, so fucked up that every morning he wakes up, he hits 500 golf balls. He has to do it. He wakes up, he hits 500 golf balls. He can't not do it. He loses his mind if he doesn't do it. That's a singular one-track mind. You know what I mean? That you wouldn't want to date somebody like that. I mean, and I feel like dancers are like that. They only think about dancing. And I have a lot more interests. Excuse me. Oh, yes. And their silly little feet and their silly little fingers, and they got little tiny heads. Women have little tiny, their heads are so tiny. You can't tell because I'm so small on your phones or on your laptops, but my head is, I got a big fucking Irish head. I'm like my head's as big as Conan O'Brien's head. I got a big fucking head. I'm like one of those bobbleheads. I got a giant head. Everyone else is so. Oh, dancers are like musician. Thank you. I got some sneezes going on today. Dancers equals musician. Yeah, kinda. I guess so. That's true. It could be a little bit, maybe musicians. Although musicians usually like have more influence. If they like, they do talk a lot about music, though. You're right. They only talk about music. Not always, though. Sometimes they talk about like poetry. You might find Jim Morrison, who's really into poems and writers, and there's those guys in music too. Guys that are like really into other shit, political. There's punk artists. They're really into politics and the poetry and the music. They like a lot of other stuff too. Dancers. Don't get me started with models.
When he confronted her about the camera, Tom alleges that her father lunged at him, leading Tom to retreat to a bedroom. Tom alleges in a declaration, "While I was barricaded inside the spare room, Mr. Robinson followed me, threatened me, and punched a large hole approximately 12 by 12 inches in the spare bedroom
Damn, this guy's getting this guy's got his dad, this model's dad after
door
him.
where I had taken shelter. He then put his face in the hole in the door and smiled, telling me he will me up, destroy me, and called me a mother. The Bravo star alleges I then entered the room and hit my face and temple area towards my hairline, which I captured on video. He writes, "The impact of the blow was so forceful that it caused my vision to blur. I sustained a bruise near my temple and eyebrow ridge and bled from my ear and neck." Victoria, who Tom began dating in 2024, was arrested on June 3rd for corporal injury to a spouse or
Damn, they arrested her. I mean, she'll do all right in jail, though. She'll do all right.
cohabitant, per a police report obtained by E! News. Jail records show that she was bailed out on $50,000, with Tom writing in his declaration that he, quote, foolishly helped her family with the bond. Since then, Tom has been living out of hotels or staying with friends, according to his filing. He alleged
He should do the mustache look kind of cool. I don't even know who this guy is, but this guy's pulling off this mustache look. He looks like, speaking of Pirates of the Caribbean, this guy looks like he looks like Jack Sparrow or something. He should do the mustache. Makes his face not look so weird. I thought his face looked a little weird. Looks better with the mustache.
Tom has been living out of hotels or staying with friends, according to his filing.
It's more mysterious with the mustache.
He alleges that multiple attempts to retrieve his personal belongings from the
Not the goatee.
house he shared with Victoria and her dad have been met with, quote, intimidation and threats from the pair. In his filing, he also accused Victoria of physical and verbal abuse prior to June 3rd, including an instance on May 14th when she allegedly
You see, this is not at 1.5. I can't fucking believe you guys wanted at 1 point. You guys are okay with it that slow. I'd be done with this story if it wasn't going so damn slow. I'd be done by now. This is why I don't know why so many people comment like, "Oh, you speed up the camera, you speed up the videos, and I can't understand it." Come on, man.
struck him in the face during an argument. He also accused Victoria of placing an Apple AirTag in his car to track his movements.
Oh man, she's tracking this mofo. They're tracking him. Two Dude Mama, you ever track? I bet Two Dude Mama, you look like you might have tracked someone. You ever track someone with GPS? I never done any of that shit. Are you guys tracking each other with GPS? Do you guys track? Hold on. That's a great. Hold on. That's a great. Okay, 72% think that the Republicans are going to get a shellacking. Hold on. We're going to ask you, have you ever tracked someone with GPS? Have you ever tracked a lover, spouse, whatever, with a GPS device? Man. And that counts if you guys got that find your phone shit. What is with couples finding each other like with the phone? What the fuck are you doing? Although I did share my location with my ex. Shit, I probably am still sharing my location with my ex. I'll fix it later. Yeah. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Hell no. Hell no. You can't speed up. You can speed it up. I hate it. You'd be done if you didn't pause it every 3 seconds too. But that's the whole. Should we just watch it in silence? Is that what you're saying? Then you could do that on your own.
As well as allegedly hacking into his phone and online social media accounts. Tom writes in his restraining order request against Victoria, while I had initially hoped that respondents' abhorrent behavior would subside and that the situation would improve, that has not occurred despite my efforts to maintain peace. As a result of respondents' continued harassment and volatility, I remain in fear of my safety and well-being. The next court hearing for Tom's temporary restraining order is scheduled for July 16th.
You put a chip in your ex? Damn. Okay, so he doesn't die in a ditch. So he does. Okay, so fine. Let me ask you this, Smoking Blondie. Smoking Blondie says, so he doesn't die in a ditch. Where's... I can't find it. You said so he doesn't die in a ditch. How often do you check it? Because that's the other thing. You know, I'm sure I shared my location with my ex, but I don't think she shared it with me. If she did, I've never checked it. I've never been like, I wonder where she is. Is she where she says she is? If she's not, then I guess I'm fucked, right? Like, what's it gonna do? It's not gonna help you. Ooh, at a fair or a concert. You know, have you seen those things they make little things now where you wear a necklace and your friend wears a necklace, your partner, whatever, and it's like a compass and it leads you to them. So at a festival, you don't lose track of each other. And people have them at Disneyland because people get lost and you can it's got a little arrow on it, like a video game kind of, and you can go, find the other person. I think it's pretty neat. When he's missing or late, why is he missing? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. She would leave our son in the car by himself. Cops had to get him out of the car for a few times. Now, it seems like 82% of you are saying no. It seems so common though. I watch this show, and don't judge me. It's my guilty pleasure. I watch it now. My ex got me into it. It's called 90 Day Fiance. And they're all tracking each other. They all got the trackers and they're all taking photos of each other's text messages. It's like, no wonder you had to go out of the country to find somebody. You're a fucking psychopath. You're tracking. Like, you bring someone to this country and then you're so afraid that they're going to cheat on you or whatever's in your head. You're screenshotting all your text messages with your spouse, and then you're also tracking them and like putting AirPods on their keys and shit. Like, what in the hell? I couldn't be with someone like that. I started sharing my location with my ex because I was on the road. And I thought it was like, so she could tell if I was driving in a car or if I was at the hotel. And I thought that was nice, She could tell what city I'm in and stuff because I was on the road. I was far away. It was like kind of a nice way to like keep in touch while I was on the road. Otherwise, it's kind of a strain. Look at this cute couple. He looks better with a mustache. And it's not a good picture of her, but she's a model. She can't take every good picture. She's pretty photogenic, though, I'd say.
This morning, the Supreme Court struck down a cancer patient's lawsuit against chemical company Monsanto. And here's something you might not know. Justice Clarence Thomas...
Clarence Thomas? He works for Monsanto. He must have recused himself, right? He used to work for Monsanto. And Clarence Thomas must have recused himself because how could he make a decision about Monsanto when he himself used to work at Monsanto? That's called a conflict of interest. You see, every judge with even a fucking shred, a modicum, an iota of dignity and professional integrity would recuse himself. A kangaroo in a kangaroo court would recuse himself if he worked at Monsanto at any time, if Monsanto had a court case in the kangaroo court. But apparently the only kangaroo court in the land is the Supreme Court. Am I supposed to take anything in the Supreme Court seriously if Clarence Thomas didn't recuse himself? Let's find out if Clarence Thomas recused himself because he worked at Monsanto. Let's see.
Used to work at Monsanto. He was an in-house lawyer for them for 3 years, and his time there had a major impact on his political views. In fact, his time at Monsanto was his only private practice law experience before joining the Supreme Court.
Wait, it was his only job? See, I happen to know this about Clarence Thomas because I despise Clarence Thomas because I think he was very, very guilty with the Anita Hill sexual harassment thing. He harassed that woman. He destroyed her career intentionally, along with Joe Biden. Joe Biden and Clarence Thomas destroyed Anita Hill to the point where she wanted to kill herself. And because she's strong, she survived. They tried to kill her. I hate those guys. Joe Biden and Clarence Thomas. The reason why I hate Joe Biden is because of Clarence Thomas. I fucking hate this guy.
Harvard Law Review article called him the justice from Monsanto. Now, in today's case, a man with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma alleged that Monsanto failed to warn of the dangers of their Roundup weed killer on the product labels.
Roundup? Oh, that old chestnut, huh? Glyphosate. I thought that Donald Trump with the Make America Healthy Again was going to protect us from the glyphosate. Turns out that if you have cancer from glyphosate, you can't sue Monsanto. Why? Because Clarence Thomas says so. What? He used to work for Monsanto? Yeah, he used to work for Monsanto.
Labels are part of the federal registration process. And what did Clarence Thomas do when he worked at Monsanto? Well, one thing was he worked on Roundup's federal registration process. Never in a million years should he have participated in this case. He should have recused himself. Justice John Paul Stevens recused himself in cases involving the manufacturers of the Vietnam War chemical Agent Orange, including Monsanto, after his own Vietnam veteran son died of cancer. He did so out of a sense of honor, ethics, and integrity.
So the victims recuse themselves. The judges who were killed by Monsanto, they recuse themselves. But the guys that work for Monsanto don't recuse themselves. That's the problem here. You see, the Nazis don't recuse themselves. The liberals recuse themselves. You see the difference here? The Antifa doesn't recuse himself. The Nazi doesn't recuse himself. The liberal allows the Nazi to win. That's why we need more anti-fascists on the Supreme Court. You could clip that. More anti-fascists on the Supreme Court, please. Can we get anyone who hates fascism on the Supreme Court? Just one or two, just a few. SCOTUS needs term limits. Yes, SCOTUS needs term limits, but that won't solve this problem. That won't solve this problem. They need oversight, but they can't have oversight because they're a third independent branch of government. The system's broken. They need to be dissolved. And we need 13 of them. There's lots of things. You could dissolve them, give term limits, you have strict ethics, but you could have an ethical board that checks them. How do you check the Supreme Court? The only check is you could pass a law in Congress. So if the Supreme Court does this bullshit, now Congress can say, okay, we're going to pass a law saying that you can sue Monsanto's. That's the only check and the balance. Those are the checks and the balances.
That's gone now. We can no longer rely on the honor of Supreme Court justices. Congress must pass binding ethics rules for the Supreme Court.
Here's the deal. If I was in Maine,
Congress must pass binding ethics rules for the Supreme Court. So yeah, Congress could pass laws. Congress could amend the Constitution. Congress could add more justices, but they won't, because Congress does not represent the people anymore. This is the thing. Like, every American should be far more angry right now, because the Congress and the Senate are supposed to be, both chambers of Congress are supposed to be representing you, not the party, and not marching hand in hand with Donald Trump or any other fucking president or the Supreme Court. They're not supposed to be working together. They're supposed to be vying for more power. That's what they're supposed to be doing, so that none of them gets too powerful. They're supposed to be adversarial. But right now, you heard Senator John Thune yesterday, like, we will march arm in arm with Donald Trump because that's what we have to do. We have to stand in unity with our president. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck did you just say? What the fuck did you just say? You're supposed to be marching arm in arm with the people. You represent the people, not Donald Trump and not the Republican Party, and certainly not this MAGA melanoma Nazi version of republicanism that isn't even republicanism. You're not supposed to be representing your party. You're supposed to be representing the people of your district, or in the Senate, the people of your state. Like, this is the fact that Americans aren't more pissed off by this shit is blowing my mind. But I guess no one cares about anything anymore, and everyone's just sick and tired. Here's Destiny. Destiny has something to say. Destiny has something to say, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. It's Destiny.
And it's Plattner and a Republican on the ballot. As long as there is breath in my body, and as long as my hand can grip a pen and can mark a ballot, I'm voting for the blue guy. So Plattner would get the vote. But do not.
He's going to vote for the blue guy no matter what. Blue or nothing, says Destiny. Are you on Team Destiny? I know a lot of you guys are like blue or nothing. They're better than the Republicans, at least. Damn. May says, I'm so glad that Antifa leader got 100 years. What Antifa leader? How about that Antifa girlfriend? Remember, they found the Antifa girlfriend. Trump has everything emotionally exhausted with the crazy. Has everyone emotionally exhausted with the crazy comments? Yeah, the crazy commits. Yeah, indeed. But that's why you have Congress. Like, hold your Congress people accountable. Call these motherfuckers. I've tried calling mine, but mine's a Republic. Mine's a MAGA freak job. I hate her so much. Young Kim. I hope she loses.
Expect me to come out here and simp for him or actively defend him when he is in bed with all the worst people on the planet with these tanky commie loser. For all I know, this guy could be Fetterman.
Fucking tanky commie loser fucks. Tanky commie loser fucks. Now, if you don't know what a tanky is, it's a communist that uses tanks to bring communism to your door. So it's not a communist. You see, they call them tankies because communists don't think they're real communists. People like, I don't know, Ceausescu, people that are like rule with an iron fist. Stalin was a tanky, I think. I think they call Stalin a tanky. I don't know. It's also why we don't have solidarity on the left, is because of people like this guy saying tankies. Oh, you tankies. Like, how the fuck is Plattner a tanky? How is Plattner a tanky? He ain't got no tanks. He ain't got tanks. How could you call Plattner a tanky? I'm going to Google that real fast. Destiny just called Graham Plattner a tanky, commie, loser fuck. But I don't think that there's any way in reality that we could call Plattner a tanky. How is that possible? Yeah, the tanky label, historically referring to hardline, authoritarian, sympathizing communists, was thrown around during debates to describe his far-left populist rhetoric. Calling him a tanky is a stretch. Yes. He has drawn extreme ire and the tanky label from critics due to his past online comments that praised military tactics used by Hamas and attacked U.S. foreign policy. Oh. Okay. Stephen Destiny Bonnell used tanky label as part of a broader criticism of hard left figures. During his coverage of the main Senate race, Destiny expressed immense frustration that Democrats were forced to rally behind a far left controversial candidate. My God, what is it with all these simps? This sounds like who's that other asshole like Dean Withers? All these guys, like, don't be too tough on, don't go too hard lined. This is why Democrats don't get anything done. This is why there's no solidarity in the movement. This is why there's no chance for a revolution. This is why a revolution's never coming, because of people like this piece of shit. And I don't even like Graham Plattner. He's too far left. What? He's a tanky? What? Braveheart doesn't know what a fascist is. Listen, Braveheart. No, Antifa. It's not ironic that Antifa. It's ironic that you would believe. See, this is the thing. Fascists are always going to call, well, you're fascist. Well, I know you are, but what am I? It's always the way fascists work. If your guy is calling Antifa, actually, they're fascists, you're probably talking to a fascist. If someone's calling the anti-fascist fascist, you're the G stands for gullible in MAGA. MAGA, the G stands for gullible. Maybe you should read a book about Antifa. There's a great one called Antifa, a handbook. It's pretty funny. It's not a handbook. It's actually the history of Antifa. It's really good. You should read it. It's fun. You like it. And then you could speak with some degree of authority and understanding and intelligence about this topic.
2.0. Unfortunately, even Fetterman is preferable to a Republican, but I don't expect anybody to be happy about it. It's so funny because you talk to these stupid lefty commie.
How is Fetterman better than a Republican? How is that possible? See, Destiny's an idiot. Destiny talks fast, and you think he's smart, but he's not. He's just a fast-talking fool. There's lots of fast-talking fools out there. People like Ben Shapiro's a fast-talking fool. Or, I don't know, Dean Withers. Dean Withers is a fast-talking fool. There's still a little hope for Dean Withers. He's such a little boy. He's such a little kid. But Destiny, he knows what he's doing. He just wants his party to win. He's no different from the Republicans.
And you're like, did you guys ever support Kamala? And they're like, yeah, go back and look. And every single video is like, well, Trump is bad, 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 Trump is bad. Would the Democrat be better? Maybe.
Hassan said no, by the way.
Yeah, of course. Hassan said no, because Hassan's a little bit more interested in revolution. He wants some change. He doesn't want the status quo. What's wrong with Hassan? Like, I hope Hassan Piker talks shit on Destiny, because like Destiny is such a fool. It makes me sick to my stomach. I think Hassan Piker's a little bit of a hypocrite, but Destiny is just a fucking moron.
Multiple times, yeah, the messaging was mixed at best. But now all of the commies seem to understand. Well, hold on, it's not enough to just say that I guess you support Platter. You need to be excited about it. You gotta be enthusiastic. Like, none of this stuff matters, right, guy? Like, no, you. Eat dick, bro.
So it's so funny because he says that all you commie, lefty, hardline, tanky fucks, whatever, all you far lefties, you need to be supporting conservative blue candidates. And that is idiotic because a conservative blue candidate is not going to have any kind of change whatsoever. The system is broken. The only way to do anything about it is try to get people who are further left, so the Overton window might shift that direction, and we might actually get a Democratic Party worth a damn in this idiotic two-party system. But if you're hoping for revolution, you're not going to get it for voting like for people like Fetterman and being really excited about it. But he just talks shit on Graham Plattner, saying, well, blue's better than nothing, but I hate Graham Plattner. Well, you have to be excited about it. How come so I have to be excited about a Democrat, any Democrat? I'm supposed to be excited about any of them? Trump is bad, Trump is bad, Trump is bad. Democrats, ugh. Yeah. That's their fault. It's not your fault if you think the Democrats suck. It's their fault. The Democrats do suck. Well, they're not as bad as the Nazis. Yeah. Okay. Great. What an inspiration. Are you inspired? Democrats, not quite as bad as the Nazis. They should just put that on the advertisements now in November. See how well it goes. Democrats, as you know, America has a Nazi problem called MAGA. We're not quite as bad as them. Wow, I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited. Are you excited? Hold on. Do Democrats excite you? That's a great poll. We're going to do that poll right now. We're going to have that poll right now to see if you are excited about the Democrats. Are you excited? I mean, 85% of you said, no, you have not tracked a lover or spouse with a GPS device. Good for you guys. Are you excited? Are you excited about the Democrats? I'm going to put an exclamation point too, because like I really want to know. Are you excited? Man, are you like enthusiastic? Like, I can't fucking wait. Man, I'm going to go door to door. I'm going to fucking volunteer. I'm going to volunteer for the Democrats. Yeah, because I'm fired up. I'm fired up, man. Destiny wants to blame you if you're not fired up about the Democrats. If your party is blaming you, it's their fault. If Donald Trump is calling you an idiot for wanting the Epstein files open, remember when he said that? He called Republicans stupid for wanting to see the Epstein files. Remember that? That's his fault, not yours. He's supposed to do what you want, not tell you what you want. That's what authoritarians do. That's why Donald Trump is a dictator. That's why he's a Nazi. This is what we're doing. That is the goal now. This is the goal now. This is what we're doing.
The new Supergirl movie is getting super trashed by critics. The summer flick that opens this weekend is tracking for around a $200 million loss, and the reviews are kryptonite. Variety.
The reviews are kryptonite? Really? Is it that bad? What is the Rotten Tomatoes score on Supergirl? Oof. 58%. Oof. That's not good for a superhero movie. Oof. Oy. Discover reviews fresh score 69%, but it says right now it's at 58%. Critics 58, audience 77. audiences have responded more enthusiastically to the intergalactic take on a character than the critics. I want to go see it. Because I like the Lobo character. I like the fact that James Gunn and like that team on DC, they're bringing in all these characters I never thought I'd see on the big screen. So I'm kind of excited. I feel like a little kid when I go see a DC movie these days, and I'm okay. It doesn't have to be. Not everything has to be high. This is summer, right? Do you only watch Fox? No. What do you mean? Was the last one wasn't even Fox? No, I don't. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Two dudes, mom?
Said it was, quote, so flat, it's super horrendous and has the worst script ever. Some say that woke remarks from the movie star Millie Alcock have hurt sales like Supergirl is by.
She's
I think
woke?
that what makes this film so beautiful is that it's not centered around a man. It's not centered around love at all. If anything.
Yeah, because, well, that's usually the case in Supergirl because she's like 16 years old in the comics.
But it should probably go both ways.
You could have written it, Greg. You should
I
have.
can't believe the reviewer called Supergirl flat. Haven't we moved beyond body, like obsession over body parts? It makes me sick. You know, here's the thing. There's a lot of hypocrisy with Supergirl.
Is there hypocrisy? It's just a comic book movie.
In that her qualities are still derived from masculinity. Superman is about masculine power. Supergirl, as Tom Shalhoub pointed out on my show, should have been about like super feminine powers. Could you imagine how daring and edgy that movie would be? Like seduction. Well, I came up with, but imagine the meaning they would.
Is that a feminine power, seduction? I mean, I don't know. Men can seduce too. Hey, darling, how you doing there? Of course, I can. Women, they're like putty in my hands. Like Face in A-Team, he was. Look, if you look at A-Team, you have the masculine. Everything's masculine. It's like the 4 masculine traits, right? You got B.A. Baraka. He's the big tough guy. Pity the fool. And then you got Mad Dog Murdoch. He's technical. He knows how to fly planes, but he's a little crazy. And men they're a little crazy, but he knows how to fly. He's very technical. He's like an engineer. You know, he's super smart. And then you got Face. Face is like, ladies, how you doing? Hey, of course you can. And confident, right? He's the con man. He's the face. And then you have Hannibal, who is I love it when a plan comes together. He's the planner. He's the cold, calculating type. He's the intellectual behind it all, like you have, these are masculine traits split up into 4 different people called the A-Team, surviving in the Los Angeles underground as soldiers of fortune. And if you need help and if you can find them, maybe you can call the A-Team. One of that is seduction. It's seduction. Men can be seductive. What this fucking guys? These guys are so stupid. They think women are masculine if they can fight. The fuck are you talking about? Masculine. They're stealing that from us. Why are all these white men so afraid of women stealing things from them? Like I can't think of anyone less masculine than Jesse Waters and Greg Gutfeld. Like they don't have a masculine bone. They don't have 1 ounce of testosterone between the 2 of them. God damn it. They got no They got no T. You heard the low T. They got no T. No T. Why is Supergirl masculine? Only men can be depicted as masculine. What are you doing? Give me a break. Come on.
The writers and the producers, because the thing about Hollywood is they can't admit that femininity exists. There's no
what the fuck are you talking about? Hollywood, femininity doesn't exist anymore. Anne Hathaway is not feminine. What the fuck? What? The Fanning sisters, Ellen Dakota Fanning. Who's that one who's in everything now? She was in like. She was in the 50 Shades. I never saw the 50 Shades movie, but she was in the 50 Shades movies. Now she's in everything. I always see her. She's in everything. She's a good actress, but I can't remember her name. But these people aren't feminine. What are you talking about? Or what about this guy loves what's her face? Sydney Sweeney. She's not feminine. Zendaya isn't feminine.
Feminine charms. It's just you go girl, you act like a boy. But could you imagine
act like a boy? She's literally wearing a skirt and she just happens to be kicking ass. That sounds like Supergirl that I know from the comics. These dorks never read a comic book in their lives. They probably haven't even seen this movie.
Superpowers, you know, social diplomacy, persuasion through charm, healing. But my favorite would be maternal authority. Her superpower is her ability to pull her legs apart and fire a baby at you out of her womb.
This is so perverse. This guy's a pervert. Supergirl does have a maternal instinct. She's literally a dog mom. She's the whole... I haven't seen the film, but the whole movie is about her trying to rescue her dog. Isn't that a maternal instinct? Isn't that a maternal instinct? She's a drunk. Everybody's a drunk, Robert. Everybody in the world is a drunk. What are you talking about? It's... What the fuck? Do you know? It's a huge industry. How big an industry is global alcohol sales? How big of an industry is global alcohol sales? It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. It's a $2 trillion annual revenue industry with forecasts pointing towards steady growth. Beer is 45% of all industry revenue, but spirits is the most profitable. Wine is still significant. In America alone, in the Americas and Europe, it's about 0.9 trillion. And in Asia Pacific, it's 1.1 trillion. I mean, everybody's a drunk. But she's drinking. You're not allowed to drink. You can't show Supergirl drinking. Okay, that's a little bit different because in the comics, she's usually depicted as a 16-year-old until like the crisis level. Eventually, she marries Lex Luthor. There's a whole other storyline. But like, because she grows up. But when she arrives on on Earth, she's 16 years old and Superman's already grown up. Superman's like 25 or something, 30. And then his cousin who left before him because of space and time and stuff, she's 16 when she arrives. That's how the comic book makes her younger. And it's also like villains often sexualize her, but she's always desexualized by the other heroes. So it's like there's always been that element too. But I mean,
hundreds of super babies, machine gun babies, and they're like super adorable, but they're deadly. And the babies fly out at you, and they smother you with kisses. And then that's Supergirl. She has like this,
and then she squirts you with milk out of her pajanga. Look at everyone there. They're just like nobody. She's covering her face because she's so embarrassed to be sitting next to this moron.
She has a fertility power.
Yeah.
That would get a lot more people. You think that's going to work?
I think that movie's been made already. But you know, the thing is that you hear from...
Nobody thinks that's funny.
We don't want we don't want any discrimination against gays. Let's just put that out at the top. Okay, now we've been hearing for my whole life that it's not a choice, it's who I am. And yet somehow or other, this young woman, as you hear so often, starts talking about being bisexual or homosexual as if it's an achievement.
That was the actress. She's saying that she probably would go both ways. That's all. It doesn't center around a man. And these guys are like, that's unheard of. You can't have a movie about a female heroine who isn't centered around a man.
But it's just how you were born. What happened? Did I miss something? Did we change the narrative?
Did I miss something? Hey, over here. Did I miss something over here? I thought it was something you were born with over here. Hey, what did I miss something? Hey, I thought you were born with it. What, you can choose to be bisexual now? Hey.
Doesn't mean anything in relation to the fact that you're supposed to be entertaining us. I don't care about the sexuality.
This movie does look very entertaining. I mean, I've seen a lot of shitty movies. I love, by the way, Fast and Furious movies. Love that shit. Dude, I Almost Had You. I think Dude, I Almost Had You is one of the funniest fucking things that ever happened in cinema. And it's a shitty movie. Like Star Wars, it's garbage, but I fucking like it. It's entertaining. It's okay. It's okay to admit that Star Wars is shit, but you like it. Fast and Furious, shit, but you like it. Harry Potter, it's shit, but you like it. It's okay to like shit that's entertaining. 90 Day Fiance, it's shit, but I like it.
And if you want to talk about sexuality, let's recognize something. She's from another planet, and any sex with her would be fatal. She's not human, all right?
Oh my God, what the fuck is it with the Fox News? They want to sexualize Everything. This is what Fox News wants you jerking off to the green M&M half the time, and now they're like, why isn't she more attractive? Hey, how come they're not showing the babies up here, the ticket sellers? Hey, that's what I really want over here.
So it's a ridiculous narrative. I can't wait not to see this movie.
These guys haven't even fucking seen it, and this guy's fired up. I can't wait not to see this movie. You little diva bitch. Like, if you want to talk about feminine, I can't think of something more bitchy than being like, I can't wait not to see it. You fucking Karen. You Karen. These Karens over at Fox News.
$100 million loss is a lot.
It is a lot, and it bucks the trend. People are actually starting to go back to the movies more, so they, I guess, are not getting the attention from it. All the kids' movies are great, though.
Okay.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
I love that. Jessica Turlock just goes, kids' movies this year are good. I guess people maybe are getting some superhero fatigue. Maybe that's a thing because we're sick of seeing superhero movies because Marvel already did it all, and now we have DC trying it, and it's not going to be hit. It's not going to hit like Marvel did. Marvel got there first. Kind of sucks because DC's better, but Marvel's always going to be, Marvel's more mass appeal. That's it. You think Jessica Tarlov sucks? I think she's doing God's work. I just want her job. I want her job. I think she does a good job for what she does. Come on. For what she does, I think she's the only left of center voice most maggers will ever hear for their entire lives. Jessica Tarlov. It'll be the only one. Because the other guy that's on that show, Harold, I don't even know what that guy. Yeah, DC is better. Yeah, of course it is. DC has always been more. Thank you, Parallelish. I think so too. DC is better, I think. Yeah, I like Marvel, but Marvel's so like, it's just so dumb. Like, mutants and like I loved it when I was a kid. Don't get me wrong, but it's like it's just a little childish, a little just common denominator. Excelsior, enough said, all that Stan Lee stuff. When I was a kid, I liked it, but then you grow up and you're like, yeah, Batman's cooler, like the world's greatest detective, and Superman is an alien who falls here, and he's dealing with, and so Batman doesn't know what's the mask. Is Bruce Wayne the mask, or is Batman the mask? And the same thing, Superman. He doesn't know if is Clark Kent his real personality? Is Superman his personality? Is Clark Kent what he thinks of human beings, this nerdy little bumbling guy? That's what he thinks, and if he was raised by other people, would he be the same Superman? You get some cool stories that way. Batman Joker stuff's always great. The even Green Lantern's really sci-fi stuff. The Flash, it's fun. It's more I don't know, it's a bit more mature, I guess. Less childish. Darker themes, like Constantine. You have the Constantine, which is such a cool concept, like the black magic people, the demon, Frankie. You got all sorts of really cool comics in DC. I think DC is way better. Would America be better off with 3 near equal parties? 3 parties?
News latest.
What do you mean 3 equal parties? Okay, so the poll right now is done, I guess. The poll right now is 66% said no. You're not excited about the Democrats. All right, so you think it should be? Would you be? I don't know what that means, though. Skyjacker, Fox News is owned by a former Australian, hence the corresponding high school attitude to anything naughty. Yeah, I guess so. The Australian, he's an Aussie, maybe. New poll, would America be better off with 3 near equal parties? But Kirk, I don't know what that means, 3 near equal parties. Tell me what that means and I'll make the poll. I don't know what that means, 3 near equal parties. What does that mean? 3 near equal parties. Do you just mean like it's split, like 3 parties in the House, so that there's like each one has a third of the House? Is that what you mean? 3 equally powerful, equally in power. Superman is weak, couldn't take out Lex. He could take out Lex anytime he wants. What do you mean? He takes out Lex all the time. He takes out Lex all the time. But Lex is super smart, and he gets the people on his side. That's what's great about Lex Luthor. He appeals to people's worst side, and Superman appeals to people's best side. So sometimes Lex wins. That's pretty cool. Don't you know billionaires have your back? All right, we're going to do that. A left-leaning party, then the moderate, roughly 3 positions represented. Oh, okay. So we'll have 3. Would America be better with 3 parties? Left, moderate, right? That's a good. I guess that's a good one.
The Bolsheviks are coming. What is going on?
The Bolsheviks. I like that. For the many, not the few. Solidarity. Oh, I want that poster for my new house.
Over this country is progressives are on the march. And just before I left the office, I saw Fox Television in their headlines. The end of the world is coming. Progressives are winning elections. Socialism is taking over the world. Real panic. Bernie watches Fox. What's up, Bernie?
Real panic. Of course he watches Fox. Everybody watches Fox.
Come on the show. Finally, Sanders has an army, but
no one's coming on your show with your blown out back. You fucking.
Donnie's commies are a whole new breed, and the establishment can't see it coming.
We talk a lot about the party being a big tent party, and we should be.
We are a big tent party. That's who we are.
One of the things that makes the Democratic Party great is it's a big tent party.
It is a big tent party. That has always been the case with Democrats. That's why there were these things called Dixiecrats, because they're a big tent. How do you guys feel about the Dixiecrats? You like those guys? That's why Southern Democrats were all about Southern Democrats were all about killing Martin Luther King Jr. And Northern Democrats were all about not killing Martin Luther King Jr. But yet they're still part of the same party. The Workers' Party, supposedly. The party of the people. In the South, the Democrats, they were okay with Jim Crow. They liked it. The people up north thought that it was a scourge, that it was a blight on the entire history of the United States. And they were in the same party? It's almost like today, Republicans used to be a big tent. You could be someone like Thomas Massey, who really cares about things like, I don't know, finding out who was on Epstein Island. And you can also have the Nazis. But now the Nazis have taken over the Republican Party. Will the communists and the socialists take over the Democrat Party because they're a big tent?
You need to stay that way.
These people are fools. The tent's not big enough for both of them. When the commies come in, they're not going to share it. They're there to take you out. The communists are like,
good idea. So I guess, the same thing happened with the Republicans. The Nazis come in, because the opposite of communist is Nazi. So the Nazis come in and they took over the Republican Party. And now you're seeing a response to that. That was bound to happen. It was bound to happen.
Parasites. They're going to use the Democratic Party to get ballot access, get elected, caucus with them when it works, and then suck them dry until they die. The party,
like MAGA,
did it to themselves. They screwed up so badly and didn't deliver a damn thing when they had power that they had to play footsie with the commies to shore up their base.
Like Republicans.
And now they're completely out of power. They're weak. Brand's in the toilet.
No, not like Zionists. Although, I'm talking about America right now is what I'm talking about. Thanks for asking, though. Not really talking about Zionism right now. If you want to, maybe there'll be even a news story. We can talk about it. But or you could put a super chat and I'll address whatever you'd like, whatever your thoughts are. Or you could call in. You could call in. And there's a call-in link. You can call in and talk to me about it. If you think that we want to talk about Zionism, let's talk about it. I'd love to explore why you think that they're Nazis. But really, the Nazis I care about right here at home is MAGA. MAGA is the nationalist socialist movement. They are the white Christian nationalist socialists. That's what MAGA is. Or for short, we call them Nazis. The Democratic Socialists, they call them now, are basically socialist Democrats, social Democrats. That's what they were called in those times. Nazis hate social Democrats. They're not really communist, but they're a little communist. But yeah, they hate them. They don't like pluralism and international cooperation and globalism. They don't like that shit, those Nazis. They don't like minorities. The Democratic Socialists do. The Social Democrats do. I like Social Democrats better. That's what I've always called them. That's what the world has always called them. And now they changed their name to Democratic Socialists. It's kind of like I like the word Nazi better because it carries a little weight. People hate Nazis. People don't hate MAGA like they should. But MAGA is just another word for Nazi. They've just rebranded. It's the same old conflict. You have the Social Democrats and the Nationalist Socialists, and they have been fighting since, well, I mean, since they had that, I don't know, since at least the early 20s, I guess. But, it goes before that. It goes into like the 1840s probably, but they didn't have those names, and it was just starting out. There's new ideas about how we're going to organize society, but it really comes to a head early last century, about 100 years ago. And now 100 years later, we're doing it all over again. Social Democrats versus the Nazis, National Socialists, Socialist Democrats, Democratic Socialists versus National Socialists. Same thing. Same old fight.
And they open the door just
except whose side are you going to be on? You get to choose. You ever watch World War II movies and you're like, I wonder which side I would be on if I were living during that time. Well, now you get to find out.
And danger walked right in. These people are cold-blooded revolutionaries who want to bury America. Bury it. Some Democrats get it.
Lady, I ain't in the same party as you.
Revolutionaries don't want to bury America. They want to make America great for once.
I'm sorry. They're just not. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent. And there's just some that I can't be in the same tent with. These people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly. But
sound familiar? That's exactly what that's what old school Republicans said about MAGA. Sound familiar? Does it sound familiar? This is the shit that Lindsey Graham and Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan, that's the shit that they said when the Tea Party and then MAGA was rising up. Because it was Nazis. And now on the other side, the opposite of Nazis is Social Democrats, and they're going to do the same thing. They're rising up, and the old school don't like that shit. They don't like this idea. Oh, what? I can't take money from corporations anymore? What?
I'm done. I'm not in a political party.
The Cajun Paul Revere. But the commie wave is creating a lot of cowards. Anonymous DC executives are calling it an earthquake, but they won't go public. Phones are ringing off the hook with people asking, are we going to let them take over the party? Or are we going to stand up and fight back? That right there is the question. And can the Democrats fight?
I mean, the Raging Cajun, he's also married to a Republican. I mean, the whole thing, he's always just been a gamer. The Raging Cajun is a gamer. He doesn't give a shit about politics. He just cares about who wins.
Commies and Trump.
He doesn't care about people. He cares about the winners and losers. Just like a lot of these cucks, they all believe you think Lindsey Graham cares about the people of South Carolina? He cares about who wins and loses. That's all he cares about.
They've been fighting Trump so hard, they got a blind spot. Ask any general. When you're fighting someone on the left and on the right, that means you're surrounded. That means you better have a big old gun and a big old bunker. Guerrilla warfare on the left, conventional warfare on the right.
That's what happened to the Republicans. That's why there's no Republicans in the left anymore. Jesse Waters is actually right, but he's missing the point. He's missing the fact that we've already seen this play out over the last 10 years, over the last 15 years with the Republicans. You saw the Tea Party start to come up, and Republicans were stuck between fighting the Democrats and fighting the Tea Party. And eventually, because the Tea Party became MAGA and they were sick of losing, they took over the Republicans. And whoever was left either joined the Nazi Party or they ran. They ran for the hills. Paul Ryan resigned. Mitt Romney resigned. Tom Tillis resigned. Many of them resigned because they were afraid of the Nazi movement in America. The same thing will likely happen here in America, here on the Democrat side. It'll take forever. But in the next 10 years, you'll see Social Democrats or Democratic Socialists. They'll change the party, and fewer old school Democrats will exist. And they'll either join the Social Democrats and fight the Nazis, or they'll switch sides like John Fetterman, or they'll resign. They'll run for the hills. because they can't stomach they can't stomach joining the Republicans. John Fetterman might just join the Republicans, but like Mitt Romney would never join the Democrats. He just ran because he was sick of the death threats from MAGA. So he ran. Tom Tillis ran. Like, I mean, how many do you want to? Which prominent Republicans resigned because of MAGA? Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, yeah, but Joe Kent, Thomas Massey. I'm thinking older than that. People like the like Paul Ryan era. John Boehner, I think, retired because of Donald Trump and them. Paul Ryan, Jeff Flake, Bob Corker, yes. Charlie Dent, Ed Royce, Trey Gowdy. Trey Gowdy's now on Fox News. These guys ran for the hills. And now more. Marjorie Taylor Greene ran for the hills because she's afraid of MAGA.
The Democratic Party, as it stands today, can't win that battle.
That's right.
They can't beat Trump, and they're afraid of their own base.
That's true.
And Democrats, they don't know who to trust. Like AOC. Whose side is she on?
Good question. Whose side is she on?
Well, I think we know.
I feel like it's deja vu all over again. That there was so much fear around that when I was elected, and none of it bore out to be true.
None of it bore out to be true? The squad defunded the police and gave us riots, crime, and DEI.
Didn't that happen during Donald Trump's term? What the fuck are you talking about? No one defunded any police. The defund police, the BLM, that all happened under Donald Trump.
And AOC's little friend Omar, her Somali buddies cost us $18 billion. And this new crew is to the left of them. These people want taxpayer-funded sex change surgeries. No borders, no prisons, no police. You know how you start a revolution? Same playbook. You raid the treasury, empty the prisons, and take out the cops.
Boba Fett, you're absolutely right. Just do a quick search. Research was, well, he wasn't an old school Dem, really. He called himself Democrat when the Democrats had power. And then when the Republicans had power, he called himself a Republican. And then when Steve Bannon got his hooks into Donald Trump and said, this is America's Hitler, that this type of politician only comes around once a century, his words, not mine, that this type of politician only comes around once a century. Comparing Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler, Steve Bannon, through all of his weight, which sizable weight, and all of his strategy behind Donald Trump in order to push a Nazi party, a groundswell of nationalist socialists in America. And now the Social Democrats, the same old story, now the Social Democrats, they're getting a little bit more play now because people are upset about the Nazis. So now we got the Social Democrats, Nationalist Socialists, Social Democrats. They are the age. That's like Slytherin and Gryffindor, guys. These are the age old, always hate each other. The dark side, the Sith and the Jedi. That's always been. It's like for as long as anybody can remember in modern history, it's the Nationalist Socialists and the fucking basically fascists and the Social Democrats. That's always been, or you want to call them fascists and communists, or you want to call them Nazis and Social Democrats. I mean, I think in modern political science, National Socialists and Social Democrats is exactly what they are. Exactly what they are.
People said we deserve 9/11, and they got elected in New York. Matt Taibbi writes this, quote, the Zoran Revolution is a whole...
I mean, we didn't deserve 9/11, but we kind of had it coming, just like Charlie Kirk. Oh, my God, 50-50 on this one, guys. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. I don't think we deserved 9/11. Did we kind of have it coming on 9/11, 2001? That's going to be the new poll. Did we kind of have it coming? We kind of had it coming. I don't think anybody deserved to die. Just like Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to die, but he kind of had it coming. You kind of could see that coming, right? You kind of saw that one coming.
F it, real thing version of Marxian socialism, instantly recognizable to anyone who's ever lived in a socialist country. This movement's young, ethnic, media savvy, with a real desire.
Marxian? Who the fuck said that? Matt Taibbi on Mamdani. Who the fuck is Matt Taibbi? Who's Matt Taibbi? I don't know who Matt Taibbi is. Taibbi, American author and journalist. Oh, she's just some journalist. Okay, so one journalist doesn't know how to write the word Marxist, though. Marxian? Oh, whatever, I don't care.
Anyone who's ever lived in a socialist country. This movement's young, ethnic, media savvy, with a real desire to overthrow the American system. Whole thing. Chevalier?
Whole thing. The whole thing. You mean like trying to rule by executive order rather than going through the, how a bill becomes a law part of the schoolhouse rocks? You mean that? Like shredding, like trying to do away with birthright citizenship like that? Like forcing us all to get real IDs to travel within our own country like that? I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but America's, as we know it, is gone. The America of 20 years ago is gone. It's gone. That fucking ship has sailed, homie.
One of the Bandani extremists called Manhattan occupied Lenape land and says we need to become bad bitches and seize the means of production. Yeah. This is the woman who says...
Seize the means of production. Why not? Let's seize the means of production. We built it. The workers built it. It's ours. Let's do it. Let's do it. Am I in California? No. Do you live in? Where do you live? Where do you live? Acid House. Where do you live?
She wants to eradicate Western civilization. She's never had a job. She's been a grad student for 7 years.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump's never had a job. To be fair, Donald Trump has never had a job. He's been a media celebrity for his entire life. He's never had a job. He never worked and had a job. Never even had a driver's license. He's never driven a car. Donald Trump has never driven a car. Donald Trump basically spent the 80s doing boner bumps, doing lines of cocaine off of young men's erections in Studio 54. And this is what we got. And then he became a reality TV star. And actually, when I was a kid, Donald Trump was doing like cameos. He was basically a cameo star on every TV show and shit like fucking Home Alone 2 and stuff like that, where he just shows up and says one line. Very, very, all the time. My whole life, I've known who Donald Trump was. Some bankrupted loser who pretends to be rich on TV. That's what he's always been. And then he got a reality show where he was a bankrupted loser who pretended to be rich on TV in a fake boardroom. But Americans are morons. They believed that they thought it was real. They call it reality TV. After all, it must be real.
Hannes was asked about her, and she played dumb.
A world without borders and a world without prisons or police is possible if necessary, the only moral way forward. She said abolish the border, all deportation is wrong. I mean, are those sentiments that you think Democratic candidates should hold?
Look, I don't know her. I'm not familiar with what she's written.
They pulled the same thing with Plattner. Oh, I'm not familiar with these allegations that he's abusing women. He's abusing women? I don't know him. Well, does the communist admit she's a communist on live cable?
What they're referring to are tweets from like 15 years ago. Let's find out when those tweets were. I actually don't know when those tweets were. When were those tweets tweeted by Chevalier that everyone is so crazy about now, talking about, I don't know, like abolishing prisons and stuff? 2018. So 8 years ago, the Internet Archive Wayback Machine preserved over 3,600 posts from her deleted account during this 4-year window between 2018 and 2022. She stated she deleted that count back in 2022 prior to the change in platform ownership. Angsty posts included profanity directed at establishment Democrats like Kamala Harris. She hates a Kamala Harris. Jesse Waters should love her. Calls to abolish police and borders, and controversial takes on interracial relationships in Israel. Aftermath. Following the resurfacing of the post, Chevalier deeply regretted her rhetoric, addressing and apologizing for her tweets. How old is Chevalier? How old is Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier? And then I can find out how old she was in 2018, because that matters too. She's 32 years old, so she was 24. She was 24 or 23 when she was writing those texts. So in her 20s, she wrote some texts about borders and shit. I don't know. I'm sure if you found some of the tweets when I was in my 20s. I mean, I think that Twitter, I've had an account since 2007 on Twitter. And when I started tweeting, you know, you try to be funny, or you're probably a little edgier when you're in your 20s. And I bet you if you dug into my Twitter, you'd probably find some shit that I probably regret writing. I bet you do. I bet if you went back to 2007, I bet you I wrote stuff that I shouldn't have written. I bet you I did. In my 20s, of course.
TV?
All sorts of Republicans ads to say, this is what you're going to get if you vote for the Democrats, a communist.
For far too long, this reactive conversation of what we should be afraid of has prevented us from being able to have a politics of hope and a politics of life that Democrats can actually identify with.
That wasn't an answer.
I think they're really afraid of women who are that are intellectual. I think they're so afraid. They're terrified of intellectual women, right? I think that's the scariest thing from these maggers. I think they're terrified of this. Because she is like a new brand. Like, she's not Kamala Harris. She is not Hillary Clinton. And neither is AOC. AOC is not Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris. These women are scaring the fuck out of maggers. Spamberger is not Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton.
She's a communist, and she's slick. And we told you last night, these commies have friends in high places.
They're not afraid of the term democratic socialism. I'm not scared of the term. I think they're scared of the term in this country. But Social Security is
They're afraid of the term democratic socialist, but they're not afraid of Nazi. That should tell you something. Americans are not afraid of being fascist. They're not afraid of being Nazis, but they're afraid of being democratic socialists.
democratic socialism, partly unemployment insurances, the people who pick up your garbage, the people who take the fire out at your house. All of these things are democratic socialism.
Having a fire...
Yes, having a fire department is socialism, and it is democratic socialism. It's true.
Department isn't...
Yeah, it's socialism. That's what it is.
Communism.
Sort of. It's not communism. No, it's socialism, you dumb fucks.
See, what she's doing is she's trying to soft pedal it, but eventually they'll come for Joy. You let them have their way, they're going to take all Joy's money. But the person with the most to lose, Schumer. Politico says...
Actually, here's the thing that they always want to say. They're going to take all your money. They're going to take all your money. Actually, the point of communism is that you'll just do stuff that you like to do, mostly. Because there is no money. That you won't do shit for money anymore. That no one will come to you and say, hey, work for me, I'll give you money. That's impossible now. That Joy Behar doesn't answer to anyone anymore. That would be communism. Because she would own a piece of the network that she's on. Crazy, right? Communism, so scary. But that's fucking far down the line. I mean, unless there's a bloody revolution, which, you know, that's just impatience. The reason why there's bloody revolutions is people get impatient with people like Jesse Waters, and they start looking like, hey, maybe it's a little quicker to cut some heads off instead. Might be quicker just to cut these heads off. And it might come to that because as the Nazi Party grows in America, Nationalist Socialist Party grows, and the Democratic Socialist Party grows, eventually they grow and they start bucking up against each other, and you start having more and more blood in the streets. It's happening. It's in the air, guys.
Schumer's office facing a 5-alarm fire. He's feeling that Latin heat.
I would say to Chuck Schumer, dude, you're in danger, because this, I think, puts a lot of wind in the sails of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Cortez, the conquistador, is sailing.
Wow, you guys, 9/11, we didn't kind of have it coming, huh? We were just minding our own business, and 9/11 happened. 62% of you have said no. We did not kind of have it coming. We were just minding our own business. America never did nothing wrong. And it just, out of nowhere, we got bombed on 9/11. Wow.
Straight at Schumer's seat.
Are you more inclined to possibly run for Senate after seeing the results of the 3 races in New York?
I think, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be breaking any news here. I'm definitely inspired and encouraged by all the new faces that we're going to be sending to the state assembly and to Congress.
Hip days are numbered. Mondani's going to tap a commie to give Hakeem a red card.
Are you concerned at all about a primary challenge in 2 years from, Mondani endorsed candidate?
When you ask me a serious question, I'll give you a serious answer.
Hakeem's running around D.C. and everyone's telling him he's next.
I kind of like his hat, to be honest. I think the straw hat is cool. I don't know. I like the hat. I like the hat.
CNBC, they said grow a pair before it's too late.
They were saying, you're next, about Hakeem Jeffries. You're next, you're next, you're next. You can't think this is
this is a positive development in New York politics, can you? And they'll just, Dems will be Dems or something like that. I don't see how you can say that. You need to reject those things, I think.
First of all, I've clearly rejected those things. That's number one.
Hakeem and Schumer just watched a band of Marxists run up in their backyard and plant a flag. Pelosi never would have let it get this far. She's from San.
That's true. Jesse Waters, man, I'm actually kind of shocked at how much Jesse Waters is getting right about this situation. But what he's so stupid, he never sees that we just literally saw this happen in the Republican Party. It's just the same thing again. And when it happens, and they will go away, Chuck Schumer will go away, and Hakeem Jeffries will go away, and all of the reasonable liberals will go away, because fuck them, they gave us Donald Trump. These fucks, people like Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, these simps are why we have Donald Trump. It's their fault. If you hate Donald Trump today, then you should hate Joe Biden, Barack Obama, fuck even Bill Clinton, because they never delivered for the people. They always chose party over people, the power of the executive branch over the people. And now you got Donald Trump. The nationalist socialist movement is here now because of them. Steffelson, hey Maggers, hey MAGA, if you could rebrand Sharia law as Christian but keep all of the anti-gay, anti-woman laws you guys love, how fast would you enact it? Like that. They love that. They hate the gays. I don't know why they hate the gays. They hate the gays. Are you afraid of gays? Are you afraid of gay? Why are people so afraid of the gays? Should that be the next? No, I want to say, are you afraid of... Which side will you be on? Democratic socialists? Or nationalist socialist? Which side will you be on? Let's start the poll. You only get to choose one.
Francisco, she knows how to keep the kooks in line. These two dudes are getting walked all over. The View?
It's true. Nancy Pelosi knew how to keep the kooks in line. She had everyone marching, goose stepping with the. She was a hell of an iron lady. She was our Margaret Thatcher.
Just declared a winner.
I think that New York is the nation's cultural and political capital, and that's just a fact. And I think the Democratic Socialists of America is a force to be reckoned with at this point.
Civil war is going to be ugly. Democrats, TV hosts, Hollywood, they're all going to have to take sides. What's Obama going to say? Nothing. What about Kamala, Clinton, Biden? One of these commies called Joe Biden a rapist and a war criminal.
I thought that you should love him then. I mean, that's how he looks to me most days. I don't think he was a rapist and a war criminal, but they're all war criminals. Every president's a war criminal. Barack Obama was a war criminal. These guys are starting to wake up. People are starting to wake up, and they're fucking pissed because they're sick of turning on the TV and seeing Donald Trump in charge and seeing some old asshole telling them that they got to go to war and that their kids got to go to war and that they can't buy a house because the corporations own them all. And the Democrats, their big housing bill says that corporations can only own 350 per shell company. You can only own 350 single family dwellings in order to control costs for us normies. Fuck you. Why should a corporation be allowed to own any homes? Why should a corporation be able to own anything that is required? It is a necessity of life. If it is a necessity of life, it belongs to all of us. A corporation should not be allowed to own it. I don't know why this is a difficult concept. Oh, it's because this country loves fascism. It always has. It always has loved corporations more than people. And this is the fucking friction. This is the conflict that that is coming to a head again. So, I mean, at the end of the day, what's probably going to happen is that the socialist Democrats, the Democratic Socialists, social Democrats will rise in power. And the second they start getting any power, you'll have a nationalist socialist in charge and we'll go to war. We'll go to war. kind of like when the Social Democrat FDR was in charge, he went to war with the Nazis, and then all the Nazis kind of disappeared in America, kind of hibernated for a while in America. And they came right back up at the end of the war. And then they wanted, what'd they do? Set to killing Social Democrats again. They went back to killing Social Democrats.
She called Obama evil. These people are here to purge the heavyweights out of the party, straight up. And the more the Democrat establishment fights back against the commie wave, the wave will just get bigger. Being attacked by the establishment legitimizes the commies with the base. The brawl is going to last years. Morning, Joe.
Matthew Ridenour, you're not seeing things clearly. In a civil war, there are no liberals. There are no liberals. There are no Republicans. In a civil war, it comes down to social democrats and Nazis. Every time the Civil War in the United States was basically fascism versus democracy, fascism versus federalism, fascism versus republicanism, whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, it's social democrats versus nationalist socialists. It's always the same fucking ideological battle. It's like humanity has to do this every 100 years. All the liberals go away. There are no more liberals in this scenario. That's why you're not hearing so much. Liberals are people like Hakeem Jeffries. Those are liberals. Oh, I'm pro-Israel, but I really don't. I think we should, do some moderate pulling back from AIPAC. Fuck you. That's a liberal. Liberals like I don't like Nazis, but we should listen to the alt-right and hear what they've got to say. I'm willing to work with anybody. That's a liberal. There's no room for that anymore. Those days are over. They ended when the Tea Party and Donald Trump were coming up. As soon as Donald Trump started talking about the fucking birth certificate, those days were over. The liberals just didn't know it. The liberals were just too stupid to see it because of let's hear everybody out party. Let's hear everybody out party. Let's hear them out one more time. Let's see if fascism works one more time.
The must-see Beltway show that keeps the Democratic coalition together is in mourning.
You have a real wave happening, Joe. I think the Democratic Party, you've got now two Democratic socialists, is taking on an overall persona. This is where the energy is in the party. You and I can agree to disagree on this. I believe the Democratic Party overall is going too hard left. I believe there is anti-Semitism in there. We'll save that for another day. But I believe this is a branding issue for the Democrats that they are going to have to answer for.
I have little woman bitch hands? What? Do you know how big my fucking hand is? My hand is huge, dude. I have little woman bitch hands. Wow, no one's ever said that to me ever. That is a new one. I appreciate you, Newman. At least you're original. I've never heard that my entire life. Thank you very, very, very much for that. You made me like that. Fascism is fine, but socialism is evil. It's funny because Donald Trump is a socialist. He's just a nationalist socialist. He is a socialist. He has nationalized a giant chunk of Intel. He is really hot on tariffs. He wants to use $1 trillion to bloat the military in order to control enemies at home. He wants to bloat the agencies that he claimed back in the day that he wanted to tear down, because that's what they always say in the beginning. But no, he wants to have a personal paramilitary group like the Gestapo, the ICE. He's using them basically like they use the Gestapo. It's just socialism. He takes your money for the public good, and he prioritizes the public good over private profit. Except the public good in his eyes is white people, white heterosexual normative people. That's the public in his eyes. And he wants to take money from the people, pool the resources in order to prioritize white people over everyone else, and corporation, and then corporate and that he does that with corporate. That's important because he does that through corporate partnership. Yeah, and the social democrats are like, no, we're going to use socialism to nationalize all of the fucking corporations. There won't be any more corporations, and the people will own the corporations. People will have more control over their destiny. You'll be able to vote for your boss. That type of idea, like crazy ideas, like we're going to prevent crime rather than just punish it. We're going to prevent crime rather than have, because we're going to prioritize public good for all over private profit. Same kind of idea, just two different ways of looking at it, like always. Never changes.
Branding? Well, If you let communists into your party, then you're okay with communism. What kind of American political party hears someone say, oh, well, we're here to destroy Western civilization, and says, come on in, Big Tent.
You see, Western civilization is a dog whistle for white. That's what Western civilization means. It means white. That's what it means. They say Western civilization so that white people can take credit for things like philosophy and democracy, the stuff that the ancient Greeks did. But really, Western civilization is just colonialism, taking credit as well for the Greeks and the Romans and the ancient empires. So they would take credit for all that. We call it Western civilization. Like, for example, Australia is part of the West. Are they, though? Pacifica is part of the West. They're Western civilization. So it's just racism when people say that.
That's like, you're the babysitter? Your name's Charles Manson? Come on in, Big Tent. Are they a threat? Absolutely. Are they also so stupid it's kind of funny? Yes. One of these little elves actually wants to have government-run airlines.
My hot take is we need to abolish pre-check. I've got like a million beefs with the airline industry. In the process of having to fly, we need to like nationalize the airline industry. But let's start by abolishing pre-check.
You might not know this, but pre-check has already been abolished by Donald Trump. Pre-check no longer exists. I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Did Donald Trump's administration successfully abolish pre-check at the TSA? No, but they have attempted to temporarily halt the program during government shutdown. The quickly reversed course after intense public and industry backlash. So they did, but then they reversed it. Damn. Quick reversal. After the initial announcement, the administration walked back the pre-check suspension. I never got that follow-up. Okay, so I was wrong. TSA pre-check was taken away, but now it's back. Now it's fully operational again. They will get rid of it, but I think pre-check should be gone anyway. Why should some rich people get able to go? Why are they allowed to go faster than everybody else? TSA is owned by us, and now there's Clear. You could pay a monthly subscription. It's coming, though. They want to break the TSA. It's in Project 2025 to break the TSA, to destroy it.
So no pre-check, no Clear. Everybody waits in one big old line.
Yeah. I guess you should make it efficient. Yeah, everyone waits in one big old line so that rich people complain and it becomes more efficient for us all, rather than be like, oh, you don't like it? You can go into this other line because you're rich, and all the poor has got to be in the fuck you. We're all in the same line. That's the only way bureaucracy works. You realize if Tom Cruise wants to have a driver's license, he has to wait in line at the DMV next to me. I got to have DMV with me. If I'm at the DMV, Tom Cruise might be there because he's treated the same as I am in the eyes of bureaucracy. He can't send somebody else for that type of shit. Well, I mean, these days, a lot of it's online and everything. That's the great, the great equalizer. But he's still got to get his picture taken. He's still got to do all the same shit I do if he wants to navigate the bureaucracy of America. I have a guest call in. Her name is Nadia. How you doing, Nadia? What's the deal and how you feeling?
Hello. Oh, it's I'm gonna have a hitchlag. It's 34 degrees out here.
And no AC. The Germans don't have AC. How are you feeling about that Germany move now?
Well, I should have arranged a summer home in Tromsø or maybe Canuck.
Well, it's like 90 degrees there. So
34.
Yeah, 34. So it's like 93 degrees there. How hot is 94 degrees Celsius?
That's
Fahrenheit?
boiling water.
100 is boiling water, right? No, wait, 100 Celsius is boiling water, and 34.
I mean, 94 is.
How hot is 34 degrees centigrade in Fahrenheit?
Oh, I mean,
93. I was right on the money.
Liberia
it's 93. I was right on the money, Nadia. You dare argue with me? I was right on the money. It's 93 degrees.
Liberia and the United States are the only two places that use that stuff.
I don't care. I live in America. So did you want to talk about the heat that you're going to have? Tens of thousands of people died last time there was a big heat stroke. I was actually living in Europe during that one, but they say only hundreds will die this time of heat stroke. Is that what you called to talk about? Was the heat wave in Europe?
I guess it's worth mentioning, although it may also be worth mentioning that the dictator, etc., kind of made himself unpopular by number one, screwing the country over, number two, kind of driving it into a ditch and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, Thomas Massey said that Thomas Massey said we're in charge of everything, and yet we're bankrupting the country, we're starting new wars, and we're shredding the Constitution. That's what Thomas Massey said about his own party.
In the United States, yeah. So the the organic support in like actual Germany for the things you're going on about are pretty low, but the United States has been exporting it back.
Yes.
And the what is it called? Well, there was a AFD influencer who was, I guess, getting like a massive MAGA love-in about her German genes, GENE.
What was her name? I forget the AFD lady. AFD is the for everyone who doesn't know, is the Alternative für Deutschland, and that is the new brand for the Nazi Party of Germany. Just like here they call it the alternative right. Over there they call it the alternative for Germany, which is the Nazi Party. MAGA is ours, theirs is AFD.
And these guys don't really even like cover up very much that they are almost entirely American backed. I mean, like the 2019, Verfassungsschutz had to arrest a group called in English. Their entire name was in English, right? So it's not even a translation of a German name into English. So I can tell you, they were named something in English.
Yeah,
and that was the National Socialist Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, Deutschland.
I mean, it makes sense that the Hells Angels are basically the biggest organized crime in Germany now, and they are very, very alt-right, very MAGA, and it's pretty common to see that in Germany as it's rising up. As they militarize more and more, I think you'll see it even more. This hierarchy extending into the public. But how you feeling about it? How are you feeling about it? I mean, it seems like Germany might be the you thought you were going to escape the fascist uprising, but seems like you just
Musk and Thiel just kind of like bought the place out. Yeah.
And yeah, Musk and Thiel, they bought Germany. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm shitting my pants. I guess there's some elections coming up like September, and like as far as anybody can tell, it's kind of like a question of whether the CDU will become a mere appendage of the AFD, or the AFD will just kind of like not even bother making a coalition with the CDU and just take over the entire country.
For people who don't know, the CDU is the Christian Democratic Union, and they're like the Republicans, and they are being pulled to the right by the DFD and the AfD because they form coalitions in the German government, in the Reichstag and Bundesrat. Such great names, the Bundesrat and the Reichstag. They're basically like our Senate and Congress, very similar. Their constitution was written by Americans, so their government is very similar to ours. Well, I mean, you might end up in the same position then. You might end up you escaped America to hopefully not be here when the Nazis take over, and now where are you? You're in a place where the Nazis are taking over.
I may have to run again. Yeah. I guess.
Where's next? What are you thinking? What's the next safe? Because you might have just out of the frying pan into the fire.
Well, not entirely, because it's still. I think the flame is several meters higher in the United States, but
I don't know. You're in Berlin, and that's in East Germany, and East Germany is a hotbed for alt-right Nazis, neo-Nazis, and alt-right conservatives.
I don't know. They just all quote Marx at me. It's kind of like
in the city.
Yeah,
but you're surrounded by East Germany in Berlin.
I went around and I
Go to
traveled
Dresden.
on Deutsche Bahn.
Go to Dresden and see how they talk out there. They're not going to be quoting Marx out there.
I don't know about that, but because BSV, Sarah Wagenknecht's party is got some.
All right, so let's say it all hits the fan. Where's next stop? What do you think is the next safest place to go if you are you running from the fascist scourge?
Well, my ability to survive the tropics is not high.
Okay, so not the tropics.
But I guess either I find a way into northern China, like Harbin, or China period, or basically Thailand or Vietnam.
Oh, so you're thinking Asia's the next? You think Europe's is a lost cause? You think it's all going fascist? Even the French?
Well, I mean, if Germany is not holding, then pretty much the entire kind of NATO Gladio kind of
it all falls.
Secret thingy has won and conquered the whole continent.
I guess you're right. Since NATO is literally just bragging in the White House today about how much money they're spending on the military, and Germany supposedly has a plan to up their GDP contribution to their military to 5%, making it the third biggest army in the world, right behind China. Then I guess you're right. I mean, you might not. Europe's lost at that point. So Asia's next, huh? You got to go to Asia.
Yeah, I just kind of run where yeah, I'm not going to be put in ovens. Yeah, going where it's cold is.
What about Canada?
So Canada has the whole NATO problem.
Yeah, dang it, you're right.
The I guess Russia has been having its kind of like a colonial backlash or anti-colonial backlash, or whatever.
Okay, but as you get further and further away from the central government of these places, so like if you move to Alaska, I bet you wouldn't even feel the fascism in Alaska. They're practically like pioneers out there. Like if you lived in Juneau, not Anchorage maybe, but in some place like Juneau where there's not even a road, they got to fly in. You're pretty safe, I think.
I got health issues that kind of make the formal economy something I can't really, dodge dealing with. So it's it's not a whole lot of like going off the grid or whatever for me.
Never Under Pressure says Peru, but Peru's in the tropics.
Latin, the tropics are maybe less of a concern, even though they are still a concern, than it is the whole Latin American Monroe doctrine kind of CIA is going to take over the place any minute now. Kind of.
Yeah, but they might not. They might not get so far. They might not get so far as to get to ovens. They might not be so bad. I think in Germany, if it falls, it'll fall hard. Peru, Argentina, like Tierra del Fuego.
Have you seen Javier Milei in Argentina?
Yeah, but Milei doesn't have his power centralized in places like deep south where it's rural. I think you just go rural all the way down to like Tierra del Fuego where it gets cold again, so you're not in the tropics. You're on the other side. Instead of going to the north, you go to the deep south.
Oh, well, Rio Gallegos, Tierra del Fuego is kind of just kind of barren, but
it's barren, but there's towns there and shit.
Rio Gallegos, well, Ushuaia is kind of like the one, but yeah, the Rio Gallegos is more of the Patagonian kind of thing. But the main thing is Javier Milei is a puppet who's I guess a string puller is in Langley, Virginia. So
but they might kill him. Like I think in South America we still have a chance. I don't think the Germans are going to kill the Nazi leaders if it goes to if AfD takes power. I don't think the Germans have it in them to kill the leaders. But Javier Milei, why not kill Javier Milei? I mean, they might go ahead and do it.
There's been dictatorships down there before, and they went after people like me too.
They did.
Which is kind of like not really.
You're right.
very well publicized or broadcast, whatever. But there's
So
kind
you're
of
thinking
already
northern
been-
China. Where do
Oh,
you
yeah,
think people?
China's been-
Everyone in the chat, let me know, Sky City Rebels, if you want to escape the rise of populist alt-right Nazi parties like MAGA, where can you go? Nadia is saying that it cannot be a NATO country. That cuts out like half the countries that's on your list, I think. I'm thinking, hold on, what about Belize? Belize got lots of white people there. They speak English, and they don't want anything to do with America down there.
The entire New World has the whole Donroe Doctrine problem, right? So,
what about Costa Rica? They don't even have a military. They're like super
Same.
chill.
I mean, they're all subject to the CIA coups.
But they would have to be marched on. Like someone would have to come to Costa Rica and take them over. And I don't think the Costa Ricans are going to elect a far right Nazi like Germany and America, Russia,
Argentina.
Argentina. But you think they're going to march on? You think Argentina's going to march on Costa Rica? I don't see it. I don't see it happening.
Well, the whole marching on did happen in Central America in the 80s.
Yeah, in the 80s, but that was this. But that was because America and England had all these resources they were throwing at their perceived enemies. You know, nowadays, yeah. Okay, so you're thinking northern China.
I mean,
get on the Orient Express, go to China.
China's got a pretty good, solid. It's able to defend itself on one hand, and on the other, it's not going to go very far to the right. On the northern China part is the once I get inside of China, I pick my own climate because it's big enough, and I'll just go north to like Harbin.
Two Dude Mama says she's getting dizzy because you're moving around.
Well, I'm not moving for long. I am just preparing the seat to sit down and so on. But yeah.
Okay, but northern China, I don't know if they'll let you in. I don't think they'll let you in as an American passport holder.
Oh, the 2 or 3 things on that front are I want to go there I can't really like say, oh, I want to declare asylum or something, right?
You get
because nobody believes in that shit. Right. It's kind of like exists as a technicality that there are some lottery winners somewhere in the world who I guess occasionally get it, but the reality is you pretty much got to get a job and all that kind of stuff. So, and of course the tech sector in China is booming. So my plot for the Chinese angle is if I can get into their tech sector, then I go there. For otherwise, it's kind of like follow the job and so on.
Yeah. But you think China? Okay, I like this idea. We'll all escape to China if they come. I'm going to stick it out. I'll just get black bagged. I think that they'll kill me. I don't think that I'm going to be. I think they're going to make it quick. I don't think they're going to do. They'll just kill me real fast. I think so. I'm going to keep on talking shit.
Well, they're building huge prisons. They got the.
Yeah, but they'll kill me in there. I'll go on a hunger strike. They'll force feed me, and then they'll die of COVID or something while I'm sitting in their prisons, in their concentration camps.
Let me see where I had this. It's a thing about the data centers, right? Kind of like the United States already has like 10 times the number of data centers as the rest of the world combined before this whole AI data center building spree even started. So what are these data centers about?
Surveillance.
Yeah. So
it's the only reason to build these data centers is surveillance. It's the only reason. Why else would they build them? Crunch data that you're collecting on us.
So
There's no other reason to build a data center. Not like these, anyway.
So there's a link to a little video right there. And then, well, what's the point of surveillance?
Control.
I'm not sure. Control is a full summary.
Well, it's not. It's not a full summary, but I mean, like, what do you want me to say?
I think the fuller summary was done by an author named Edwin Black.
Okay.
And he wrote about IBM in the early 1940s.
Yeah.
I guess early to mid. And you can see this IBM and the Holocaust is pretty much, they use the surveillance and the computing machinery to track down all the people they want to wipe out, and then they wipe them out very efficiently.
Well, that's the whole idea, right? Okay, let's see what we got here. What are data centers really for?
Data centers are popping up all over the country, thousands of them.
Utah could soon be home to one of the nation's most
Thousands
advanced data centers.
Developers of a data center that broke ground today say that it will be the largest infrastructure deployment in the United States.
We've seen data center proposals and projects pop up all around the metro, and today officials broke ground on one of them, a data center in Independence. The Nebius AI data center will become a reality thanks to $150 billion in bonds.
They're telling us all of this is necessary because we are in an existential arms race against China.
We are leading China by a lot in the AI race, and whoever wins the AI race, and we're going to win it.
When President Trump took office, he gave us all a monumental task. He said we have to make America the world leader in artificial intelligence.
The president wants us to be pro-innovation. He wants us to win the AI race against all other countries in the world. He recognizes that AI is going to be an important tool, not just for our economy, but for our military. And so he wants to ensure that we are winning that particular race.
They also tell us that in order to win this race, we must build more data centers. Trillions of dollars worth more.
We have a race to be the AI capital of the world, and we have to win it. We have all sorts of different investment coming in. It's amounting into the trillions, where ground is already being broken for data centers across the country.
I'm here in Mansfield, Georgia.
These fucking places, they do. I think that just the aesthetic of them is, I don't know. It gives me pause. Just the aesthetic of these data centers. It kind of remind me of certain other types of buildings. They kind of look like CCOT to me.
Well, they're building a lot of prisons too.
They are building. They are building a lot of prison. They are building a lot of concentration camps.
By a 2 million square foot data
centers is the prisons. Actually, they're building not really building the data centers very fast. They've got at least talk about it, haven't they?
Well, they're actually having to talk about the data centers. They don't have to talk about building for-profit prisons.
Yeah, because it's actually getting done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. You could build a prison quite quickly. A data center takes a lot longer to build. It's easy to build a prison. It's like building you could be building schools really, but it's easy to build buildings for concentration camps. Look at these things though, like these blocks and like it just looks so inorganic, I guess. It looks so anti-human infrastructure. Do you know what I mean?
Half of it's the industrial crematoria, and then the other half of it's for the people before they get put into the crematoria.
Yeah, but the data centers also look like similar structures to me. Do you know what I'm saying? It just looks like very anti-human being.
In our facility. Facilities like this are being used to power things like ChatGPT and other AI tools that are becoming integrated into our daily life.
So that's what they're telling us.
I tell you what, I use Gemini every day. I've been using Gemini about because I can ask it about my move. I can ask it about how am I feeling about my move. I ask it to rerun every time I have to negotiate on the numbers for my house sale. I can ask it to redo the math about what it's going to look like on the other side. It's crazy.
You remember the Rex 84 conspiracies?
No, I don't think so.
So it's kind of like a bunch of I guess things about how it was kind of went out of the right wing. They were saying that there are all these concentration camps, and then they were going to put U.S. citizens into them, and then they were going to be the crematory ovens all over the place, and I guess they had some theories that it was going to be UN troops that were occupying the United States or something like that. But anyway,
let me address this comment real fast. I'm sorry, Nadia. I like this comment a lot. Let me just address it really quickly. I'll bring you right back. Why are planes falling out of the sky? Oh, DEI. That's why. Well, kind of. I mean, Ryan Duffy is a DEI hire. He was hired because he's a white boy who was famous on TV for a show called The Real World or Road Rules. He was a reality TV star that Donald Trump liked. A DEI hire. He was hired because he's white and on TV a lot. And now he's the head of the Federal Aviation, FAA, and the FTC, and yet you're surprised that planes are falling out of the sky? You're right. It is DEI because he was hired because he's white. You fucking moron. It makes me sick to my stomach that people would blame people of the planes falling, of operator error. The planes are falling out of the sky because of not operational errors, but because of organizational errors. They're destroying.
Yeah, I should mention that if the flight issues you're talking about, make it so that you actually kind of have to be even more careful than just not trying to deliberately travel to the United States. You actually need to review your flight paths that you're going to take if you're flying anywhere around the United States, like to Canada or South America or wherever.
Oh, right, you can't even have a holdover in America. You shit.
Never mind the holdover. You need to actually see that the flight paths do not involve reserving the United States' nearby airports or nearest airports as a emergency stop in the case of like some kind of emergency. Mm-hmm. Because in the case of those kinds of emergencies, even though you didn't plan to go to the United States, they would, in the emergency, decide to go there.
Yeah, they might land there because of whatever. You're absolutely right. Well,
it's not just that they will abuse you because they're doing the paperwork funding on the ground or whatever. They also have these flight control problems. That means, that they can pretty much just like wreck your plane or are actually very liable to wreck your entire plane that you're flying around inside of, beyond, just however they're going to abuse you when they...
See, I think that if you could just stay out of the government's way, reliably, like if you don't rely on them, like when I moved to New Mexico, I don't think they're coming for me as much as they're coming for me here. I'm surrounded by MAGA here. If I'm out there by myself growing my own vegetables and shit, I don't think that I'm going to have as much of a problem. But here we go. Let's finish your data center thing.
We need trillions of dollars worth of data centers to power ChatGPT. But is that actually true? Because as it stands, the US already has 5,000 data centers in operation, 10 times more than the next country, Germany, which is just over 500. Big bad China is at number 4 with 449.
Germany's number 2?
In fact, we have more data centers than the next 9 countries combined. And this next part is what truly does not make any sense. Based on the latest estimate, in addition to the 5,000 data centers that we already have, nearly 3,000 new data centers are under construction or planned across the United States. The math just ain't mathin'. And believe me, I am not the only one noticing. Could all of this just be a cover story? What if the AI arms race isn't with a foreign adversary at all? What if it's actually preparing for something else, something much closer to home? During the Vietnam War, the NSA ran a secret domestic...
It's weird that I didn't know the Germans had that many data centers. I had no idea. That was the thing.
Espionage program called Project Minaret, whereby the agency intercepted thousands of communications, specifically targeting American anti-war activists, civil rights leaders, and political journalists. Decades later, as the U.S. was engaged in the Iraq War, AT&T collaborated with the NSA to install fiber optic splitters at its facility in room 641A at 611 Folsom Street in San Francisco, allowing the agency to mirror and analyze all internet traffic passing through the building, capturing both domestic and foreign communications without a warrant. Now, fast forward to today, the Anti-Defamation League, with massive federal backing, is actively tracking thousands of what they deem to be quote-unquote anti-Semitic incidents across the country, which includes anti-war protests and pro-Palestine rallies, calling these incidents a threat to national security.
Number one, we need NYPD back on this campus or bring in the National Guard.
The difference between then and now, though, is that targeted wiretaps and communication intercepts were more than sufficient because dissent was highly centralized. Today, that is not so easy. Anyone with a smartphone is now potentially a vector to instantly spread ideas that the government or other powerful lobbying groups could deem a threat to national stability. I think you know where I'm going with this. They're not building AI data centers. They're building AI surveillance centers, allegedly. Now, before we continue, I just want to really quickly tell you.
Yeah, clearly. So let's cut to the chase. What do you think, Nadia? What I said that it's for that this surveillance, it's for surveillance, it's for control. And you said, well, what kind of control? What do you think? Tell me what you think.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, everybody's like saying, oh, surveillance, but they stop short of what are they going to do with the information they get by surveilling people.
Yeah.
And the answer to that is obviously they're going to carry out a Holocaust.
Yeah. a Holocaust, a culling of the underclass.
Right. So that they will, for instance, annihilate all of the trans people and
autistic people.
Likely the rest of LGBT as well. And anyone who is a professed atheist and anyone who's a professed, I guess, anything to the left of Mussolini and so on.
To the left of Mussolini's going in the guillotine. We're all going in the wood chipper.
I guess wood chipper is the CCOT method, and then I don't know. These guys, I guess they are rumored to like crematoria, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that Steve Miller loves the crematoria. Like that makes perfect sense to me. But you still need wood chippers, right? Because the bones, they still got to get ground up. They go into like a threshing machine as well. Like they go into a grinder. So either way, you're going to end up in a wood chipper like machine, whether or not there's a crematorium. Yeah. So they got to get both at the end of the day. Okay, so we're all going into that. That's not great. So run? Is that the answer? What do we do?
My answer was to run. Yes. Okay. And I kind of realized that, the whole NATO Gladio poison pill was a big issue with the exact place I could get kind of backing to go to. But I kind of was limited by where the job was actually taking place and so on.
But you might have just bought a little time. It seems like Germany's in second place on this whole project right now.
No, nowhere near second place. But
it said second place. It said that the data center Germany's number 2.
Well, UK is probably more politically second place than. I'm not sure the infrastructure per se. Yeah.
The surveillance infrastructure is more prevalent in the UK, but the processing infrastructure is in Germany, US, and China, or US, Germany, China.
There's also kind of the other issue with Germany, which is that the whole kind of like bases that will be used as kind of launching points for drones and the manufacturing facilities for the drones and all that kind of stuff that are being launched into Russia is going to rapidly come up against the adoption of the Khamenei doctrine from Mojtaba Khamenei, which is that if somebody's bases are being used, even though that country is not a direct belligerent, that makes that country a belligerent, and that base is a legitimate target.
Right. The Ayatollah doctrine, basically, right? Like if
Khamenei,
yeah.
So they want to. I mean, you got a guy, Karaganov, who's actually giving interviews on English language shows, saying that Russia should be set off a nuke in a NATO country as a demonstration of firepower and capability to deter further incursions on Russia. So this guy is making the rounds on English language media, right? Karaganov. At the very least, the Khamenei doctrine advocates within Russia are pushing hard, and they are not the leading edge. The people who just say go nuke first are leading edge, right? So,
right.
Yeah.
Karg Island was why Karg Island would have required ground troops though, and we weren't willing to do it. So, I guess like I don't know. What are we going to end up like Karg Island's still in the hands of the Iranians, though, right?
I mean, the entire kind of war is illegitimate, and I guess the question for anyone with the United States is like, they have kind of the upper tiers of power in civilian and military power structures seized by, if not foreign actors, then at least ones that are not faithful to the interests of the population at large and the state as a whole. The real question is, why isn't there a war being waged against that illegitimate faction that's been running haywire with the military and the civilian?
And why isn't there?
Yeah. So I'm not sure. From
it seems
without that kind of like resistance, it's kind of like, well, I might as well just run because nobody's defending my ass, right? These guys are gonna just throw me in a fucking oven. Yeah. Speaking of ovens, yes, IBM the Holocaust.
Speaking
those data
of
centers,
ovens,
yeah. What do they do with the information they get by surveilling you? They throw you in a fucking oven. That's
always where it ends up. That's always where it seems to end. Is they throw you in a gulag or an oven or a wood chipper. They throw you someplace where they put you someplace you don't want to be. Is what they do with that information. That's what, because like the Stasis in the Staatspolizei, the Stasi in Eastern Germany, they did a bunch of surveillance and collected a surprising amount of information about everybody. And they didn't put people in ovens. They just sent them to gulags and prison camps and labor camps.
I mean, they were the commies, right? So they kind of have a whole different set of motives and methods and all that kind of stuff. So that's
the DD. Yeah.
I don't think
I guess the point to me is that it doesn't matter if it's communist or fascist. When they're collecting a bunch of information on you, it doesn't end well, is my point, I suppose. It never ends well.
Yeah, pretty much. Although the anytime somebody goes, oh, well, it doesn't matter if they're communist or fascist, I'm kind of like, it always matters.
Well, of course it matters, but I mean, they still are going to put people in fucking death camps either way. I mean, it's like if you live free or die, I guess is the answer, right? I mean, live free or die.
Well, the information is probably the determining factor, right? When they collect the information like this, they're up to no good.
It's authoritarianism. Yeah, as soon as they start making lists of people and collecting information on you, I think your days are numbered. Your days are numbered.
There is a whole story behind the word authoritarianism. I guess also the word totalitarianism. Oh boy, about the Adorno and not Horkheimer. It was Adorno and Altemeyer. For authoritarianism and I think totalitarianism. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, totalitarianism. But the idea that they're going to tell you what hats to wear and what socks to wear, and I mean, it gets to the point where you're in a super high control environment. And I think that we're all going to get there. I think we're almost there.
They stripped the whole kind of class aspect out of it, right? So they have there's no more like big money, wealth, and power background setting to the analysis. It's all just kind of like personalized, individualized, and whatever. So once you have somebody paying to get your big money, wealth, and power structure out of the picture is not a good actor. And the people who were paying for those things were not good actors. Yeah.
Right, which is why you got which is where you get IBM and the Holocaust. People funding these things and making money of those things are not people funding them, and people making money off of those things are not good actors. I mean, it goes the other way too. If you're receiving people like Porsche and Mercedes-Benz, they're not good actors. They're using slave labor when the things go down. Well, thank you for sharing, Nadia. Is there anything else you want to talk about before I let you go, or what else is on your mind?
So we got the I guess the climate apocalypse is also
you're feeling it these
bigger
days
than is being let on. There has been something of a acceleration in the rate of warming.
Well, they said that was going to happen, right? People like people like Al Gore said that was going to happen. It's going to get to the point where it's like, and then once it gets too far, what was it, like 3 degrees Celsius or something like this? Once it gets 3 degrees hotter in the oceans, it's like you're over the cliff. It's going to happen real fast. Isn't that what they always said?
There's a yes and a no. So I guess it's an idea of like a tipping point.
Right.
And that's, I guess, been around for a while, although the details are kind of hard to get out there, but it's really more of a concrete, this thing happening right now is an example where you can draw the lines on the graph of the things that have happened in the past 10, 20 years and see that from here to here, temperature goes up globally, this slope of the line, and then after that, the slope gets much higher.
Yes.
So that is the thing. And so one of the things to notice is that for all the talk about, there's a global average temperature.
Yeah.
70% of the globe is over water. So when you get the global average versus what's on land, especially land that is not Antarctica, you can start talking about at least double the official numbers for increase. And then that increase of the average is also it's not just a global average, it's also a annual average. So you have
but so
your summer temperatures, like your extreme summer temperatures, your hottest heat wave is going to go up by 5 or 10 times the increase that's said as the increase in your average.
Okay.
That's after you've been saying that land is heating up double as much as water, right? So this is
makes sense, right? Like, because it's, of course, land's going to heat up faster than water, and it'll hold the heat more than water, right? But what does that mean for me? Like, what will Albuquerque look like if global warming keeps going and gets hotter and hotter and get faster and faster and hotter faster?
So you're going to start talking about not just like 60, but 70 degrees temperatures. And that's, I think, what somebody translate to Fahrenheit.
We're talking like 120 degrees. You're talking like, I don't know, 70 degrees Celsius. You're saying that's come on. What is 70 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
60 would already be a new record, right? But
it's 158 degrees. That's 158 degrees. That's impossible. 158 degrees.
I'm saying that, right. The new record of hitting 60 is kind of going to be left as a blip on the way to approaching 70, right? So this is, and in fact, I mean,
you serve a steak. A steak is served at a restaurant at 165 degrees Fahrenheit, and you're saying that we're going to be walking around. That's what we kill pigs at. Like, when you kill a pig with ventilation shutdown plus, you kill them at 135 degrees, and then you cook them to 165 degrees, and they die from cooking to death.
Yeah. So
we're not going to live. We can't live. You can't survive. You'll be dead.
Well, that will be Albuquerque and the middle of like the Sahara and Arabian deserts and stuff like that. But
so we'll be nocturnal. We'll only come out at night.
Well, no, I mean it's going to be the kind of a record temperature at the hottest places in the world. But you're not going to live the hottest place in the world, right? So
no, at 5,000 feet, you're not going to be that hot. Because at Denver and Albuquerque and these high elevation spots can't get that fucking hot. Because there's just nothing.
The elevation of Albuquerque.
At 5,000 feet. 5,000 feet. Albuquerque's at 5,000 feet. Same as Denver. But it's
okay.
desert.
I thought it was just like Death Valley or something. Okay.
Death Valley's the lowest place on Earth. I mean, it gets to 130 degrees now. 140 degrees. I mean, it gets really fucking hot out there. I've been there. There's times you can't go. Human beings aren't allowed to go there. Like it's just you can't go to Death Valley. It's too hot.
Well, there are such things as chill suits, but yeah. Anyway, so the hottest places on Earth will set records that are, like 10 degrees Celsius above what they are now. But they
But what are you trying to? You're trying to scare me? What are we doing? What are you doing to me right now? What's the gist here? You just tell me to beware, because there's nothing I can do about the climate change. I'm fucked.
Well, the physical parts are probably not what will actually directly make that big of a difference in your life. It's probably more like the social chaos, like when you render a big chunk of like the tropics uninhabitable. There are people who live there now, and there are not a small number of people, and they will be fleeing to everywhere else on Earth.
Yeah, that makes sense. They'll have climate refugees. So I just Googled it. Albuquerque will end up being as hot as places like El Paso and Phoenix and El Paso will be gone, and water would be rationed, and you would be you'd have to drastically limit outdoor watering. You'd have to drastically limit the temperatures rise, snowpacks shrink, Rio Grande and local aquifers severe long-term strain. Animal agriculture goes out the window. You can no longer grow large cash crops for animal feed.
There's also another trick, which is those temperature records that are said to be like below 60 degrees right now, right?
Yeah.
They're using a certain definition or limitation on the measurement or whatever to make that measurement claim. And there are other ways elsewhere in the world that are more common to use to make these measurements. And they already say that there are 70-degree temperatures happening. In fact, the Lut Desert in Iran, right, is like Yili from Russia has a channel that's basically about like travel and seeing the sights of nature that are around mostly Russia,
right.
But she went to Iran at some point too. And so she goes to this Lut Desert in Iran. And she says, it's 70 degrees in this desert. According to, I guess, a different temperature measurement standard or metric or whatever than whatever they're using to say at the highest temperature ever is below 60 right now, right? So it's in a certain respect, that's already kind of like a technical quibble kind of bullshit. We're already seeing 70 degrees.
Well,
right?
we already saw that. I mean, we know that because as soon as you hit 100 degrees at the North Pole, it's kind of like when they said that shit, it's like, okay, well, it's over. Like we're done. You see these starving polar bear and shit up there in the north. You got 100-degree temperatures in the North Pole where it's all ice. We can't last very much longer.
The North Pole has been ice for a while. Like the
It's slush now. It's no longer. You could sail a ship
It's
through
just
it
open
now.
water. Open water.
Just open water. Where are the polar bears living? Just Alaska now? Canada?
The
Northern
ice.
Russia?
The ice is mostly hanging on to Greenland.
Yeah, where the glaciers and stuff. I guess that's all that's left.
Yeah, the center of cold of the northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Is kind of because of the ice collapsing so badly in the Arctic, is becoming centered around Greenland, which means that the whole kind of like rotation of all the globes.
Is there any ice left at the North Pole?
There is.
There's sea ice floating on top of the Arctic Ocean. Unlike the South Pole, which is solid, there's no land beneath the North Pole. There's still ice. Winter and spring, ice freezes and expands. But in the summer, there's minimum extent. My God.
Well, it's also that it's not a constant thing, right? It's not. You look at a single patch of ocean, like longitude, latitude, coordinates, and you'll have ice that kind of like floats over that piece, and then it keeps floating.
Yeah, the polar cap. There's still a polar cap, but it's thinning, and it shrinks every year.
The floating of these patches of ice around means that the actual like North Pole has all the ice chunks float off of it, and it just becomes open water often.
Yeah, because I remember when Russia sailed a ship through the ice.
1977. That was the Arctica in 1977.
Yeah, but they recently did. But they had to break the ice. They recently just rode it right through. There was no ice. There wasn't anything to break. They just sailed a fucking ship up there.
Well, it wasn't even Russian. That was German, and it wasn't.
And now submarines can make the journey more easily now too. They can just go right underneath it because it's thinning on the bottom as well, right?
Yeah, it's sitting on the bottom, and then they could also just surface. But
and they could surface. Yeah, they could surface now through because it's so thin. All right.
Polarstern is a German ship that sailed the North Pole, and it was not even an icebreaker.
Well, thank you for just like depressing me, bringing up the climate apocalypse.
The climate is becoming is changing more swiftly now than it did in the face of the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs.
So, are we going to see the end, you and me?
I don't think it's going to be like an end for everybody, but I think it's going to
collapse, the climate collapse.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of people.
It'll be like The Road. Have you ever seen the movie The Road? It'll be like that. We'll be roaming marauders and cannibals and shit.
Looking for a dead baby to eat. Yeah.
Looking, trying to find clean water. All right. Well, thank you for that. I gotta get back to the news, Nadia. You got anything else depressing to tell me?
My own personal life is collapsing, and
oh no, your personal life though, you can get through it. Don't. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but they say that God gives his fiercest warriors his hardest challenges.
Yeah, it's doubtful I will get through it, but I mean, not impossible.
You'll get through it. Come on, you'll be here tomorrow. You'll be here to fight another day.
Oh, no, the interruptions to my medicine stream are turn my blood into like acid, like the alien, and then I just dropped dead. So 48 hours.
Jesus. Well, what? How? You're in Germany though. They have nationalized medicine. Why can't you just show up at a hospital? They'll help you, right?
Well, that's if your papers are all in order and mine are not all in order.
Oh, they'll still care for you. You don't have to have your papers in order just to go to the hospital. They'll take care of you. They won't turn you away.
on the back end, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll do what it takes to keep you from dying, and then you get deported on the back end out on your way out. That's the trick, right? So getting shipped back to USA is not in the plans.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of it's just fighting for another day. I mean, I lived in Germany, and it's the bureaucracy is so clunky that you're able to, make yourself a bit of a nuisance to them that they'll keep you there for a while. I don't know. I think you can do it. I have faith in you, and I wish you luck. And I think that I think you're resourceful. I think you can. I'm rooting for you.
Well,
You can do it.
Resourcefulness goes down very quickly when the internet gets cut off. So, yeah.
But it's not getting cut off yet. You're not out yet, Nadia. You're not down for the count yet. You still got more. You still got more fight left in you. Come on.
Got at least till July.
You got this. Well, July's in a couple days. So what? The end of July, I hope.
3 or 4 days, yeah.
All right, fight. Just don't give up.
Okay.
Don't let the bastards grind you down.
And that's probably the last bit of news. I guess I could talk to the technical part of my efforts to, I don't know, get a interest in people sponsoring me, but I think the tech stuff is probably too far out.
Okay. Well, keep us posted. Don't be a stranger. Make sure you come back and tell us what's going on. Okay, Nadia?
If I can get back on the line and do it, yeah. Okay.
Don't give up.
Okay.
That's the main thing. Just don't let the bastards grind you down. Don't give up. That's the main thing. As long as you got a fight left in you, you still got a chance.
Die heel abwärts random Richtung sind.
Alles klar. Na also, schönen Tag noch. Ich wünsche dich viel Glück.
Dankeschön. Okay.
All right. Danke auch. Bis dann. Tschüss. That was Nadia, everybody. And Nadia is going through it. We're going to make drück mal die Daumen. Ich drücke mal die Daumen für dich, Nadia. Ich drücke die Daumen. Thank you all for being here. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a coffee nut. Please donate to the channel. Please. Oh, there we go. Real McCoy. Thank you so much. Keep hope. Don't let them take that from you. Exactly. Don't let them take the hope, Nadia. Don't let them steal that. You got to hold on. Don't give up. I love that song. Don't give up. You still have friends. It's not over yet. Or how about Don't Stop Believing? Don't Stop Believing. Lots of songs about this. Yes, indeed. All right. I appreciate you guys being here. Don't forget that you can be just like the Real McCoy and promote and support independent media in this channel. If you find any value in this show and in this channel, please consider becoming a Sky City Rebel. You'll get extra footage, extra content, extra love in the chat. Thank you for being here. I'm going to click back over to Jesse Waters, and we're going to go back to the news a little bit. Maybe I'll skip this Jesse Waters shit. I'm kind of sick of Jesse Waters today, but we'll get back to the next thing. Let's do a little palate cleanser, huh? Because I'm a little depressed now because of the economy thing. I saw someone say the climate won't collapse, but society will. Well, that's what the poll is about. Will society? When I say climate collapse, the climate itself doesn't collapse. Society collapses because of the climate, right? That's what Nadia and I were talking about. It won't be that the climate kills us all. It'll be there's probably going to be a few humans left all the way to the end of. Until an extinction happened. It's going to be hard to kill all the humans. If the ice ages didn't do it, then I don't think the hot age is going to do it to us either. I think humans in some form will be around for a very long time. We're like roaches. We're hard to kill because we can survive on shit. I mean, most Americans are surviving on eating shit all day anyway. They're waiting in line at fucking Taco Bell. People eating Taco Bell every day, surviving on that shit. If you could survive on Taco Bell, then it's going to be hard to kill all the humans. Yeah, bees, then humans. I don't think it's gonna. That's what I mean. Human beings can eat shit for a long time. I don't think all the humans are gonna be on. I don't think all the humans are gonna be gone. No way. The woke mind virus is destroying everything. Oh shit, this child. There are like 10 different arguments going on in the chat right now. I love that. Well, let's do a different one. We'll do a different one. Who is? I'm gonna do a new poll. We're going to do a new poll. It's going to be a little bit less depressing. New poll right now. Okay, here we go. Who is your favorite? Okay, is it who's the other one? Who's the other one? McGuire. How many Spider-Mans are there? There's Garfield, Holland, McGuire. That's it, right? Is there any other Spider-Man? Did I skip one? I think there's only 3 Spider-Mans. Tom Holland, Tobey Maguire, and Andy Garfield, right? That's it. I think that's all you got. That's all. We're going to start the poll right there. Okay, we're going to start the poll right now. That's it. Those are the only Spider-Man, right? Okay. That's the new poll. I hope you enjoy it. We're going to play a little thing right here.
Oh my! Tom Holland undercover in a Spider-Man competition, judged by his wife.
His wife? Are they married? I didn't know they got married. Zendaya married Tom Holland. She's so much taller than him. See, you short kings, stop lying about your height. Zendaya likes short dudes.
I see myself winning this competition pretty fair and square. Just 7 days after Tom confirmed he and Zendaya got secretly married, the couple posted rare PDA pics together while on their press
PDA pics. Oh my goodness. Is that a PDA?
For Spider-Man brand.
For an Englishman, that is like pornography. For an Englishman, that is like, you're not allowed to show people that you like women.
New Day in theater July 31st. Zendaya posing in Rome in a look.
She has a Spider-Man outfit. Look at, she's got her navel out. Zendaya, she looks so different than she does in that show about the prostitutes. What's that show called? Euphoria. It's like she looks so different than she does in Euphoria. Come on, go.
From the 1997 Versace runway. But
I like that she's always doing these like throwbacks with her fashion. I think it's kind of fun. People are always using her body as a canvas, I suppose. I like that she kind of her Cher thing. I like the when she dressed up like Cher because I think Cher is pretty cool.
Behind the scenes in Madrid, it was every Spidey for himself.
You stretch, you big stretcher. You ready?
Okay, this is pretty good. Finger details, nice.
Yeah. Oh, y los dos descartados.
Oh, he's in. Ooh.
All right.
Wow. This is a difficult decision, but I think I'm gonna have to go with.
Who's the best Spider-Man? I don't know. Is it?
Is it 2 right here?
Against all odds, you've lost. I have no words. I thought it was remarkable. Yeah. Remarkable level. I think stunt doubles should be shaking in their boots everywhere.
A British Spider-Man from Barcelona.
A British Spider-Man from Bro. She doesn't even recognize that to her husband. How is that possible? These two do not spend much time together. That must be. I feel like if I married somebody, I would know, regardless of them. I would know by their voice, right?
See, you can keep the mask, please.
Oh my!
I lost my own competition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There you go. That's cute. What a cute thing for promoting a movie about Spider-Man. Are you excited about the new Spider-Man movie coming out? I mean, everyone's excited about Spider-Man, right? That's something everyone can agree with. I don't know. It might be that Greg Gutfeld doesn't think that he has enough balls or like he's not masculine enough because Greg Gutfeld is the gatekeeper of masculinity. So that might be it. It looks like McGuire people, man, we got McGuire winning 53% on McGuire. 27% just hate Spider-Man. Can you imagine hating Spider-Man? Can you imagine you just hate Spider-Man? Who hates Spider-Man? You hate Spider-Man? How do you hate Spider-Man?
Serious stuff. Iran attacking a Singapore flag cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz. This was predictable.
I mean, can't we have some fun? I mean, it can't all be doom and gloom and climate chaos. And I mean, we got to have a little bit fun on the way down, don't we? I mean, at least we'll have a Spider-Man movie as the climate collapses and we start eating each other. At least we'll have Spider-Man movies.
This happened yesterday. Testing the recent memorandum.
You want a new Spawn movie? Spawn might be, I don't know. Spawn was kind of fun, like the Demon Knight, the devil's Spawn. That was a fun comic. Imagine they bring John Leguizamo back as the evil clown. That'd be so much fun. John Leguizamo was the best part of that movie, right? Can we all agree that John Leguizamo was the best part of the Spawn movie? I love that. I think that would be cool. I loved the comic when I was a kid. Man, I loved it when it first came out. I think I still have all my Spawn #1 and all that. I have all the early Spawns. I wonder if they're worth anything. They're probably not worth anything. But John Leguizamo coming back. Thank you for support. Thank you. I appreciate you, Real McGoy. Can I get some jubilation for everyone who's supporting the channel today? Thank you so much, Real McGoy, baby doll. Thank you so much for everything. All right, back to
Understanding between the
Dahit, Oman. What's going on? It looks like Iran is attacking cargo ships. I thought we had a ceasefire, though.
U.S. and Tehran.
They're being very nice. They're being very nice.
The commander-in-chief says that the administration is negotiating with Iran from a position of pure strength.
A pure strength. The hunch. You there. Like this look is so great. You. The bells. I am not an animal. I am a human being. I think this is, I mixed up Quasimodo and the Elephant Man, but you get the point. He's like Quasimodo. The bells. Donald Trump, the slouching beast.
Ellen Rivera is live in Washington with the details for us. Hey, Maddie. Hi, good morning. A UN agency says it temporarily paused evacuations until the safety of ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz can be guaranteed. U.S. officials say one IRGC drone hit a Singapore-flagged cargo ship called Ever Lovely as it was exiting the Strait of Hormuz off the
Ever Lovely. What a great name for a boat.
Omani coast on Thursday. The strike did damage the ship's...
What would you name a boat if you had a boat? Would you name it something like Ever Lovely? Or would you name it something like Excelsior? Or what would you call it? What would you call a boat, everybody? What would you name your boat?
Bridge, but thankfully there were no casualties.
I'm on a boat and it's going fast and I got a nautical theme, Pashmina Afghan. I'm on a boat, motherfucker. Don't you ever forget.
UN's International Maritime Organization says the ship did not travel under the evacuation framework it established, and the IRGC Navy has warned any ship passing through a new shipping route without Iran's coordination is unacceptable and dangerous. The Persian Gulf Strait Authority says any passage through routes outside the framework designated by PGSA will not be covered by safe passage guarantees and will not be entitled.
What? Any passage through the routes outside the framework designated by BGSA will not be covered by safe passage guarantee and will not be entitled to insurance coverage or related liability. So they're tolling. They're tolling the fucking Strait of Hormuz. Got it. So my whole life there's never been a bombing or anything in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't ever remember anyone getting blown to smithereens in the Strait of Hormuz. But now because Donald Trump is in charge, this is going to be regular. We're going to have to hear about another boat every couple of months getting blown to shit. Great. Okay.
To insurance coverage or relief.
You were late on your monthly subscription. You cannot pass through the Strait of Hormuz. All of you are dead.
Liabilities. The consequences arising from passage through.
I think that's Sharia law, right? If you are late on your monthly subscription, you get your head chopped off.
Authorized routes shall be the responsibility of the owner, operator, and vessel commander. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Iran will be judged not by its rhetoric, but by whether ships are actually moving through the strait. He says if they're not transiting, that would be a violation of its agreement with the U.S. Still, the president remains confident in the deal.
We're negotiating from a position
It's
of
a
pure
great
strength.
deal.
Pure strength. I know that.
Pure strength. It's pure. It's pure. It's like the Coke I used to snort off those erections at Studio 54. It was pure in the 80s. I love the Coke. We all loved Coke in the 80s. We loved it. It was pure. It was so pure. No fentanyl in that Coke. I never had a problem. Just right off those erections.
And the strait's already open, and we're setting records of the strait. But we had to do that. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
The president also says unfrozen Iranian funds will soon be used to buy American agricultural goods like wheat, soybeans, and corn. Iran says that claim is false, but the U.S. has maintained. But Iran.
Trust me, farmers. We're totally looking out for you, farmers. We're totally, don't worry. We're going to use the Strait of Hormuz to help out the American farmer. You know, we're looking out for you, right, baby doll? You know, we got you.
Signaling publicly is different from what it's doing.
I mean, what Iran's like, no, we're not. We're not buying fucking soybeans from you Yankees.
Behind closed doors.
Listen, Yankee, we're not buying any of your soybeans, Yankees.
First off, you can't say it's the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal's fault. They are setting up a toll system. They are beginning to make ships buy Iranian insurance.
Wow. Brian Kilmeade, proponent of the final solution, is agreeing with the Wall Street Journal.
They're setting up fees, and Oman,
and the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post. Wall Street Journal's owned by the same people as Fox News, but the Washington Post
was allegedly an ally, is part of this with Iran. So I'm not sure, is the vice president and Witkoff, are they telling the president this? Because it's really important everybody be on the same page, because they're seeing how far they can push us in order to do their own thing. And yesterday's drone activity telling the ships, international ships, where to go is a huge problem. And I just hope people are being candid. Also, I was on with Ambassador Dennis Ross yesterday, who was in Israel, and the word is the Gulf states might be setting up a conference with Iran about how to set up a brand new relationship and turn over a new leaf. Well, that's interesting. Without us involved, after the Secretary of State was just there, is that going to emerge? Are they doing a deal behind our backs because they feel as though we can't protect them? This is a vital time right now.
Well, that was always the risk when we decided that we were going to get the deal. And I haven't expressed my frustration with the deal, but I think ultimately this is not going to get across the finish line because Iran is going to be Iran. And I don't see this making it 60 days.
Iran. America has never held a ceasefire. There's never been something that we've never done it. Ask the Indians.
Thing that we thought was going to be a disaster when it came to them, when they pretended to be actors of good faith with this negotiation, they're doing the exact opposite. And it's only a matter of time before the drones become actually firing on the ships. And I know the president, he's going to respond. And that's where we're going to end.
Yep, the drone did cause damage to the bridge of the boat. It's a Singapore flagged cargo ship. And this is directly testing that 60 days.
They should have paid their fucking bills, I guess. They should have paid for that Iranian insurance. They should have paid their toll. That's how it is. That's what oligarchs love, chaos, because that's when you can charge tolls, like the clear line at the airport or pre-check or whatever you do. Like the fast lane, you can get on the express lane if you pay a little bit more money. You don't sit in traffic. They love causing traffic. They love causing problems so that you'll have to pay them. That's how they rock. That's how they roll. That's how the same song every time. The same song, no matter what.
Agreement that we have with Iran. It was designed to pause hostility, which clearly hasn't happened, and it was designed to reopen the strait. And now you have the Persian Gulf Strait Authority stating on social media.
Okay. And North Korea and the DMZ as a result of a ceasefire. Is it a ceasefire though? I mean, we still shoot every once in a while. There's still been shooting. The DMZ, I guess if you establish a DMZ, maybe you have a better hope. You have a better hope for a lasting ceasefire. North Korea isn't real. I don't know. I don't think that's a good example. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's a good. I don't think it worked out. I don't think the fact that there's a North Korea and a South Korea, then there's a bunch of mines between them, and they pretend to throw rockets at Hawaii every couple of years is a good example of how ceasefires work with America. I don't think it's a great example, but I get your point. I get your point that I guess America sometimes. I don't know, man. Unless it's a complete withdrawal, I don't think that there's going to be we're still fucking killing people. They're still killing people over there in Iran. I don't think it's going to hold, and neither do the people on Fox News. No one thinks it's going to hold.
Ships traveling on unauthorized routes carry their own consequences and will not be guaranteed safe passage.
Like nobody believes that the memorandum of fucking understanding, that the MOU is a good idea. Nobody thinks that this is going to hold. The Republicans hate it. The Democrats hate it. The Iranians, I don't know. They're probably having a grand old time. They love it.
Why are they determining what route is authorized? These are international waters.
Great question.
I just think that
why are they international? It seems where does international waters begin? How many miles off the coast of a country does the international waters thing start? 200. I thought it was 100. It's 200 miles. how many miles wide is the Strait of Hormuz? Only 60 miles. So how dare you call that international waters? That is not international waters. If this is only 60 miles, how can you call that international water? International waters starts 200. Hold on. The Omani Peninsula and the passage is only 21 miles. So right here, the part that Dahit and right here, that's 21 miles. At the shortest point, probably right here, 21 miles. That is not international waters. If international waters starts 200 miles off the coast of any given country, how can we call the Strait of Hormuz international waters? Strait of Hormuz. Hold on. I gotta fucking, I mean, I don't know. Why is it called? If international water starts 200 miles off the coast of any given country, how could we call the Strait of Hormuz international waters? International waters, exclusive economic zone. God, fucking stupid doesn't know what the Strait of Hormuz is. It doesn't know Strait of Hormuz. It's like Strait of Four Moons. No, Strait of Hormuz. Technically, the Strait of Hormuz contains 0 true international waters. 0 international waters. At its narrowest point, it's only 21 nautical miles wide. Because international law allows coastal countries to claim 12 national miles of territorial sea, the waters are completely overlapped by the shores of Iran and Oman. Despite this, the strait is legally treated and referred to as an international shipping corridor due to its specific maritime frameworks that we call it that. The designated two-way shipping lanes actually fall well within the territory boundaries of Oman and South Iran to the north. However, because international strait, both countries are legally obligated by international maritime law to allow unhindered global commerce. Oh, okay. It's not international waters, but we're forcing them to do what we say in 21 miles. 21 miles.
And we said this from the very beginning. It's no secret. The Iranians don't have a military like we did. We destroyed that aspect of it. So everything that they're going to do.
It doesn't take a big military to make 21 miles of water very difficult to deal with.
Is going to be involved in the strait. When we made it very clear to them that the gas prices would be the one thing that we would use to put pressure on the president to get a deal, then they're going to leverage that now. So I just think it was a major mistake, whether it was the media or the politicians that never made the case to the American people. This is
Or Donald Trump starting a stupid war. Why don't you blame? This is what's so fucking crazy. Fox News and all these maggers, they'll blame everybody else except for Donald Trump for getting us into the stupid war. Why are we in this stupid war? It's a toll booth now. That's exactly right. And it's so easy. Have you paid your fucking monthly subscription? No? Drone. It doesn't take, you don't even have to have like a toll booth. Just like now on the toll roads, there's no toll booth anymore. You don't talk to a guy and throw change at him like the old days. You just drive through, and if you ain't, and they take a picture of your shit. And if you ain't got the money, and they send you a letter saying, "Where's my fucking money?" They take away your driver's license. They suspend your car registration.
Matter of national security. Don't let them use the gas prices as a way to message you against the president.
And Brent crude went up yesterday 2% as a result of this.
Right. They say that they're setting up the Iranians.
Damn it! I should have bought oil futures.
Taking over the Strait of Hormuz within 60 days. They're setting up the infrastructure now. They're going and talking about different prices, talking to different waterways, different countries with their own waterways in order to set it up. We can continue to ignore it and say they're not allowed. Marco Rubio said they're not allowed, and the vice president said, of course they're not going to do that. And Iran says we are doing it. We are going to do that. I don't know what you're talking about. It's even in the memorandum of understanding that they're going to set up some type of Iran.
I totally agree, Johnny. In California when they were building I was here when they were building the first toll road. And people were arguing, if you do this, it's going to be just like the East Coast, where you got to pay for fucking everything. And we have high taxes here. Use the money we're already giving you. The taxes haven't come down, but we got a bunch of fucking toll roads. It's so messed up. I've been out east where everything's a toll road. Wait, there'll be a toll road on the interstate before we're done. Before this is over, there will be an interstate toll road. You'll be paying tolls at the border of each state. That's next. Just wait for it. And they'll check your real ID right then and there.
So Democrats still reeling from defeat by socialists in huge primaries this week, and what it means for the party's chances in the upcoming midterm elections. The Washington Post editorial board warning, quote, Democrats are experiencing their own version of a Tea Party movement. This puts pressure on leadership to lurch leftward and refuse any compromises.
That's, oh my God. Didn't I just fucking say that like an hour ago? That's exactly what I said. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as the Tea Party and MAGA movement. Wow, somebody's finally starting to understand how this shit works.
On issues like funding the government. That, in turn, will make it harder for Democrats to win in 2028. That from the Washington Post. And longtime Democrat strategist James Carville says it's time for his party to divorce the DSA. Watch.
It's time for Democrats to talk the S word, schism. I really do. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent. And there's just some that I can't be in the same camp with. I don't want to be in a political party that denies the right of the state of Israel to exist. That's just not, I just can't do that. I'm sorry. It's just not doable.
But that's the question, right? New York Republican Congressman Mike Lawler is standing by. First to Robert Wolf, former economic advisor to President Obama, 32 Advisors founder, and Fox News contributor. Robert, good to have you with us today. It's great to have you. I want to play this from Claire Valdez, who is one of the future representatives in the U.S. House of Representatives in Congress. Here's what she had to say after her win.
We need to nationalize the airline industry. Well, let's start by abolishing pre-check. It's planes or nothing if we want to get from one side of the country to the other. And so we're forced into these super uncomfortable seats. We have very few rights. Airline industry, they overbook flights. They're making sure they're making the maximum profit at our discomfort, inconvenience, and great expense too. It is so expensive to fly.
So wait a minute, Robert, it's going to be cheaper and more comfortable on a
Yeah, it would be. Just like the trains are more comfortable, because if you hadn't unelect the people in charge, you could actually do something here. It'd be pretty remarkable if they nationalized it. It was pretty rad. That was a big thing. They thought that that all of these oligarchs were trying to sell trying to build Pan Am and all these guys to TSA, not TSA. What was the company that was? There's Pan Am. What was the Howard Hughes Air Force? I forget what it was called, but TWA. It was TWA. And they were trying to see if they could sell it to the government. They wanted to build a big infrastructure and then sell it off to the government because they thought that was the future. And it didn't end up happening. They just ended up, the oligarchs stayed in charge, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger. And now we're fucked. And now you have to sit on someone's lap if you want to fly anywhere and sit on this hard seat. Bring your own seat cushion. Bring your own. Man, when I was a kid, they gave you a blanket and a pillow. In coach, they give you a blanket and a pillow. Fucking crazy.
Airplane? Is that what she's suggesting?
Yeah, well, I probably would have been 0 for 3 if I was voting in New York City. I would not have voted for Valdez, Chevalier. And although I like Bradley, and I would have voted for Dan Goldman. So like I said, I don't live in New York City, but I would have been 0 for 3. No, I'm a capitalist. And I think, listen, I'm not surprised what's happening. I mean, it's happening kind of in both sides. I mean, you have on the Democratic side, the progressive populist, which includes DSA, whether it's Bernie and AOC and Zoran, is gaining huge popularity. They're the loudest, bully pulpits we have. And on the right side, you could say it started with Trump on the whole nationalistic populist, thing that happened. And now you have, Tucker and Candace Owen and Theo Vaughn. And, just like James Carville is making statements, Tucker's making statements. What I would say, we're still seeing moderates win. I know you have Mike Lawler coming on, but Kate Conley in New York 17, 16-year Army vet. If you look at, Josh Turek, who won in Iowa, a Paralympian. And other people in New York, I was surprised, Michael Lasher, beat Alex Boris. And there was a lot of excitement in the progressive base with Alex Boris. Richie Torres won. And so, listen, I think it is still a big tent, but there's no question that the excitement is around this, populist movement.
But this idea,
Of course, there's excitement around the populist movement on the left because the Nazis have already taken over the right. There's no Republican Party left. So the Democrats are the next to go. We will be a country of two polar opposites, and there will be more increasing amounts of friction until there's blood. Well, more blood.
I would just also point out something that I found interesting.
There will be blood. It's always going to be blood.
This morning, 7% of active voters in New York voted for these candidates. So you can run in a blue city and get a very low turnout, and these people end up with a seat in the House of Representatives in the United States Congress. But you've got 66% of Democrats saying that they have a favorable view of socialism. And Robert, I'm just trying to figure out, where did they get that favorable view?
The Republicans are socialists too.
What examples do they look at and say, I wish, everybody who's here.
What examples of capitalism do you look at and be like, this is great? How about all of the popular functions of government, like the internet, GPS, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, what else we got? The interstate highway system, the military, all of this, all the popular shit about government is socialism. So if you have half a fucking brain, you are a socialist. Like, just because the morons have made socialism a bad, scary word doesn't make you not a socialist. You are probably a socialist. Some flavor of socialist. You are probably some flavor of socialist. Unless you're someone like Elon Musk who owns the means of production. Then you would not be a socialist. You're a capitalist. Most of you are not capitalists because you don't own any fucking capital. You fucking don't own any capital. You're not a capitalist. You're just some tool of the capitalist, calling yourself a capitalist, hoping that they'll let you in their club someday. You are not a capitalist. If you get a paycheck from a boss and not a paycheck from a machine that you're charging, a machine or an organization or a factory, if you don't own something that's making you money in the mailbox every month, then I'm not talking about just like a high yield savings account, you are not a capitalist. You're a jobber. You work for them. You work for the capitalists.
For the World Cup says they just love being here from Europe because America's so great, having so much fun, and there's a lot of free stuff, and they're enjoying their whole trip. But these folks think that socialism is better where? What is their example?
Here.
So, I mean, listen, I don't support socialism. I'm a capitalist.
I know you
but
don't.
The way they're articulating it, and it's resonating, as you see by the votes, is healthcare is a right. I believe healthcare is a right, but I'm for the private sector. They would like to see a public option. Bernie's been talking about this for years. It's never happening. We have 190 million people using the private sector. But with that being said, we have 20.
Look, if you are using a public road, you might not be a socialist, but you are a beneficiary of socialism. I don't know how you think you would ever be a beneficiary of capitalism. Where do you think you have benefited from capitalism? Let me know in the chat how you think you have benefited from capitalism. How has capitalism benefited you personally ever? I'd love to know. Please tell me how it has benefited you. Because I've got a million ways I could tell you how socialism has benefited you right here at home in America. Tell me how capitalism has benefited you. I could think of maybe one fucking thing. But you let me know how you think.
People now off healthcare since the big beautiful bill. So my view is that's a perfect example where their narrative can resonate, even though it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean,
national parks. That's also very popular in America. National parks, socialism, public parks. Like the park outside my house. I live right by a park. My backyard looks at a public park. Socialism. Socialism.
We have Obamacare still in effect, though, and the numbers really never changed in terms of how many people were covered. So the more government coverage we have done, it has not solved that problem. But they want it to be a single-payer system, which we know in Europe just causes rich people to go into the private sector and poor people to wait for months and months and months for cancer treatment. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what they think is so great about these systems. And I'd love for them to come on so I could ask them in person. Robert, thank you very much. Always good to see you. Thank you. What an interesting story we have.
Again, I have asked one simple question, Gary Manning. In all reality, capitalism can be socialism can be great. I don't see how capitalism can be good. I want to know how. I want to know how giving social programs through capitalist taxes is not. Are you fucking retarded? I'm sorry, I don't use that word very often, but are you fucking retarded? Giving social programs through capitalist taxes? What the fuck is a capitalist tax? What the fuck is a capitalist tax? Holy shit. You've got your head so far up your ass, you're fucking looking at your own tonsils. Holy shit. I can't believe somebody would be that stupid to write something like that on the internet or anywhere. Oh my God. Hitler was a socialist. Donald Trump is a socialist. Everybody's a socialist. Socialism, nationalist. Okay, Hitler was a nationalist socialist. He hated democratic socialists. That's it. It was two forms of socialism on the table. There was nationalist socialism, and which was basically corporatism, and then you have democratic socialism. Again, Hitler was a socialist, yes, but a very specific kind of socialist. A socialist is just somebody who thinks that society and therefore government should be organized in such a way that prioritizes the public necessity and public good over private profit. That's it. Now, if you are Hitler, you see the public as the white Christian nationalist, and therefore you try to organize society to only benefit them. There you go. Socialism, a certain type of socialism. And then democratic socialism says we think that socialism, that we should be able to benefit all, not only just us, but all of humanity, that all of us might be able to benefit through international cooperation, through pluralism, that we could actually change the way humanity organizes itself in so that it might be more equitable for all. Those are the two competing ideologies, and that's still true today. Today, we have nationalist socialists, which is Hitler, Donald Trump, MAGA, Republicans, but, that's a little bit. But today, we have the MAGA. They're the nationalist socialists, the fucking Nazis. And then we have democratic socialists or social democrats. We used to call them social democrats. Now we call them democratic socialists, just like we used to call them Nazis. Now we call them MAGA. We used to call them social democrats. Now we call them democratic socialists. Two competing ideologies. It's very simple. Don't you use it every day? No, I don't use it every day, Sweet Havoc. I barely ever say that word. I reserve it for very stupid shit like this dude who said capitalist taxes, social good through capitalist taxes, social programs through capitalist taxes isn't socialism. Like, it's like, seriously, go back to fucking middle school. Like, at that point, go back to the 6th grade or something at that point. Holy shit. I can't believe an adult would write something like that ever in a journal, in a diary. Dear diary, capitalist taxes funding social programs isn't social. Like, that sentence doesn't even make sense. We're all dumber for having read that comment.
As we head into the midterm elections,
be sure to like and subscribe.
Last week, the Department of Justice released a controversial memo. It authorizes states to send Americans with disabilities to institutions, nursing homes, psych wards, segregated schools, rather than funding the community-based services that allow them to remain at home. This would undo decades of community integration reforms, including longtime Supreme Court precedent that was designed to allow those with disabilities to live independent, productive lives. This week, we learned that White House Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller was behind that memo, according to Bloomberg Law, who spoke to people who were briefed. And while spokespeople for both the White House and the DOJ denied that Miller played a role in the memo, this attempt to remove folks with disabilities from their communities tracks with his exclusionary vision for this country. Miller is infamously obsessed with demographics, crowing just today about deporting Haitian migrants and refugees. Under his watch, DHS has produced a trove of state propaganda, which experts say promotes white nationalist slogans and iconography. He is also, of course, the architect of Trump's draconian immigration policies. And as the New York Times reports, during a private meeting during the last presidential campaign, Trump reportedly told staff that Miller wants to deport more.
Donald Trump's father failed him. Donald Trump's father likely abused him, which is why his brother had an addiction to alcohol and why Donald Trump has a drug addiction and an addiction to power and fucking anyone he can own. Like, I don't think Donald Trump cares if you're boy, girl, or anything in between. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit. He'll fuck you if he can own you. Yeah, his dad failed him. That's why his brother died at his brother went to an early grave due to addiction. And Donald Trump is an addiction that we all have to live through because of his addiction to love and power, his addiction to attention. Holy shit. Yeah, I ripped off Billy Madison and I'm not ashamed of it. It's been enough time. I ripped him off. I ripped off Billy Madison. I'm not ashamed of it. Not even a little bit.
Than 2/3 of this country's population, leaving behind only those who look like him. For its part, the White House denies that reporting, but it certainly seems consistent.
The fact that this dude looks like Goebbels is like, He looks like Joseph Goebbels.
With an ethos that says, if you can't deport your undesirables, at least hide them away. Alison Barkoff led disability enforcement work at the Department of Justice. She is currently the director of the Hirsch Health Law and Policy Program at George Washington
Hide your disabilities. Hide your disabled.
University, and she joins me now. Alison, walk us through what this memo would mean in practice.
So this memo is shocking in its reversal of 50 years of policy by the United States government that states should provide services to people with disabilities in their own homes and in their own communities instead of locking them away in institutions, hiding them away from society. And what this means in this reversal is that the main enforcer of disability rights laws has now said, we are not going to continue with that work. That's going to mean settlement agreements being undone, new positions in court, and the memo talks about undoing decades-long regulations that have been in place.
So why have there been these regulations that
Gary Manning, your own party, Thomas Massey, said today that the Republicans and MAGA control the judges, the Congress, the Senate, and the presidency. And what are they doing with it? They're bankrupting the country, starting new wars, and shredding the Constitution. If you call that if you don't think that's jumping off a cliff, I guess you guys can all say that you owned the libs, but the libs are always going to get owned. That's what they're there for. The liberals are always getting owned. They're there to make sure that a real left never forms. The Nazis and the MAGA, they require liberals. They require liberals to pave the road so that they can rise to power. Don't worry, the liberals get their heads cut off too. The liberals will get their heads cut off too, no matter who wins. If the Social Democrats win, the liberals get their heads cut off. If the Nazis win, the liberals get their heads cut off. The people in the middle get their heads cut off. That's what happens. It happens every 100 years, like clockwork. And it's going to happen now too. Unless something dramatic happens. So while you're like, oh, the liberals, Republicans, the Democrats, if you guys are thinking that the red door or the blue door is going to save you, they're not. They both lead to the concentration camp. They both lead to the ovens. Your little Republican and Democrat, if you think that that's the game we're still playing, that game is over. It's over. The sides now are between social democrats and nationalist socialists. That's been, and honestly, that's been the side. Those are the sides for a long time. It's just that Americans didn't realize it all the way. The American people never really caught on. I mean, some did. White Americans didn't know. Black Americans knew. Hispanic Americans knew.
mandate community integration where possible? What are the benefits of that for the individuals who are affected, for economic outcomes? Why has this been such an important fight for the disability community?
The disability rights laws and these integration mandate regulations come from a very ugly history in our country, when people with disabilities were segregated away in institutions. RFK's own father went and visited one of these infamous institutions in New York, calling it a snake pit. And that is what led to really a push to create community services. The vast majority of people can and want to live in the community. It's cost effective and it leads to better outcomes. Think about it. It is community services that allow families to keep children with disabilities in their own homes. It's what allows children to go to school with their peers in their neighborhood because of these.
All right, Jackson. No, communism is not communism is the means of production are owned by us. We seize the means of production. That's communism. Now, communism is where you get if you take socialism to its logical conclusions, which is why people are like, oh, they're Marxists or they're communists. Man, we don't have time to be communists. There's no communist. There's really no one who's really a communist right now because we haven't gotten that far. Communism's fucking way down the road. You can't even see it. It's like, it's so far down the road. Socialism will nationalize sections of economies or sections of companies. Like Donald Trump is a socialist. He recently nationalized 10%, I think, of Intel. That's socialism. Allowing certain companies not to pay tariffs while tariffing others, that's socialism. But communism is, yes, seizing the means of production for all and getting to the point where you are actually electing your boss and shit. That's like, that's so far away, though. Come on, man. It's meaningless to talk about. People are always asking me, how come Sky? How come you don't talk about communism more? Because it's fucking 100 years from now. I doubt, unless something like a truly bloody revolution transpires, communism. I don't think so.
Community services. We have disabled coworkers. We have people with disabilities that are part of all of our community. And that's why these laws are so critical. And people in the disability community have fought for decades. These are hard-won rights that are at risk with this memo.
This is also not the first time that this administration has gone after Americans with disabilities in some way. HHS floated an autism registry. RFK Jr. has made repeated ugly comments about Americans on the autism spectrum never being able to lead productive lives. You have the president and his top civil rights official using a slur for people with intellectual disabilities. Can you put this decision in the broader context of the administration's approach to this community?
It's been a pretty astounding last year for people with disabilities. Just in the same week as the Department of Justice memo came out, the Trump administration announced moving all of the programs that support students with disabilities out of the Department of Education into the Department of Health and Human Services, segregating programs for students with disabilities from programs for students without disabilities. This is on top of a $1 trillion cut to the Medicaid program, which funds the very services that we're talking about that help people live in their own homes and in their own communities. And so people with disabilities are now across the country navigating threats and cuts to the very services that help them stay in their own homes and in their own communities. The president's budget proposes eliminating very important programs that support people with disabilities and their families. And that is just a handful of the long list of policies that are incredibly harmful to people with disabilities and their families.
It's crazy to me that people are going to be. It's just like, you find out the Jews vote. There were some Jews who voted for Hitler. There were some Jews who voted for Hitler, man. It's hard to believe, but it's true. There are Hispanics who voted for Donald Trump. There's disabled people who voted for Donald Trump. They're not going to do it to me. It won't be. No one will kill me. They're not going to put me in the camp. I'm one of the good ones. Old people voted for Donald Trump. They voted. A lot of them voted for him. Gen Xers voted for Donald Trump overwhelmingly. The white Gen Xer voted for Donald Trump. Some black people voted for him. A very small percentage, but still more than ever. More than ever.
Well, Secretary of War Hegseth just got a live demonstration of directed energy weapons. He says the Pentagon intends to buy tens to hundreds of these in the coming years. It's the first known viewing of a directed energy weapon demonstration by a sitting war secretary. So
there's never been a war secretary, and there still isn't one. In fact, you're breaking the law by even calling him one, because you can't change the name of the Department of Defense without congressional approval. You're breaking the fucking law calling it the Department of War and him the Secretary of War. There is no Secretary of fucking War in the United States of America. Just because it's like the artist formerly known as we should call him the artist formerly known as the Secretary of Defense. P. Hegseth, the artist formerly known as the Secretary of Defense. Fuck me. The DefSec. Artist formerly known as DefSec.
what are they? Directed energy weapons fire concentrated energy at the
lasers. Are these the Jewish space lasers that Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about? Look at this. We got lasers. Now, this one, the one on the left, I remember those. They used those in Iraq. I remember those. They can like deny you access. They'll cook you on top of a truck. They got a little heat ray. But I like this one. You can drone is safe from damage but degraded. You can keep the drones away with heat rays. And you could destroy them with satellite laser. All I wanted was some freaking lasers, some freaking sharks with some freaking lasers.
Speed of light. And for years, intelligence officials working abroad have reported brain injuries known as Havana syndrome. The condition could be linked to directed energy weapons. Earlier this week, we spoke to Emmy Award-winning investigative journalist Catherine Herridge, and she says the domestic threat is very real. Take a look.
But I think this idea that there are domestic attacks and that they haven't targeted civilians is just not correct. It's not borne out by the evidence. And again, the trend that I'm seeing is that the cadence of attacks inside the United States, I think, has escalated. My information is only anecdotal, but I do believe that the 4 years under the Biden administration where we...
Of course, China isn't a communist. Look, I've been to Taiwan, and I know a lot of people who spent a lot of time in China. It's about as capitalist as Las Vegas. It's not. They got casinos there. Go to Macau and tell me that's fucking communism. No, they are not communism. They call themselves communism. Kind of like how the Republicans call themselves Republicans. Does that mean they're for the Republic? Is that what Republican means? Democrats, does that mean they're the only ones for democracy? It's in the name, guys. Democrats are the ones who want more democracy, right? Wrong. That's branding. It's also a name that came from fucking dead people ages ago. It's just a holdover. No one who's serious thinks that China is a communist country. Nobody thinks that China is a communist country. No one with a serious fucking bone in their body thinks that China is communist. A classless, stateless society.
Said there's nothing to see here. There's no novel weapon. There's no foreign adversary. I think this was a tremendous disservice and emboldened those who are behind it.
Joining us now, former Top Gun Navy fighter pilot Matthew Wiz Buckley and South Pole whistleblower Eric J. Hecker. Great to see you both. So Eric, Catherine told us also that she has heard potentially there are these attacks that have happened outside the executive office building in Washington, D.C., which is right next to the
China, yes, China is everyone's kind of sliding into mercantilism when it comes to like their international role, but China is an oligarchy. They have people just like Russia. Russia's not fucking, they've got oligarchs in charge. They have a plutocracy. It's all the people who are moneyed have the power. That's why there are Chinese billionaires. You can't have a fucking billionaire in communism. There's people who are building high rises and own that whole high rise. They own the whole thing and nobody else owns it. And they collect rent because the state says they can. So you have private-public partnerships so that you have oligarchs who have money influencing politics and vice versa. It's a shell game. They're not that different from us, to be honest. They're not that different. They're kind of like us. Except like they're where we're headed, I guess you would say. I think of China as where we are headed. More surveillance, more corporate oligarchs, more oligarchs in control. They're just more overt about it. They don't hide it. They're very open about how this person is one of the gang. Let's like in Russia, this person knows Vladimir Putin. Don't fuck with that guy. He's got all the money. Like he's got all the control and all the power.
White House. So for many people who don't understand what these weapons do and they're freaked out by them, how do they work?
You'd say it's an extension of Tesla technology, the ability to move energy from point A to point B without the conventional means of, warheads and things like that. A standard weapon delivers an explosion, but through a conventional means. It's a payload. So instead of having the conventional method of delivery, directed energy weapons just deliver that explosive force sometimes from point A to point B wirelessly. It's one method. Directed energy weapons is a very large umbrella term. So make no mistake, it's a varied arsenal.
And you can't see it. So it feels like it's almost impossible to defend against it. We'll get to that in a second. So Wiz, Secretary Hegseth shared that the first milestone test of the Golden Dome for America was a success and that directed energy was harnessed to eliminate incoming threats. So obviously
it's like Reagan talking about the Golden Dome is just the Star Wars program all over again.
The Pentagon is wanting to buy these to use them against our adversaries. What do you think of the investment in these types of weapons?
It's definitely needed, Katie. Obviously, knocking down.
This is what the fascists always say too. Don't worry, it's for people. It's not going to be for you guys. It's for your protection. We'll never use it on citizens. We'll never do that.
$2,000 drones with $1 million, $2 million SM2, SM6 missiles or Patriot missiles. Just your enemy can bankrupt you. So we have to deploy these lasers. They're on board Navy ships. They're on ground-based units now. So the economics are starting to level the battlefield here. These direct energy weapons are pretty high speed. They've been in use for a while, and as Eric said, they are a wide variety. But as you alluded to, the Havana syndrome. These have been used for a while, and they can be debilitating. I think the president kind of let it slip that we used some of the stuff during absolute resolve when we went in there to get Maduro. So these it's a new level of warfare, but it's definitely leveling the.
Look at this. Look at it. It's got a heat ray on top of it. Are you excited? It looks like 88% of you blame Trump for the Iran debacle, 12% the media, 0% the Democrats, and 0% Iran. Wow, interesting. That's interesting. 12%, but 0% on. Okay, are you excited about? Do you think the new weapons like heat rays are going to only be used on foreign countries, enemies of our man. If you believe that, you should buy Melania coin. They're only going to use drones on foreigners too, by the way. They're never going to use them to spy on us.
Playing field.
Yeah, he let it slip actually during our interview with him at the White House. So I'm glad we asked about
right.
that. And then he went on to call it the discombobulator. But Eric, we don't want the discombobulator to be used
They're going to put these in schools first, I think.
domestically against Americans. How easy is it for someone who wants to do harm, whether it's someone from Russia or someone else, to use this kind of technology against Americans here at home?
Oh, all too easy. This is what one of the things that I discussed when I went to Washington, D.C. in June of 23 to testify in 2 skips, one for the Senate Intelligence Committee and one for Arrow. And we discussed that these weapons seem to be in the hands of many factions that are operating without oversight. So this is an absolute threat to...
Like, have you seen what they're like, we're going to stop school shooters with drones. Yeah, you're going to stop protesters with those drones. Don't fucking tell me it's for school shooters. Fuck you.
Domestic America. You know, all enemies, foreign and domestic. We have these factions running around without oversight.
So
this personnel that are damaged. The Department of War lied about this for many years, saying they didn't know what was causing Havana syndrome. They said they had no idea. Nobody has this technology. Well, guess what? The Department of War this year stated, we possess directed energy weapons and we're scaling them up.
Havana syndrome. They can it's like the technology of the radio waves that because you're not used to it, you get like sick to your stomach and shit. Your brain starts frying.
That's true. I mean, that is true. I mean, Catherine Harris talked about this, how they completely downplayed it. They acted like this wasn't happening, that we certainly didn't have this kind of technology.
Yeah, they used to say that the Havana syndrome was a myth.
It's clear now that we do, and the Secretary of War is now saying not only do we have it, but we're going to invite more of it. What do you think about them admitting that this is a technology that we're using?
Oh, Katie, I'm going to jump to a different highway real quick. A lot of folks have been talking about UAPs and UFOs recently, and everybody shrugging their shoulders in the government like, oh, we don't know what these things are.
Yeah.
Katie, we're talking about energy right now. If you surround something in a field of energy, you'd be pretty amazed at what you can do with it. I'm fairly certain there ain't no little green men from Mars zipping around in some of these Tic Tacs or whatever. And you're probably 10 to 15 years from now, the government's going to come out and say, yeah, those were all our stuff. And
I hate to say it, but this News Nation guy, I believe him.
Also,
the UAP is just us using energy weapons. Just us like floating energy weapons around. Makes perfect sense. These Tic Tacs. This guy. I love this guy. He's so upset all the time. His seersucker suit and his electrocution hair. I love it.
Today, DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen appeared before House members for a hearing on the border, which led to this meltdown from the purple-haired Democratic Congresswoman from Connecticut, Rosa DeLauro.
Let me just say this to you, sir. Again, it is my time. 3,900 children were separated from their families.
450,000 kids were lost.
Mr. Secretary, do not interrupt.
This fucking asshole. I hate this guy so much. Mark Wayne Mullen is such a piece of trash. He's like, Biden though. Put your finger at me.
I will point my finger
at you. Don't you be a hypocrite then. Then you should be as upset about the 450,000 kids that were lost. You didn't say a word about it. For 4 years, you never said a word.
Mr. Secretary.
Could you put him in his place for
don't yell at
you should be put in your place.
Connecticut is not sending their best.
They think this is funny. This is the downfall of America, and everyone's having a grand old time laughing about it.
Meanwhile, some Democrats are finally admitting the truth about the public safety disaster that Biden's border crisis caused. As
Biden.
New Mexico Democrat Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham is now calling for an investigation after reports say nearly 2 million fentanyl pills poured into the U.S., primarily under President Biden. Here now with reaction, Trump administration border czar Tom Homan. Great to see you tonight, Tom. So, I feel like
this guy's got both of Donald Trump's balls in his mouth. I can't understand a word this motherfucker says.
I feel pretty confident that there are some sane Democrats waking up and recognizing what a catastrophe the open borders were, but you also do have some Democrats.
The borders were never open, but they shouldn't exist. The borders were never open. That's not true. They say that so the idiots will go, yeah, borders were open and Donald Trump closed the border. That's not true.
That's still running on an open borders platform.
Well, it looks just ridiculous because Secretary Mullen's exactly right. They hid their head in the sand for 4 years. We had millions of illegal aliens released in the country illegally, by the way, and overwhelmed the Border Patrol.
Millions of illegal aliens were released illegally.
Over 70% of agents were off the line, changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, taking people to airports. Meanwhile, while that border was wide open, that's when the fentanyl came.
Taking people to hospitals? How fucking dare you?
Crossed and killed 250,000 Americans. That's when sex trafficking women and children went sky high. That's when no inspector terrorists crossed the border. 2.1 million, Charlie. 2.1 million known gotaways. People who crossed the border, got away. We don't know who they are, where they came from, where they're at now, and why didn't they take advantage of giveaway pork and turn themselves in the border patrol?
So he's claiming 2 million now, because 2 million in 4 years is a lot different than what most maggers have been saying. They're like 17, 20 million, 100 million. Donald Trump doesn't say 2 million.
Get flown to the city of their choice on taxpayer dime, get a free hotel room, 3 squares a day, free medical care. That is the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever had, and they remain quiet. So a few are waking up now, but the vast majority still.
Wait, so those people brought the fentanyl? Those poor people? Where'd they get it? All those poor people that you're talking about, they can't afford a square meal. They can't afford 3 square meals. Those people brought all the fentanyl? Those poor people? How did they have all the fentanyl? Those fucking poor people? They're the ones to blame for the fentanyl?
Are against Trump and securing the border.
I want to ask you about these Supreme Court rulings today. It's kind of extraordinary to realize that what the Supreme Court basically, in one of the rulings, they basically ruled, by the way, 6-3, it should have been a unanimous ruling, that in fact, a government can in fact enforce their border. They can in fact turn people away at the border. And yet this is somehow controversial.
Not when they claim asylum. There's a law for asylum seekers, and it's not people at the border that's the problem. It's people who overstay the visas, which is really why they get to that 2 million. Do you think weapons like heat rays are only going to be used on foreign countries? No. I'm glad that 93% of you said that. What about did poor people bring all the fent into this country? Is that what happened? All the poor people brought it? I want to know how you guys, is it the poor people? All those people that can't afford 3 hot meals? They're the ones that brought the fentanyl?
Oh, look, I mean, this is what Sotomayor and dissent didn't talk about, right? Look, President Trump, he's already gave us the most secure border in history of the nation. He's already arresting and deporting record numbers of people as he promised, right? But he's also
No, that's not true. No, not right. Donald Trump is nowhere near the record of Obama. Donald Trump has not deported more people than Obama. He has not deported record amounts of people. This is another lie.
Trying to restore integrity in the immigration system. Specifically, asylum laws, they've been exploited and abused by bad actors for a long time, including the Democratic Party. What Sotomayor didn't tell the American people?
Asylum laws. So there are laws saying that you can claim asylum, and people are abusing that. Okay, so then it's not illegal. They're not here illegally. So you calling them illegals is a misnomer and a lie.
It's if you look at the last 10 years of data, nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum end up with an order of removal because they don't qualify for asylum. They're not escaping fear and persecution from the homeland because of race, religion, or political affiliation. They're coming in for a job. So nearly 9 out of 10 of the asylum seekers are fraudulent claims.
Well, the problem is, this guy's going to give himself a heart. I hope he gives himself a heart attack. The problem is people are claiming asylum because more fucked up things are happening overseas because of climate and political unrest and American foreign policy, but also because there aren't as many legal pathways to get into the country to get jobs, citizenship, whatever you want to do. We don't have as many legal ways to get here. So they come in and say, I'm an asylum seeker. And they lie. Or they just roll the dice because they know America is going to take, because we don't actually prepare for this. So we say, okay, sure, come on in. And in 5 years, you'll get a show up to court. Well, in 5 years go by, you've had babies, you have a job, you've done all these things. And now it's like, okay, well, what do we do? You see? And therein lies the problem. And people like Tom Homan, they don't care. They want to put you in a fucking concentration camp. They don't give a shit. You got babies. You're working. You're a good member of society. No, you're a criminal in his eyes. Doesn't matter. There's no humanity for this man.
Half of them don't show up in court, and 9 out of 10 get order removed.
But he's a socialist. He's a nationalist socialist. He is a socialist. He is thinking that he is taking your public money to serve public good, regardless of private profit. Tom Homan's a type of socialist. It's called a nationalist socialist or a Nazi.
While they're clogging up the court system, there are thousands of people in this world that really do need our protection, really are escaping fear and persecution. They're sitting in the back seat. That's what Sotomayor did not say under dissent. That's what the American people need to understand.
Yeah, that's what you need to understand, everybody.
Joining me now, White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Stephen Miller. Stephen, it's good to see you here. Let's start with these two.
I wonder why they got this guy. Stephen Miller, does he sleep in his coffin? He sleeps in his coffin for like weeks, and then every once in a while they pull him out and he has to do an appearance. Like, this man, where has he been? Why is he in the news? He's on every station this morning.
This feels like a big victory. Certainly ending that asylum process has got to be a big victory for the president.
Yes, these are both extraordinary victories, Will. In the case of TPS, or temporary protected status, aka amnesty for Haitian migrants, this is a victory.
I like how he does this all the time. He's always like, he's got like I think that's the lizard person trying to get out, like his skin suit's not working. He's always doing this. I don't know. Watch him. He'll do like, he makes these weird movements like the girl in Obsession. Have you seen the movie Obsession? She's like, oh, it's so fucking spooky. What a spooky ass movie. Have you seen it? It's fucking scary.
10 years in the making, if you can believe it. In the first Trump administration, President Trump ended TPS for Haitian illegals and was frozen by the courts. The Biden administration came in, they flew Haitians right over the border by airplane, dumped them into American towns all over the country, particularly in Springfield, Ohio, destroying these tight-knit communities, and gave them all, again, this TPS, temporary protected status, which gives them unfettered access to welfare and other benefits in the United States. Trump ended that benefit again here in the second term, even though the statute says that it is judicially unreviewable, meaning Congress said the courts can't review it.
Like, this guy's from California. Maybe that's his California soul trying to like he's like the girl in Obsession, where it's like the girl is still there, but the demon has got her under control. She's like, she's freaking out.
Our rogue radical judges stymied that for the last 16 months. And again, now here we are because of the Supreme Court, and we can finally remove these Haitian illegal migrants.
Yeah, dude, that movie made my hair on my back of my neck stand up, man. I was like, oh shit, it's fucking scary. That movie scared the shit out of me.
From the United States. It is a momentous victory, albeit this should have never taken 10 years. It is outrageous that we have judges in this country who continue to supplant their own radical beliefs for the democratic views and
Well, Johnny, it's in the preview. That's not a spoiler. It's in the fucking trailer, dude.
judgments of hardworking American citizens.
Just when you're getting warmed up, I was starting to laugh about the definition of temporary. 10 years, that's the definition of temporary. Do these, Stephen, we're all waiting for the Supreme Court to issue an opinion on birthright citizenship.
10 years. 10 years, that's not temporary. It's only 10 years sometimes because we fuck it up. Not because it's the immigrants' fault. It's not the immigrants' fault that it took 10 fucking years. It's because we don't have the judges and the lawyers and all the shit that we need to actually process people, because we don't fucking care, because it's a stupid system. It's a stupid system. And the oligarchs need cheap labor.
I know that one decision does not tell you where they'll go on another decision. What is your sense of where the court will go on birthright citizenship?
Well, look, I don't know where they're going to go. I'm not going to forecast it. Here's what I can say. Anybody who has read even 30 seconds of American history understands the Reconstruction Amendments after the Civil War were to ensure that the children of slaves would be franchised in the United States. The author of the 14th Amendment was clear in saying it did not apply to aliens. There should be a 9-0 ruling in a functioning democracy.
No.
The idea that you can have a country where you just set foot on U.S. soil and any child you have gets to be an American citizen and vote in our elections, collect our welfare, sit in our juries, sit in judgment of our fellow men and women is such an outrage to the idea of having a country.
Your ancestor did that. Your ancestor. So you shouldn't you shouldn't be a citizen then. Like, it's so disgusting. It's so disgusting when you hear white people talk about birthright citizenship. Like, well, it's unspeakable for you to come to my country and be born here, and then you're one of us. Well, yeah, that's how we decided to do it as a country, because we're all from someplace else. All of us. Even the Native Americans, they aren't actually native. They came over the Bering Strait. So technically, all of us are from someplace else. And so if you're born here, it's your birthright. This country is your birthright. This land is our land. All of us. You see. We did fuck over those Indians, but even the Indians technically.
It defies description. I don't know what they're going to do, but here's what I can say. If this country doesn't, one way or another, end birthright citizenship, this country doesn't have a future. Citizenship has to be sacred and precious. And as we stand here on the 250th anniversary
and white, it needs to be sacred and precious and white
of America's founding, the idea that we wouldn't have in this country respect and sanctity for citizenship for the voting franchise is such an insult to generations of Americans who spilled their blood for our freedom in battlefields here and all across the earth, Will.
Well, and you're seeing it play out, right? I think you've seen it play out this week. I saw a post that you made on X, Stephen, about English proficiency in New York City. I believe what you were quoted as saying is that half of all New Yorkers, English is not the primary language, and 25% were not proficient in English.
So what?
And when we look at the exit polling from the election of these socialists in New York, you're looking at a constituency of foreign-born voters, and then, of course, rich, white, often women, college-educated liberals.
Women!
Yeah, so it's a very important point about this. Well, it's certainly true that there is a segment of wealthy white liberals who live in New York City, live in Los Angeles, who are crazy left and insane and do all kinds of extraordinary damage to our country. It is also true that at scale, bringing tens of millions of third world voters into this country from nations that are communist, nations that are socialist, nations that are failed states, nations that if they never had contact with the West would have never developed the combustion engine.
The West. There you go. There you go. There's some Goebbels. Here we go. Here comes the Joseph Goebbels quotes. The West. All of the great empires of the West. And by the West, he means white. That's the only thing he means when he says that, when he says the West. He's talking about whites. And he thinks that he should be able to take credit for the ancient Greeks and the Romans and even the Persians. He thinks that we are the great empires. It's just Hitler shit. The 5 great empires. I think Hitler talked about the 5. Is it 5 great empires? What were the 5 great empires that Hitler was so crazy about? Let's see. The ancient Roman Empire, the British Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, the German Empire. And he would be the 5th concept, the 5th. So it was the 4 great empires, and he would be the 5th for the 1,000-year Reich, the 3rd Reich. So the 4 great empires, and that he would be the 5th great empire. For some reason, I thought the Ottoman Empire, but he deeply respected the British for their ability to maintain global dominance and govern massive populations. He often cited the British colonization of India as the direct blueprint for the German race to conquer, control, and exploit Eastern Europe. He learned it from us. The call is coming from inside the house. For some reason, I thought the Ottoman or the Persian Empire was one of them. Whatever. The ancient Roman Empire, the British Empire. But I know that Stephen Miller, he is thinking about also the ancient Greeks, because he talks about how we invented architecture, we invented democracy, and when he's talking about ancient Greece, as if white people can claim ancient Greece and say that that's why the white race is better than all the rest, because of the Greeks.
Or airplanes, or televisions, or radio, or the internet, that this process of rapidly introducing tens of millions of migrants into the country who have the ability, because they're made into citizens, to vote to take from other citizens. So in other words, they can, with their vote, say, I want more money, I want more checks, I want more welfare. The idea that we wouldn't expect this to lead to more socialism, you have to be stupid not to see that. And when they talk about college graduates turning left, again, half of college graduates in New York City are either foreign-born or come from immigrant households. So we've completely changed New York City. New York isn't the New York that you see in movies. New York isn't the New York you visit.
You have fucking foreigners taking advantage of social programs. Why would you want more socialism? That's what he just said. If you see foreigners taking advantage of social programs, you'd be a fool to say we need more socialism. But don't forget, most universities in America were free for most of the time. Up until recently, they were free because education is tied to national security. Depressing Feral Friday. I know. Just saying. Stylophone in the Gata Vida. In the Gata Vida, baby. In the Gata Vida, baby. And I got a Navita, baby. I don't know. I don't know how how the organ part goes. I'm thinking every time I think of Indigada Navita, because of the weird voice and everything, I think of the Doors, and then I'm back to. Thank you, Raul Duke. Well, I'm gonna go play guitar here in a second. We're already past the 4-hour mark, and I'm gonna go play guitar. But I just wanted to watch our Hitler.
North Los Angeles. Two of the most financially important capitals on the face of the earth, their political futures, their
Thank
resources, their
Raul.
dollars, are controlled in large measure by people that we just brought into this country who have no history or experience or faith or confidence in many cases in American democracy. You know, when the founding fathers built this country, they were keenly aware of the fact that their history as Englishmen in the colonies, their history and experience with Enlightenment principles and values.
They were not Englishmen, you son of a bitch. They were born here. And they thought that as their birthright, they should have control over their destiny. That is why they didn't like the English telling them what the fuck to do. So they decided that they were to call George Washington an Englishman, a subject of the crown. He was born here. All of those guys were. Alexander Hamilton was born in the West Indies, but I mean, he was still born in the Americas.
Formed the foundation of our system of government. It's simply not the case. It has never been the case. To go back to the Haiti example, that you can just take 3 million people from a failed island, put them into America.
A failed island. Why did Haiti fail? I don't want to I don't want to look up again. Haiti failed because of American foreign policy.
Okay? And overnight, that they're able to become fully successful, fully assimilated American citizens. That defies everything we know about how culture works, how assimilation works, how nations work. These are hard conversations, but if we don't have these conversations, then we're going to continue to go blindly down the path that we've been on in this country for a very long time.
Yeah, we've been on it since George Washington and them. Been on that same path. We've been on the same path since Jamestown, basically. Since Jamestown, it's the same path. It's really ridiculous that this Hitler wannabe can actually say something like that. It really makes me sick to my stomach. Well, I guess I wanted to. I'm going to skip I'm going to skip some of this stuff. I think I want to talk about Nancy Guthrie. The USPS won't deliver ballots if states don't turn over voter lists. All these depressing things, but I'm kind of sick of all the depression shit. I guess we'll go on. I guess I just wanted to do this last one. I just think that this is from the Right Wing Watch, and I think that it's worth watching. Just really quickly.
As it stands right here in America. Personally, on the record, if you were to ask me, I absolutely think that the Texas Department of Public Safety, the Texas National...
What is that lapel pin this crazy person had? What is that thing? What does he have there?
Guard should go through downtown Austin, find churches flying pride flags, depose their ministers, that is, defrock them, remove them from the pulpit, take the property and auction it off to faithful churches. Amen. That is what I believe should happen.
Yes.
That will not happen in Texas.
So there you go. This is MAGA saying that National Guard should go from church to church, and if they are flying a pride flag, they should go in, tear the pastor off the pulpit, throw them out in the street, and then auction off the church land to quote unquote real churches.
At least in the next 10 years. Who knows what the Lord does? Practically speaking, though, we're very far away from that. If you are a politician running for office, don't say that. We have to.
So when you say that I'm crazy for calling these people Nazis, this is what they watch right here.
Live in the real world.
Let me pause for a second and make sure that's abundantly clear. When Wesley says, if you are a Texas politician or aspiring, you're campaigning or want to be, don't say that. And what he means by that is
hide the fact that you're a Nazi. Don't say that out loud. Don't say the quiet part out loud. They're saying
on this particular topic, you got to hide your power levels. You say that, the people aren't ready for it. Your kids are going to love it, but the adults are not quite ready for that one. And so don't say it. Yep. But we're saying in principle, that is...
Your kids are going to love the idea of killing gay people or anyone, even if you're not gay, just people who fly the pride flag.
Perfectly permissible. That's why we started, right? It's not just a random Bible verse just to start with the Bible and pretend that we're biblical. No, we start with a Bible verse, a passage that actually pertains, has relevancy to the topic of the day's podcast. Today's topic absolutely is stemming from that passage that we read about Josiah in 2 Kings chapter 23. Not only...
Old Testament shit, man. I'm telling you, the Old Testament, it's always going to be used as an excuse to do really anti-Christian shit. Things that Christ would roll over, would kill. It would drive Christ to murder if he heard you people taking his name and going cherry picking the Old Testament and pretending like that gives you carte blanche to do despicable things to your fellow man.
Was that permissible? It was righteous in the sight of God. So in principle, in theory, the state going into the city of Austin and deposing, seizing the church buildings, property of every pride flag flying church and saying, I'm sorry, you're losing your property. Maybe they can't actually defrock the ministers, but they can depose.
They can be in prison so they can't preach.
That's true. They can imprison them. That would be wonderful. So you're going to prison for what? For peddling blasphemies against the Lord Jesus Christ publicly.
Yep.
So you're going to prison, or you're paying some crazy fine that affects.
So like Sharia law, is that what you guys are advocating? Yes.
Effectively, renders you, impotent in your role as a minister, because you're not a minister, you're a wolf, and we're deposing your property, and we're going to auction it off to faithful churches. In principle, that is perfectly permissible. And not just permissible because King Josiah did it thousands of years ago. There would be historical precedent for that, even within our American context.
Yeah,
so
laws.
It's not just biblical; it's American, right? We say, hey,
it's American, guys. That's the American way. Kill the priest, steal their land, auction it off to churches of faith that they decided for.
The founders, we got to get back to our roots. We got to get back to our American heritage. You want to get back to your American heritage? Amen. That's wonderful. Start punishing blasphemers, and also reinstall Sabbath laws.
And also hang witches. This is what they want. This is MAGA. Here it is. Tell me again they're not Nazis.
That's American. That's not just biblical. It's American. Here's the deal. In principle, not only is it permissible, it's righteous, it's ideal, it's virtuous. But here's the deal. In terms of application, although it's good, it's not achievable. And it will actually sideline you. That kind of purity spiraling will render you, it'll put you on the bench. It'll sideline you. It'll function as a liability. So you don't run on that. And you don't talk about that as a politician yet. But that is the goal, what we're working toward.
There you go. Right Wing Watch, this is called. It's a great site. I think everyone should watch it. They just pull, they don't even comment. It's just, hey, this is what they're saying on the right wing. Just little clips of the right wing. Isn't that cute? It's American, guys. Every time MAGA says welfare is a slippery slope to communism, remember this. Every time they say something like that. All right. Thank you so much. Yes, Satanic Panic. UK stands for Pantera in 97, 98. Nice. All right. We don't need to watch the right wing. We know what they want. I know, but sometimes it's good to refresh, because people think that I'm the crazy one saying that this is the eternal struggle between social democrats and nationalist socialists. And people are like, oh, come on. It's the same story. Same story. All right, I'm going to go play guitar. I'm going to keep the stream going if you want to hang out. This has been The Morning Sky. My name is Sky Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and I love coffee. I want to say a special thanks to the Sky City Rebels, who get special content, special streams, and extra love in the chat. Special love in the chat. Especially I want to thank Call Out, Parallelish, Steffelson, The Real McGoy, and Roll Duke, and of course Jackie Boyle. And thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate you guys supporting my dream of being a real boy, of being a real YouTuber. Thank you. I appreciate you. Please share a short, support the channel, like and subscribe, hype a video, hype a short, hype anything. Share something somewhere, hit the share button. It helps the algorithm know that people like you are spreading this around. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And I will be back in just a second for a little bit of guitar time. Okay. All right. It's guitar time now. Okay. It's guitar time. We're going to chill out. It's Friday. It's Feral Friday, and we're going to figure this out. We're all going to get there together. Don't you worry, baby doll. We're going to be back in just a second, okay?
I'm a loner, Daddy.
A rebel. See you in a second. Woo! Okay. All right. Here we go. Yeah, baby. Yeah, this is it. This is the jam now. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. Come on. Thank you for being here, everybody. You know, I thought I would share. I thought we'd just play a little guitar today, have a little fun, hang out a little bit. It's a good time for everybody. If you're American, it's American. It's American. It's American. It's American. Shut up, it's American. I like how Sky messes up his hair when it's time to play guitar. Is that what I do? I mess up my hair when I play. You were at Ozfest? That's amazing. That's pretty cool. I love you. I think you're all wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. And Chris, thank you, Chris, for gifting 5 memberships. That's so wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. I kind of want to share something with you guys since it's just us. I should have done the poetry thing today. I'm so fucked. I'm so like stressed out and fucking crazy right now. But check this shit out, y'all. Check this out. I want to just show you very quickly before I really get started. Check this out. So I'm looking at this house. Yeah, here it is. Let's just get in here. Okay, so this is the house right here. It's got blue. Look at the top. It's got some solar panels. It's got some some vegetable beds in the front already because I want to grow vegetables. It's already there. It's got a garage, which is rare. It's an Adobe style Pueblo, which I fucking love. And then, okay, it's got this the cool I think the cool driveway where it's like a U, and then it's got a porch thing. It's got a nice little porch, which is great. I don't have a porch where I live now. Big open living room. I don't know where you'd put a TV. Where do you put a TV in this room? I guess against the wall with the window to your back. I don't know where you'd put the TV here, but they never show the TVs in these because these are just CGI. Where do you put the TV? How come they never put TVs? Okay, so then there's the dining room, which is so cute, right? Nice little dining room. Kitchen. I mean, I think the kitchen looks great. It looks like almost exactly what I have now, except the sink is right next to I love the setup for the kitchen. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. I love this extra, look at this cutout right here with the little bar, which is kind of like what I have now. Little breakfast nook. You know, washer dryer. Bedroom 1. Bedroom 2, it's already painted mint and chocolate, which I think is fucking great. The bathrooms are a little unfortunate, but I can live with this. And then upstairs is the master suite or primary suite with another bathroom. And this is, I think, because I have to worry about, I'm too tall for most showers, and I can't be in where there's I can't really shower with most showers because it's all, I'm too tall. I'm just too tall, usually. I'm just too tall for most showers. But this one has a bath and a shower separate. And then look at this, it's got a podcast studio already built in. It already has a studio in the basement. I mean, come on. Look at this. And then the deck. And in the back, it's got the shade structure already and vegetable garden already set up. Look at this. It's like they knew it was for me. It's like they knew I was coming. And there's the floor plan. Come on. I want to make it mine. I want to make it mine. The yard is nice, right? It just looks so basement dweller. I guess I'll be in the well, it's not really a basement. It's like in the bottom floor. The bottom floor goes out. It's not actually a basement. It just looks like a basement. Yeah. I think it'd be great. I got these. Have you seen these? These are these Baby Bell, fiery hot vegan Baby Bells. And I just got them at the store. I decided to splurge because I think this shit's too expensive. I never buy stuff like this. But I saw it was a new product and I wanted to try it, you know, to see if it was any good. Even though I'll probably never buy it again either way. Even if it's amazing, I'll probably never buy another one. But I thought it was, I don't know how to open these things. Oh, here it is. I would never buy one of these things normally, but I do like the vegan ones have green wax. You know, they're like those little cheesy things, right? I always make dice out of these wrappers, but like you open the wax and there's this little cheesy thing in here. And it's hot. It's spicy. That's spicy. Fiery hot. It's a spicy Baby Bell. It's not like too spicy, but it's like way spicier than I thought it would be. Way spicier than I thought. Spicy. Really spicy. Has anyone else tried it yet? Has anyone tried it yet? Woo! Surprisingly spicy. But for like a little snack, kind of cool. I watched this movie called The Three Billboards of Something Missouri, Three Billboards. And I really liked it. Frances McDermott. And when it ends, it played this song. Just do it. Just do what? Pause the track. You know, like they're pretty spicy. Fuck it, man. Just do it. Just do what? Pause the track. Just do what? Oh, eat it all? No, not just one bite. Heard you sing in tongues of silver. Heard you cry on a summer storm. Loved you, but I did not know it. So I don't think about you anymore. Now you're gone. Can't believe it. about you anymore. If 3 and 4, we're 5 and we're 7 only. Where would that leave 1 and 2? If love can be and still be lonely, where does that leave me and you? Time there was, time there will be. Where does that leave me and you? If I had a buckskin stallion, tame him down right away. If I had a flying schooner, I'd sail to the light of day. If I had your love forever, I'd sail into the night of day. Pretty songs, pretty places, places that I've never seen. Pretty songs and pretty places, tell me what their laughter means. Some look like they'll cry forever, tell me what their laughter means. If I had a buckskin stallion, tame him down and ride away. If I had a golden galleon, I'd sail into the light of day. If I had your love forever, sail into the light of day. That song is, I just heard it at the end. Amy Annell. I never heard her before, and I never heard that song before, but it was at the end of that movie, 3 Billboards Outside of someplace, Billington, Missouri. And so, thanks, Johnny Vegan Sing. Thank you, Navia. And so I decided I was going to learn that song real quick. It was nice kind of sparse song, kind of minimalist, sad song. I really liked it. I really liked the end of that movie. I thought that was a fun... Thanks, Johnny Vegan Seed. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Being racist is just so stupid. All race, colors, etc. have PO. Yeah, everybody has a piece of shit. I mean, you really want to count white people? I mean...
days. I came on back to California, the place that I was born and raised. My mother up and died of corona. The whole reason I came here for. I'll never see her face again, darling, until I see her on God's golden shore. Through this old wide world I have rambled. I've seen ice and sleet and rain. I'm going down to New Mexico. I hope there I can kill this pain. Yeah, I'm finally leaving old California, the place that I started from. If I know just how bad this life would treat me, I never would have come.
That was a Man of Constant Sorrow by everybody. Everybody's covered that song. Everybody seems to have covered that song. Everyone seems to have covered that song. I'm going to close the window just so I don't bother neighbors again. Thank you, everybody, for joining me today. This is the Morning Sky Show, the guitar segment of where I just fuck around on the guitar. Thanks. When's my closing? Maybe July 27th? Fuck. It's so crazy. 27th of July. I got a super chat? Oh, sorry. Did I miss it? Oh, you know what? Here we go. Yeah, I see it. Thank you. Thank you, Steffelson. Can you show us the ingredients of the vegan cheese so you can play Smashing Pumpkins Cenotaph? I will do both of those things. Hold on one second for me. The ingredients of the vegan cheese The ingredients. Water, potato starch, fava bean protein, coconut oil, sunflower oil, and then less than 2% of red bell pepper, tricalcium phosphate, salt, lactic acid, powdered jalapeno pepper, powdered chili pepper, and cyanocobalamin, vitamin B12. It's fortified with vitamin B12. So there you go. Totally vegan and mostly made from potato starch, fava bean protein, coconut oil, sunflower oil. And that's mostly what it is. So let's see what the protein is on this thing. 1 gram. 1 gram. But you're not really eating, I mean, it's just a silly little snack. You're not really eating it for, but it's got 2 out of 3 on spiciness. So, you know, I think that, here, I'll play your song. I don't know that song, Cenotaph. I don't think I know that song. Cenotaph. I don't know that song. I normally play either 1979 or The World is a Vampire. Cenotaph by the Smashing Pumpkins. A not rated song. Not many people have played this song. I don't know how the melody goes, but I'll try it with you for sure. I'll try it. I'll try it. Steffelson. Yeah, no palm oil. I try to avoid palm oil, actually. If from one comes one and only one, if from one comes one and only one, how is it I took here so woe be gone? And I cannot feel, I know my son's 2 ohms null. And though but half of you and the mess of fuse I've witnessed, searing love and sought refuge, and you'd come because I grew not used but ever fast. Just close those lids and rest assured, as vigilant as the you're in yours in arms. I'm glad not said no. Should I hope to be the light that you deny? Could I scratch the pain to where you must shine? With tears that we might crush and you might hide. Should I hope to be the light in your life? To be the pie in your sky, a la mode with all that's sweet and divine. A path to the isles we benight. Should I hope to be the light you deny? Could I scratch the pain where you must shine? With tears that we might crush Is that something like that, huh? Something like that is the first time I don't recognize the song. I don't recognize that song. Is that kind of how it went? I think it goes something like that. If from one comes one and only one, how is it I tick here so woe be gone? And though I cannot feel, I know my song's 2 ohms from null. And though a half of you and a mess of views, I've witnessed hearing love, saw refuge, and as you come because I grew not used but ever fast. Just close those lids and rest assured, as vigilant as the you're in yours. And I'm glad not sad, no. To be the light you deny, and could I scratch the paint to where you must shine, with the tears that we might crush and you might hide? Should I hope to be the light in your life? Should I hope to be the pie in your sky? I'll mode with all that's sweet and divine. A path to aisles we'd be nice. Should I hope to be the light you deny? Should I scratch the paint so you can shine, with all those tears that we might crush and you might hide? How much that? I know there's dead. I know some dead. Shakedown Street. It's Navia. You can't be so. If you're gonna request a song and I do my own version of it, you can't be so mean. Smoking Blondie. Was Cenotaph okay? Was that okay? Okay, I don't have anybody saying anything. Hey, homie. Why are people getting mullets? I think because people saw that thing with people saw that documentary with Paul McCartney. The new Paul McCartney album came out, and I think everyone wants to look like Paul McCartney, who almost always has a mullet. He almost always has a mullet. Why can't I be mean? Yeah, but don't say I butchered it. I mean, I tried my hardest on a song I never heard before, and then I went out and fucking learned it again just because I knew you wanted me to. Like the whole fun part about it is that normally I like the song "A Friend of the Devil is a Friend of Mine." Slide C7 up. For some reason, this goes like this. Okay, I can do that. Oh, they do it up here. This is they do D minor. They want my D minor up here. Okay. Ugh. How the fuck am I supposed to? Maybe it's because it's midnight. I just want the chords. I don't want all the fucking history of the damn song. Just give me the chords, for God's sake. Just give me the chords, man. I don't need all the extra. I don't want all the. I'm not gonna learn a solo right now. You know. All right, we're gonna try this. Oh, they do this. They do the third position. They go like this. They go. Okay. Town ain't got no. This town ain't got no. Heart. Well. You can never sunny side of the street is dark, it's dark, dark, dark. Well, you can never tell. Maybe that's 'cause it's midnight and the dark of the moon besides. Maybe the dark is from your eyes. 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 It's just maybe the dark is from your eyes like a million times. Is that how this fucking song goes? Nothing shaking, nothing shaking on shakedown. All right, fine. You guys are killing me on this shit. This Grateful Dead shit. So that's how it is. It's like, it's a funk song. Can you tell me this town got no, can you tell me this town ain't got no heart? Well, you can never tell. Sunny side of the street is dark. Well, you never can tell. Maybe because it's midnight, the dark side of the moon besides. Maybe the dark is from your eyes. Maybe the dark is from your eyes. Maybe the dark is from your eyes. Is that? It's all like super fast like that. Maybe the dark is from your eyes. 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 God knows.
such dark eyes. You know you got such dark eyes. Nothing shaking on Shakedown Street. Used to be the heart of town. But don't tell me this town ain't got no heart. You just gotta poke around. Just gotta poke around. You think you've seen this town clear through? Well, 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 you never can tell. Nothing here that could interest you. Well, 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 you never can tell. It's not because you missed out on the things we had to start, but maybe you had too much too fast. 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 Maybe you had too much too fast, or just overplayed your part. Nothing shaking on Shakedown Street. Nothing shaking. Used to be the heart of town. Go tell me this town ain't got no heart. You just gotta poke around. It's like jam band shit, jam band shit, jam band shit. Since I'm passing your way today, well, 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 you never can tell. I just stopped by 'cause I wanna say, well, 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 you never can tell. I recall your darkness when it cracked like a thundercloud. Don't tell me this town ain't got no heart. Don't tell me this town ain't got no heart. Don't tell me this town ain't got no heart. Don't tell me this town ain't got no heart. Don't tell me this town ain't got no heart. When I hear it beat out loud. Alright, is this like a 5-hour song? It's like a really, it just says the same thing over and over again. Okay. It's a jam band song, yeah. Okay, I tried. You know, fucking, if it's not like if a Grateful Dead song, like the only ones that you can really do is like even that Begonia song was so fucking annoying. Lit out from Reno, trailed by 20 hounds. Didn't get to sleep last night till morning came around. Set out running, but I take my time. A friend of the devil is a friend of mine. If I get home before daylight, I just might get some sleep tonight. Ran into the devil then he vanished in thin air. Set out running, but I take my time. Agenda, the devil is a friend of mine. If I get home before daylight, I just might get some sleep tonight. Got to raise, that's why I cry. Oh, each lonely night. The first one's named Miss Sweet Annie Marie, and she's my heart's delight. The second one is prison, baby, sheriff's on my trail. If he catches up with me, I'll spend my life in jail. Got a wife in Chino, babe, one in Cherokee. The first one says she's got my child, but it don't look a thing like me. I set out running, but I take my time. A friend of the devil is a friend of mine. If I get home before daylight, I just might get some sleep tonight. I got two reasons why I cry. A waves only night. The first one's named Sweet Annie Marie, and she's my heart's delight. The second one is prison, babe, the sheriff's on my trail. If he catches up with me, I'll spend my life in jail. Got a wife in Chino, babe, and one in Cherokee. The first one says she's got my little baby, but that baby don't look like me. So I set out running, but I take my time, and a whole friend of the devil is a friend of mine. I get home before daylight, I just might get some sleep tonight. A Rooster by Alice in Chains. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. I tried to do a couple Dead songs. I hope you enjoyed. I don't know. I hope that you liked it a little bit. I hope you liked it a little bit. It's hard to play some of those songs. Thank you so much. Shakedown Street. We tried Rooster by Alice in Chains. I like how you guys are just picking songs that I don't know. I really like that about this, but then people get so offended. People like Navia get so offended when I don't play exactly. A lot of these songs I've never heard before by Alice in Chains. Here comes the rooster. Oh, no, I have heard that song. Yeah. Something like that, right? Goes like that, something like that? All right, we're going to try it. We're going to try it. We're going to try to play it, Johnny Vegan Seed. Have I played this song before? I don't think so. I don't think I ever played this song before. I like The Dead too, but it's like, I think it goes something like, I'm going to try it. Eyes burn walking tall, machine gun man. They split on me in my homeland. Gloria sent me pictures of my boy. Pills against my mosquito death. My body's breathing his dying breath. Oh God, please, won't you help me make it through? Yeah, just up the rooster. Yeah, the rooster. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna die. No, no, no. No, no, no. Yeah, he ain't gonna die. All right, so that's first try on the rooster song. But I think it could be totally, I think I could have done that a lot better, so we're going to try it again. Here comes the rooster. I think I could do that better. Hold on. Let me try again. He found a way to kill me, yeah. Eyes burning well, stinging swell. Seems every path leads me to nowhere. Wife and kids, household pet, army grease, no safe bet. The bullets scream to me from somewhere. My boy, let me picture of my boy. Got my pills against mosquito death. My body's breathing his dying breath. Oh God, please won't you help me make it through? I'll make it through. Oh no, no, no. Please help me make it through. Yeah, I'm just up the rooster.
I don't know. I thought that was not bad. I thought that was not horrible for never really knowing that song. First time playing it. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope it was okay. Was it kind of close? I thought that was pretty okay. Thank you, Raul. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Johnny Vegan Seed for suggesting Rooster by Alice in Chains. Man, I vaguely remember that song. When did that song come out? Like 1991? When did that song come out? It doesn't say. I don't know. It's an older song. I remember it though. What time is it? All right, we got a little bit more time. We gotta come the rooster. Subaru Outback. You got a Subaru Outback? It was not close, but I loved it. It's supposed to be like a cover, you know. It's supposed to be my own thing, right? It's supposed to be. Yeah, it comes. You're supposed to barely recognize it, as far as I'm concerned. I swear that I could spend my whole life knowing. Here's to hoping. Pick me up, walk me home, and it feels like God threw me a bone. And sticky sweet tangerine, would you sit and keep me company? Yeah. In the dark, I'm not scared, 'cause I just reach out and you're right there. Shooting stars, raising guards, everything I own just feels like ours. I forget how it goes, but I think it goes like this. Everything I know just feels like ours. Everything I know just feels like ours. It's too
could spend my whole life knowing. Here's to hoping. Hope I never see where your face looks like going. A face I swear that I could spend my whole life knowing. Here's to hoping. It's too hard to describe this in a way that feels honest, but even when I'm quiet, I'll promise. And I hope I never see what your face looks like going. A face I swear that I could spend my whole life knowing. Here's to hoping. Something like that. I like that song a lot. I kind of want to get better at that song. I don't know. Since no one has done a... maybe because she's playing at the second fret. I just want to play it straight. I wonder if I could play it like... Guess that it's true. Time can heal even the worst of wounds. And cliches I knew seemed so commonplace when I saw it. Seemed so commonplace when I saw you. Let's just walk in the dark of the fence in the park. Baby girl, honey bee, God, I love the way you look at me, and it's so hard to describe this in a way that seems honest, but even when I'm quiet, I love you, baby, I promise. And I hope I never see what your face looks like going. Face I swear that I could spend my whole life knowing. Here's to hoping. Pick me up, walk me home, and it feels like God threw me a bone. Sticky sweet, a tangerine. Would you sit and keep me company in the dark? I'm not scared, 'cause I just reach out and you're right there. Shooting stars, racing cars, everything I own just feels like ours. It's too hard to describe this in a way that feels honest, but even when I'm quiet, I love you, baby, I promise. And I hope I never see your face looks like going, 'cause it's a face that I swear that I could spend my whole life knowing. Here's to hoping. I hope I never see what your face looks like. Your face looks. I hope I never see what your face looks like going. A face that I swear that I could spend my whole life face looks like going. 'Cause it's a face I swear that I could spend my whole life knowing. Here's to hoping. I don't know. It's a fun song. I kind of want to figure that one out. Cars are going to be more and more planned obsolescence until we end up renting them to get around the headache. Yeah, I mean, I think what's going to happen is that they'll have driverless cars and they'll make it illegal to drive cars, except on private property. They'll still have cars, but it'll be for like farms and stuff. But on public roadways, they'll make driving illegal. I got a fast car. Yeah, you think so too? Yeah, I think so too. I'll try to play that Tracy Chapman song. I think I played that song before. I'll try it again. I think I played that song before. This song, I think there's just something so sweet about this song. So I guess it's true. Time can heal even the worst wounds. I think there's a barcode version of this. There's a barcode. Is there a bar chord? Yeah, there's a bar chord. 7th fret. I think it can go like. So I guess it's true. Even time can heal the worst. And the cliches that I knew seem so commonplace when I saw you. Let's just walk in the dark, hop the fence in the park. Hop the fence in the park. Baby girl, honeybee, God, I love the way you look at me. And it's too hard to describe this in a way that feels honest, but even when I'm quiet, I love you, baby, I promise. And I hope I never see what your face looks like going. 'Cause it's a face I swear that I could spend my whole life. Pick me up, walk me home, and it feels like God threw me a bone. Sticky sweet tangerine, would you sit and keep me company?
I think that's like, I think that's a pretty cool version with all the barcodes. Gives it like a little bit of a slide action going on. All right, let's find that Tracy Chapman song. I got a fast car. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, I got a fast car. Scooby-doo-ba-doo, Scooby-doo-ba-doo-doo. My son OD'd a month ago? Holy shit. The fuck did he OD on? So sorry, Smoking Blondie. What the heck? Did you just come out of nowhere and say that? I'm trying to go back in the chat. Yeah, we need universal health care. What did he OD on? We've found him in a death snore. Coke and benzos. God damn. I'm so sorry. That's horrible. That's horrible. At the 7th fret? Alright, we're not gonna fucking do that. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna do this. Hold on 1 second for me. I'm trying to play your fast car song, but I don't want to I don't want to play it the way it's transcribed here. Fast car. I want a ticket to anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. You got a fast car. You got a fast. Maybe up here, maybe. You got a fast car. I want a ticket to go anywhere. I want a ticket to anywhere. Where? Maybe I can make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better.
Started from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, got nothing to prove. You got a fast car. I got a plan to get us out of here. I've been working in a convenience store. Managed to save just a little money. Don't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs. You and I can both get jobs and finally see what it means to be living. You can see my old man's got a problem. He'd lie with a bottle, and that's the way it is. He says his body's too old for working. Body's too young to look like this. My mama went off and left him. She wanted more from life that he could give. I said somebody's gotta take care of him. So I quit school, and that's what I did. Alright, I think I got this. Hold on. It's the first time I'm ever playing the song, I think. I got a fast car. Take it to anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Started from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me and myself got nothing to prove. You got a fast car, and I got a plan to get us out of here. I've been working the convenience store, managed to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far, just cross the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs and finally see what it means to be living. Got a problem. He lives with the bottle, that's the way it is. He says his body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like this. Mama said went off and left him. She wanted more from life than he could give. I said somebody's gotta care for him. So I quit school, that's what I did. Got a fast car, but it's fast enough so we can fly away. We gotta make a decision. We leave tonight and we live and die this way. Oh no. I remember car. We could go cruising and entertain ourselves. You still ain't got a job, and I'll work in the market as a checkout girl. I know things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted. We'll move out of this shelter, buy a big house and live in the suburbs. I remember when we were driving in your car, speed so fast like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder, and I had a feeling that I belonged, and I had a feeling I could be somebody, a feeling I could be someone. You got a fast car, and I got a job that pays all our bills. You stay out drinking late at the bar. You see more of your friends than you do of your kids. I'd always hope for better. Thought maybe together you and me would find it. I got no plans, I ain't going nowhere. So take your fast car and keep on driving. Driving in your car, speed so fast I felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. I had a feeling that I belonged, and I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone. You got a fast car, but is it fast enough so we can fly away? You gotta make a decision. You live tonight or live this way and die this way. That was kind of a fun song to play. I thought that was kind of fun. Thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Fast Car by Chapman. I thought that was kind of fun. It's the first time I've ever played that song, because I don't remember that chord progression at all. And I also played it in a fucked up key, because she's like, you kind of have to play it like her voice is so crazy. Her range is like remarkable. Like Tracy Chapman, you ever listen to her other songs, it's like, shit, man. She's got an incredible voice. It's funny because everyone knows that song by Tracy Chapman, this Fast Car song. Pennywise. I kind of want to play it. Hold on. I'm going to try this one more. I'm not going to play the whole thing again. I just want to see one more thing. Ticket to anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we can make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. You got a fast car. I got a plan to get us out of here. I working at the convenience store. Managed to save just a little money. Won't have to drive too far. Just across the border into the city. Just cross the border into the city. You and me, we can both get jobs. Finally see what it means to be living. So my old man's got a problem. He lives with the bottle, that's the way it is. He says his body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like his. Mama went off and left him. She wanted more from life than he could give. Said somebody's gotta care for him, gotta take care of him. So I quit school and that's what I did. Oh, you got a fast car, but is it fast till we can fly away? We gotta make a decision. Do we live tonight or we die this way? I remember when we were driving in your car, beat so fast, felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder, and I felt feeling like I belonged. And oh, I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car, and we go cruising to entertain ourselves. You still ain't got no job, and I work in a market as a checkout boy, as a stock boy. I know things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted. Well, move out of the shelter and buy a big house we both can live in. Speed so fast, felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us. Arms felt nice on my shoulder. I felt feeling like I belonged, and I had a feeling like I could be someone, be someone, be someone. Car, and I got a job that pays all our bills. You stay out drinking late at the bar. See more of your friends than you do of your kids. I always hope for better. Thought maybe together you and me would find it. I got no plans and I ain't going nowhere. So take your fast car and keep on driving. I remember when we were driving in your car. The speed so fast, felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and you felt nice around my shoulder. And I, like I belonged, and I had a feeling like I could be someone, be someone, be someone. Car, but is it fast enough so you can fly away? You gotta make a decision. You
leave tonight or live and die this way. I really like that song. Stay up late eating baguettes. Melania coins going up. Melania coins going to the moon, guys. Melania coins going up to the moon. Give Me One Reason is a good one by her. The Revolution, yeah. I'm almost too honest, turns out. Was there another song? I wanted to... Reapplause, thank you. Hell yeah, dipped in hummus, drained all. Man, I made some chocolate hummus. It's so good. Man, I need to get a baguette tonight. Just use it for making chocolate hummus. Just eat all my chocolate hummus on a hot baguette. That sounds so good right now. That sounds so good. Lord, Lord, Lord. For an Elon improv. What song, Navia? Sky, to make you Friday. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You love Bartleby? Everyone loves Bartleby. I prefer not to. You just razzing me. Oh, you're razzing me. I like how you opine borders dough. Y'all don't know that you can get the border. Open those ding darn borders. Well, how come you ain't open them ding darn borders then? How come y'all open up them ding darn borders? Should be clicked consecutively and repeatedly throughout the song. Arrange two separate patterns. There's not room to put together as one. Okay. One, two, three, oh. My baby don't mess around because she loves me so. This, my baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and I know for sure. But she really wanna, but she can't stand to see me walk out that door. Don't try to fight the feeling, 'cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking two together, 'cause we don't know how. Till there's nothing at all. We get together, oh, we get together, but separate's always better when the feeling's involved. What they say is nothing is forever. What makes it, what makes it, what makes it, what makes it, what makes it. Love the exception. So why oh why oh why oh why oh why oh we so in denial when we know we're not happy here. I've never played this song before, but I think this song could be kind of fun in a different key. Like, bring it on down. Let's bring it on down. Let's bring it on down. Let's bring it on down the road. I think it's a fun song to play. I think I could play this song a little bit differently. Slow it down. Bring it. Let's make it a down tempo. 1, 2, 3. My baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and I know for sure. But does she really wanna look and stand to see me walk out that door? Don't try to fight the feeling, cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking two together, cause we don't know how. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. You think you've got it, oh, you think you got it. You got it, just don't get it till there's nothing at all. Oh. We get together, oh, we get together, but separate's always better when there's feelings involved. Oh. What they say is nothing is forever, and what makes it, what makes it, what makes it, what makes love the exception. Why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, so in denial when we know we're not happy here. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, Oh, hey, hey, It's kind of fun. I don't know. I thought that was kind of just a fun song to play. All right, gotta go. It is now a 6-hour stream, and I gotta get out of here. Thank you, everybody. Sky, everyone loves your Outkast songs. You think so? I like the Outkast. I like playing the songs, the Outkast, the Andre 3000 songs are so much fun to play because they have like different, like listen to this. The song is arranged as 3 bars of 4/4, 1 bar of 2/4, 2 bars of 4/4. Strumming patterns 1 and 2 should be played consecutively and repeated through the song. Had to be arranged as 2 separate patterns. There's not room to put them together as one. It's kind of funny how there's like, they're pretty complex actually, these silly little songs that he wrote. Anyway, they're fun. It says it's an absolute beginner song, but then when you add in like all those other, because the chords are easy, but then there's like these fucked up things inside the song that make it real fun to play, I think, in my humble opinion. All right, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to do guitar tomorrow, but I got to put this away and take care of business now. Thanks, guys. You're amazing, and I'll see you on the other side, okay? Thank you. I did awesome. Thank you. You did awesome. I'm glad I got to listen to this song. Thanks. Thanks, Stephenson. I'll see you on the other side. See you tomorrow, guys. If not, I'll see you on Sundays. Chip is not going to be here on Sunday, so I got to figure out what the fuck I'm going to do on a Sunday without Chip again. I don't know. Figure it out. All right. See you guys later. Thank you. Are you reading the books, by the way? We still got books. Book club is coming. Book club.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.